Macmillan Audio presents Homefront by Kristin Hannah. Read for you by Maggie Meg Reed. Part 1. From a Distance. There are some things you learn best in calm, some in storm. Willa Cather. Prologue, 1982. The way she saw it, some families were like well-tended parks, with pretty daffodil borders and big, sprawling trees that offered respite from the summer sun. Others, and this she knew firsthand, were battlefields, bloody and dark, littered with shrapnel and body parts. She might be only 17, but Jolene Larson already knew about war. She'd grown up in the midst of a marriage gone bad. Valentine's Day was the worst. The mood at home was always precarious, but on this day, when the television ran ads for flowers and chocolates and red foil hearts, love became a weapon in her parents' careless hands. It started with their drinking, of course. Always. Glasses full of bourbon, refilled again and again. That was the beginning. Then came the screaming and the crying, the throwing of things. For years, Jolene had asked her mother why they didn't just leave him, her father, and steal away in the night. Her mother's answer was always the same. I can't. I love him. Sometimes she would cry as she said the terrible words. Sometimes her bitterness would be palpable, but in the end it didn't matter how she sounded. What mattered was the tragic truth of her one-sided love. Downstairs, someone screamed. That would be Mom. Then came a crash. Something big had been thrown against the wall. A door slammed shut. That would be Dad. He had left the house in a fury. Was there any other way? Slamming the door shut behind him. He'd be back tomorrow or the next day, whenever he ran out of money. He'd come slinking into the kitchen, sober and remorseful, stinking of booze and cigarettes. Mom would rush to him, sobbing, and take him in her arms. "Oh, Ralph, you scared me. I'm sorry. Give me one more chance, please. You know I love you so much." Jolene made her way through her steeply pitched bedroom, ducking so she wouldn't conk her head on one of the rough-timbered support beams. There was only one light in here, a bulb that hung from the rafters like the last tooth in an old man's mouth, loose and unreliable. She opened the door, listening. Was it over? She crept down the narrow staircase, hearing the risers creak beneath her weight. She found her mother in the living room, sitting, slumped on the sofa, a lit Camel cigarette dangling from her mouth. Ash rained downward, peppering her lap. Scattered across the floor were remnants of the fight, bottles and ashtrays, and broken bits of glass. Even a few years ago, Jolene would have tried to make her mother feel better. But too many nights like this had hardened her. Now she was impatient with all of it, wearied by the drama of her parents' marriage. Nothing ever changed, and Jolene was the one who had to clean up every mess. She picked her way through the broken pieces of glass and knelt at her mother's side. "Let me have that," she said tiredly, taking the burning cigarette, putting it out in the ashtray on the floor beside her. Mom looked up, sad-eyed, her cheeks streaked with tears. "How will I live without him?" As if in answer, the back door cracked open. Cold night air swept into the room, bringing with it the smell of rain and pine trees. "He's back." Mom pushed Jolene aside and ran for the kitchen. "I love you, baby. I'm sorry," Jolene heard her mother say. Jolene righted herself slowly and turned. Her parents were locked in one of those movie embraces, the kind reserved for lovers reuniting after a war. Her mother clung to him desperately, grabbing the plaid wool of his shirt. Her father swayed drunkenly, as if held up by her alone, but that was impossible. He was a huge man, tall and broad, with hands like turkey platters. Mom was as frail and white as an eggshell. It was from him that Jolene got her height. "You can't leave me," her mother sobbed, slurring the words. Her father looked away. For a split second, Jolene saw the pain in his eyes. Pain, and worse, shame, and loss, and regret. "I need a drink," he said, in a voice roughened by years of smoking unfiltered cigarettes. He took her mother's hand, dragged her through the kitchen. Looking dazed but grinning foolishly, her mother stumbled along behind him, heedless of the fact that she was barefooted. It wasn't until he opened the back door that Jolene got it. "No!" she yelled, scrambling to her feet, running after them. Outside, the February night was cold and dark. Rain hammered the roof and ran in rivulets over the edges of the eaves. Her father's leased logging truck, the only thing he really cared about, sat like some huge black insect in the driveway. She ran out onto the wooden porch, tripping over a chainsaw, righting herself. Her mother paused at the car's open passenger door, looked at her. Rain plastered the hair across her hollow cheeks, made her mascara run. She lifted a hand, pale and shaking, and waved. "Get out of the rain, Karen," her father yelled, and her mother complied instantly. In a second, both doors slammed shut. The car backed up, turned onto the road, and drove away. And Jolene was alone again. 4 months, she thought dully. Only 4 more months, and she would graduate from high school and be able to leave home. Home. Whatever that meant. But what would she do? Where would she go? There was no money for college, and what money Jolene saved from work, her parents invariably found and borrowed. She didn't even have enough for first month's rent. She didn't know how long she stood there, thinking, worrying, watching rain turn the driveway to mud. All she really knew was that at some point she became aware of an impossible, unearthly flash of color in the night. Red. The color of blood and fire and loss. When the police car pulled up into her yard, she wasn't surprised. What surprised her was how it felt, hearing that her parents were dead. What surprised her was how hard she cried. Chapter 1. April 2005. On her 41st birthday, as on every other day, Jolene Zarkades woke before the dawn. Careful not to disturb her sleeping husband, she climbed out of bed, dressed in her running clothes, pulled her long blonde hair into a ponytail, and went outside. It was a beautiful, blue-skied spring day. The plum trees that lined her driveway were in full bloom. Tiny pink blossoms floated across the green, green field. Across the street, the sound was a deep and vibrant blue. The soaring, snow-covered Olympic mountains rose majestically into the sky. Perfect visibility. She ran along the beach road for exactly 3.5 miles, and then turned for home. By the time she returned to her driveway, she was red-faced and breathing hard. On her porch, she picked her way past the mismatched wood and wicker furniture and went into the house, where the rich, tantalizing scent of French roast coffee mingled with the acrid tinge of wood smoke. The first thing she did was to turn on the TV in the kitchen. It was already set on CNN. As she poured her coffee, she waited impatiently for news on the Iraq War. No heavy fighting was being reported this morning. No soldiers or friends had been killed in the night. "Thank God," she said. Taking her coffee, she went upstairs, walking past her daughter's bedrooms and toward her own. It was still early. Maybe she would wake Michael with a long, slow kiss. An invitation. How long had it been since they made love in the morning? How long since they'd made love at all? She couldn't remember. Her birthday seemed a perfect day to change all that. She opened the door. Michael. Their king-size bed was empty. Unmade. Michael's black t-shirt, the one he slept in, lay in a rumpled heap on the floor. She picked it up and folded it in precise thirds and put it away. "Michael?" she said again, opening the bathroom door. Steam billowed out, clouded her view. Everything was white. Tile, toilet, countertops. The glass shower door was open, revealing the empty tile interior. A damp towel had been thrown carelessly across the tub to dry. Moisture beaded the mirror above the sink. He must be downstairs already, probably in his office. Or maybe he was planning a little birthday surprise. That was the kind of thing he used to do. After a quick shower, she brushed out her long wet hair, then twisted it into a knot at the base of her neck as she stared into the mirror. Her face, like everything about her, was strong and angular. She had high cheekbones and heavy brown brows that accentuated wide-set green eyes, and a mouth that was just the slightest bit too big. Most women her age wore makeup and colored their hair, but Jolene didn't have time for any of that. She was fine with the ash-gold blonde hair that darkened a shade or two every year, and the small collection of lines that had begun to pleat the corners of her eyes. She put on her flight suit and went to wake up the girls, but their rooms were empty too. They were already in the kitchen. Her 12-year-old daughter, Betsy, was helping her 4-year-old sister, Lulu, up to the table. Jolene kissed Lulu's plump pink cheek. "Happy birthday, Mom," they said together. Jolene felt a sudden burning love for these girls and her life. She knew how rare such moments were. How could she not, raised the way she'd been? She turned to her daughters, smiling, beaming, really. "Thanks, girls. It's a beautiful day to turn 41. "That's so old," Lulu said. "Are you sure you're that old?" Laughing, Jolene opened the fridge. "Where's your dad?" "He left already," Betsy said. Jolene turned. "Really?" "Really," Betsy said, watching her closely. Jolene forced a smile. "He's probably planning a surprise for me after work." "Well, I say we have a party after school. Just the three of us. With cake. What do you say?" "With cake!" Lulu yelled, clapping her plump hands together. Jolene could let herself be upset about Michael's forgetfulness. But what would be the point? Happiness was a choice she knew how to make. She chose not to think about the things that bothered her. That way they disappeared. Besides, Michael's dedication to work was one of the things she admired most about him. Mommy, play patty cake," Lulu cried, bouncing in her seat. Jolene looked down at her youngest. Someone loves the word cake. Lulu raised her hand. "I do, me!" Jolene sat down next to Lulu and held out her hands. Her daughter immediately smacked her palms against Jolene's. Patty cake, baker's man, make me a... Jolene paused, watching Lulu's face light up with expectation. "Pool," Lulu said. "Make me a pool as fast as you can. Dig it and scrape it and fill it with blue and I'll go swimming with my Lulu." Jolene gave her daughter one last pat of the hands and then got up to make breakfast. "Go get dressed, Betsy. We leave in 30 minutes. Precisely on time, Jolene ushered the girls into the car. She drove Lulu to preschool, dropped her off with a fierce kiss, and then drove to the middle school, which sat on the knoll of a huge, grassy hillside. Pulling into the carpool lane, she slowed and came to a stop. "Do not get out of the car," Betsy said sharply from the shadows of the back seat. "You're wearing your uniform." "I guess I don't get a pass on my birthday." Jolene glanced at her daughter in the rearview mirror. In the past few months, her lovable, sweet-tempered tomboy had morphed into this hormonal preteen for whom everything was a potential embarrassment, especially a mom who was not sufficiently like the other moms. "Wednesday is career day," she reminded her. Betsy groaned. "Do you have to come?" "Your teacher invited me. I promise not to drool or spit." "That is so not funny. No one cool has a mom in the military. You won't wear your flight suit, will you?" "It's what I do, Betsy. I think you'd—" "Whatever." Betsy grabbed up her heavy backpack, not the right one, apparently. Yesterday she'd demanded a new one, and climbed out of the car and rushed headlong toward the two girls standing beneath the flagpole. They were what mattered to Betsy these days, those girls, Sierra and Zoe. Betsy cared desperately about fitting in with them. Apparently, a mother who flew helicopters for the Army National Guard was très embarrassing. As Betsy approached her old friends, they pointedly ignored her, turning their backs on her in unison, like a school of fish darting away from danger. Jolene tightened her grip on the steering wheel, cursing under her breath. Betsy looked crestfallen, embarrassed. Her shoulders fell, her chin dropped. She backed away quickly as if to pretend she'd never really run up to her once best friends in the first place. Alone, she walked into the school building. Jolene sat there so long someone honked at her. She felt her daughter's pain keenly. If there was one thing Jolene understood, it was rejection. Hadn't she waited forever for her own parents to love her? She had to teach Betsy to be strong, to choose happiness. No one could hurt you if you didn't let them. A good offense was the best defense. Finally, she drove away. Bypassing the town's morning traffic, she took the back roads down to Liberty Bay. At the driveway next to her own, she turned in, drove up to the neighboring house, a small, white manufactured home tucked next to a car repair shop, and honked the horn. Her best friend, Tammy Flynn, came out of the house, already dressed in her flight suit, with her long black hair coiled into a severe twist. Jolene would swear that not a single wrinkle creased the coffee-colored planes of Tammy's broad face. Tammy swore it was because of her Native American heritage. Tammy was the sister Jolene had never had. They'd been teenagers when they met, a pair of 18-year-old girls who had joined the Army because they didn't know what else to do with their lives. Both had qualified for the high school to flight school helicopter pilot training program. A passion for flying had brought them together. A shared outlook on life had created a friendship so strong it never wavered. They'd spent 10 years in the Army together, and then moved over to the Guard when marriage and motherhood made active duty difficult. 4 years after Jolene and Michael moved into the house on Liberty Bay, Tammy and Carl had bought the land next door. Tammy and Jolene had even gotten pregnant at the same time, sharing that magical 9 months, holding each other's fears in tender hands. Their husbands had nothing in common, so they hadn't become one of those best friends who traveled together with their families, but that was okay with Jolene. What mattered most was that she and Tammy were always there for each other. And they were. "I've got your 6" literally meant that a helicopter was behind you, flying in the 6 o'clock position. What it really meant was, "I'm here for you. I've got your back." That was what Jolene had found in the Army, and in the Guard, and in Tammy. "I've got your 6." The Guard had given them the best of both worlds. They got to be full-time moms who still served their country and stayed in the military and flew helicopters. They flew together at least 2 mornings a week, as well as during their drill weekends. It was the best part-time job on the planet. Tammy climbed into the passenger seat and slammed the door shut. "Happy birthday, Fly Girl." "Thanks," Jolene grinned. "My day, my music." She cranked up the volume on the CD player, and Prince's Purple Rain blared through the speakers. They talked all the way to Tacoma about everything and nothing. When they weren't talking, they were singing the songs of their youth: Prince, Madonna, Michael Jackson. They passed Camp Murray, home to the Guard, and drove on to Camp Lewis, where the Guard's aircraft were housed. In the locker room, Jolene retrieved the heavy flight bag full of survival equipment. Slinging it over her shoulder, she followed Tammy to the desk, confirmed her additional flight training period, or AFTP, signed up to be paid, and then headed out to the tarmac, putting on her helmet as she walked. The crew was already there, readying the Black Hawk for flight. The helicopter looked like a huge bird of prey against the clear blue sky. She nodded to the crew chief, did a quick pre-flight check of her aircraft, conducted a crew briefing, and then climbed into the left side of the cockpit and took her seat. Tammy climbed into the right seat and put on her helmet. "Overhead switches and circuit breakers, check," Jolene said, powering up the helicopter. The engines roared to life. The huge rotor blades began to move, slowly at first, and then rotating fast, with a high-pitched whine. "Guard ops, Raptor 89, log us off," Jolene said into her mic. Then she switched frequencies. "Break, tower, Raptor 89, ready for departure." She began the exquisite balancing act it took to get a helicopter airborne. The aircraft climbed slowly into the air. She worked the controls expertly, her hands and feet in constant motion. They rose into the blue and cloudless sky, where heaven was all around her. Far below, the flowering trees were a spectacular palette of color. A rush of pure adrenaline coursed through her. God, she loved it up here. "I hear it's your birthday, Chief," said the crew chief through the comm. "Damn right it is," Tammy said, grinning. "Why do you think she has the controls?" Jolene grinned at her best friend, loving this feeling, needing it like she needed air to breathe. She didn't care about getting older, or getting wrinkles, or slowing down. 41. I can't think of a better way to spend it. The small town of Paulsbo, Washington, sat like a pretty little girl along the shores of Liberty Bay. The original settlers had chosen this area because it reminded them of their Nordic homeland, with its cool blue waters, soaring mountains, and lush green hillsides. Years later, those same founding fathers had begun to build their shops along Front Street, embellishing them with Scandinavian touches. There were cutwork rooflines and scrolled decorations everywhere. According to Zarkades family legend, the decorations had spoken to Michael's mother instantly, who swore that once she walked down Front Street, she knew where she wanted to live. Dozens of quaint stores, including the one his mother owned, sold overpriced knickknacks to tourists. It was less than 10 miles from downtown Seattle as a crow flew, although those few miles created a pain-in-the-ass commute. Sometime in the past few years, Michael had stopped seeing the Norwegian cuteness of the town and began to notice instead the long and winding drive from his house to the ferry terminal on Bainbridge Island and the stop-and-go midweek traffic. There were 2 routes from Paulsbo to Seattle, over land and over water. The drive took 2 hours. The ferry ride was a 35-minute crossing from the shores of Bainbridge Island to the terminal on Seattle's wharf. The problem with the ferry was the wait time. To drive your car on board, you had to be in line early. In the summer, he often rode his bike to work. On rainy days, like today, which were so plentiful in the Northwest, he drove. And this had been an especially long winter and a wet spring. Day after gray day, he sat in his Lexus in the parking lot, watching daylight crawl along the wavy surface of the Sound. Then he drove aboard, parked in the bowels of the boat, and went upstairs. Today, Michael sat on the port side of the boat at a small formica table with his work spread out in front of him, the Werner deposition. Post-it notes ran like yellow piano keys along the edges, each one highlighting a statement of questionable veracity made by his client. Lies. Michael sighed at the thought of undoing the damage. His idealism, once so shiny and bright, had been dulled by years of defending the guilty. In the past, he would have talked to his dad about it, and his father would have put it all in perspective, reminding Michael that their job made a difference. "We are the last bastion, Michael, you know that. The champions of freedom. Don't let the bad guys break you. We protect the innocent by protecting the guilty. That's how it works." "I could use a few more innocents, Dad." "Couldn't we all? We're all waiting for it. That case. The one that matters. We know, more than most, how it feels to save someone's life, to make a difference. That's what we do, Michael. Don't lose the faith." He looked at the empty seat across from him. It had been 11 months now that he'd ridden to work alone. One day his father had been beside him, hale and hearty and talking about the law he loved, and then he'd been sick, dying. He and his father had been partners for almost 20 years, working side by side, and losing him had shaken Michael deeply. He grieved for the time they'd lost. Most of all, he felt alone in a way that was new. The loss made him look at his own life, too, and he didn't like what he saw. Until his father's death, Michael had always felt lucky, happy. Now, he didn't. He wanted to talk to someone about all this, share his loss. But with whom? He couldn't talk to his wife about it. Not Jolene, who believed that happiness was a choice to be made and a smile was a frown turned upside down. Her turbulent, ugly childhood had left her impatient with people who couldn't choose to be happy. Lately it got on his nerves, all her buoyant, it-will-get-better platitudes. Because she'd lost her parents, she thought she understood grief. But she had no idea how it felt to be drowning. How could she? She was Teflon strong. He tapped his pen on the table and glanced out the window. The Sound was gunmetal gray today, desolate-looking, mysterious. A seagull floated past on a current of invisible air, seemingly in suspended animation. He shouldn't have given in to Jolene all those years ago, when she'd begged for the house on Liberty Bay. He told her he didn't want to live so far from the city, or that close to his parents, but in the end, he'd given in, swayed by her pretty pleas and the solid argument that they'd need his mother's help in babysitting. But if he hadn't given in, if he hadn't lost the where we live argument, he wouldn't be sitting here on the ferry every day, missing the man who used to meet him here. As the ferry slowed, Michael got up and collected his papers, putting the deposition back in the black lambskin briefcase. He hadn't even looked at it. Merging into the crowd, he made his way down the stairs to the car deck. In minutes, he was driving off the ferry and pulling up to the Smith Tower, once the tallest building west of New York, and now an aging, Gothic footnote to a city on the rise. At Zarkades, Anthem and Zarkades, on the 9th floor, everything was old. Floors, windows in need of repair, too many layers of paint. But like the building itself, there was history here, and beauty. A wall of windows overlooked Elliott Bay and the great orange cranes that loaded containers onto tankers. Some of the biggest and most important criminal trials in the past 20 years had been defended by Theo Zarkades from these very offices. At gatherings of the Bar Association, other lawyers still spoke of his father's ability to persuade a jury with something close to awe. "Hey, Michael," Helen, the receptionist, said, smiling up at him. He waved and kept walking, past the earnest paralegals, tired legal secretaries, and ambitious young associates. Everyone smiled at him, and he smiled back. At the corner office, previously his father's and now his, he stopped to talk to his secretary. "Good morning, Anne." "Good morning, Michael. Bill Anthem wanted to see you." "Okay. Tell him I'm in." "You want some coffee?" "Yes, thanks." He went into his office, the largest one in the firm. A huge window looked out over Elliott Bay. That was really the star of the room, the view. Other than that, the office was ordinary, bookcases filled with law books, a wooden floor scarred by decades of wear, a pair of overstuffed chairs, a black suede sofa. A single family photo set next to his computer, the only personal touch in the space. He tossed his briefcase onto the desk and went to the window, staring out at the city his father had loved. In the glass, he saw a ghostly image of himself, wavy black hair, strong squared jaw, dark eyes. The image of his father as a younger man. But had his father ever felt so tired and drained? Behind him there was a knock, and then the door opened. In walked Bill Anthem, the only other partner in the firm, once his father's best friend. In the months since Dad's death, Bill had aged too. Maybe they all had. "Hey, Michael," he said, limping forward, reminding Michael with each step that he was well past retirement age. In the last year, he'd gotten 2 new knees. "Have a seat, Bill," Michael said, indicating the chair closest to the desk. "Thanks." He sat down. I need a favor." Michael returned to his desk. "Sure, Bill. What can I do for you?" "I was in court yesterday, and I got tapped by Judge Runyon." Michael sighed and sat down. It was common for criminal defense attorneys to be assigned cases by the court. It was the old, "if you require an attorney and cannot afford one" bit. Judges often assigned a case to whatever lawyer happened to be there when it came up. "What's the case?" "A man killed his wife, allegedly. He barricaded himself in his house and shot her in the head. SWAT team dragged him out before he could kill himself. TV filmed a bunch of it." A guilty client who'd been caught on TV. Perfect. "And you want me to handle the case for you?" "I wouldn't ask, but Nancy and I are leaving for Mexico in 2 weeks." "Of course," Michael said. "No problem." Bill's gaze moved around the room. "I still expect to find him in here," he said softly. "Yeah," Michael said. They looked at each other for a moment, both remembering the man who had made such an impact on their lives. Then Bill stood, thanked Michael again, and left. After that, Michael dove into his work, letting it consume him. He spent hours buried in depositions and police reports and briefs. He had always had a strong work ethic and an even stronger sense of duty. In the rising tide of grief, work had become his life ring. At 3 o'clock, Anne buzzed him on the intercom. "Michael, Jolene is on line 1. "Thanks, Anne. You did remember that it's her birthday today, right?" Shit. He pushed back from his desk and grabbed the phone. "Hey, Joe, happy birthday." "Thanks." She didn't scold him for forgetting, although she knew he had. Jolene had the tightest grip on her emotions of anyone he'd ever seen, and she never, ever let herself get mad. He sometimes wondered if a good fight would help their marriage, but it took two to fight. "I'll make it up to you. How about dinner at that place above the marina, the new place?" Before she could offer some resistance, which she always did if something wasn't her idea, he said, "Betsy's old enough to watch Lulu for 2 hours. We'll only be a mile away from home." It was an argument that had been going on for almost a year now. Michael thought a 12-year-old could babysit. Jolene disagreed. As with everything in their life, Jolene's vote was the one that counted. He was used to it, and sick of it. "I know how busy you are with the Werner case," she said. "How about if I feed the girls early and settle them upstairs with a movie and then make us a nice dinner? Or I could pick up takeout from the bistro. We love their food." "Are you sure?" "What matters is that we're together," she said easily. "Okay," Michael said. "I'll be home by 8. Before he hung up the phone, he was thinking of something else. Chapter 2. That evening, Jolene chose her clothes carefully. She and Michael hadn't had dinner alone, just the two of them in forever, and she wanted this evening to be perfect. Romantic. After feeding the girls, she bathed in scented water, shaved, slathered her skin with a citrus-scented lotion, and then slipped into a pair of comfortable jeans and a black boat-necked sweater. Downstairs, she found Betsy seated at the coffee table doing homework, while Lulu was on the sofa, wrapped up in her favorite yellow blankie, watching The Little Mermaid. The remnants of their impromptu birthday party were still on the dining room table, the cake with its candle holes, the pink journal Betsy had given Jolene, the sparkly barrette that had been Lulu's gift, and a pile of wrinkled paper and discarded bows. "She's not the boss of me," Lulu said when Jolene walked into the room. "Tell her to shut up, Mom. I'm trying to do homework," Betsy responded. "She's singing too loud." And it started. Their voices climbed up and over each other, rising in volume. "She is not the boss of me," Lulu said again more adamantly. "Tell her." Betsy rolled her eyes and left the room, stomping up the stairs. Jolene felt a wave of exhaustion. She hadn't known how tiring it could be to parent a preteen. How much eye-rolling could one girl do? If Jolene had tried that, her father would have smacked her across the room. Lulu ran over to the toy box in the corner of the room and rummaged around inside it. Finding the kitten ears headband that had been a part of last year's Halloween costume, she put it on and turned around. Jolene couldn't help smiling. There stood her 4-year-old daughter, wearing gray cat ears that were beginning to look worn in places, with her hands on her hips. The sharp little gray triangles framed Lulu's flushed face and made her look even more elfin than usual. For no reason that anyone could explain, Lulu thought she was invisible when she wore the headband. She made a mewing sound. Jolene frowned dramatically and looked around. "Oh, no! What happened to my Lucy Lou? Where did she go?" She made a great show of looking around the room, behind the television, under the overstuffed yellow chair, behind the door. "Here I am, Mommy," Lulu said with a flourish, giggling. "There you are," Jolene said with a sigh. "I was worried." She picked up Lulu and carried her upstairs. It took Lulu forever to brush her teeth and get into her pajamas, and Jolene waited patiently, knowing her youngest had a strong, independent streak. When Lulu was finally ready, Jolene climbed into bed beside her, pulled her close, and reached for where the wild things are. By the time she said the end, Lulu was almost asleep. She kissed Lulu's cheek. "Night, kitten." "Night, Mommy," Lulu murmured sleepily. Then Jolene walked down the hall to Betsy's room, knocked and went inside. Betsy was sitting up in bed, with her social studies book open in her lap. Her corn-silk blonde hair fell in fusilli curls along her bare, skinny arms. Someday Betsy would prize her porcelain skin and blonde hair and brown eyes, but not now, when straight hair was all the rage and pimples had ruined her complexion. Jolene went to her daughter's bed and sat down on the edge. "You could be nicer to your sister." "She's a pain." "So are you." Jolene saw how Betsy's eyes widened, and she smiled gently. "And so am I. Families are like that. And besides, I know what this is really about." "You do?" "I saw how Sierra and Zoe treated you this morning at school." "You're always spying on me," she said, but her voice broke. "I watched you walk into school. That's hardly spying. You three were best friends last year. What happened?" "Nothing," she said mulishly, pressing her lips together, hiding her braces. "I can help, you know. I was 12 once, too." Betsy gave her the you-must-be-crazy look that had become familiar in the last year. Doubtful. "Maybe you should hang out with Seth after school tomorrow. Remember how much fun you used to have? Seth's weird. Everyone thinks so." "Elizabeth Andrea, don't you dare act like a mean girl. Seth Flynn is not weird. He's my best friend's son. So what if he likes to wear his hair long and if he's quiet? He's your friend. You should remember that. You might need him one day." "Whatever." Jolene sighed. She'd seen this movie before. No matter how often she asked, Betsy wouldn't say anything more. Whatever meant the end. "Okay." She leaned forward and kissed Betsy's forehead. "I love you, to the moon and back." The words were the slogan of this family, their love distilled into a single sentence. "Say it back to me, Bets." Jolene waited a moment longer than she intended, and was immediately mad at herself for hoping. Again. Motherhood in the preteen years was a series of paper-cut disappointments. "Okay," she said at last, standing up. "How come Dad's not home yet? It's your birthday." "He'll be here any minute." "You know how busy he is these days." "Will he come up and say goodnight to me?" "Of course." Betsy nodded and went back to reading. When Jolene was to the door, she said, "Happy birthday, Mom." Jolene smiled. "Thanks, Bets. And I love the journal you gave me. It's perfect." Betsy actually smiled. Downstairs, Jolene went into the kitchen and put the last of the dishes away. Her dinner, a rich, savory pot of beef short ribs braised in red wine and garlic and thyme, bubbled softly on the stove, scenting the whole house. The girls hadn't loved it, but it was Michael's favorite. Wrapping a soft pink blanket around her shoulders, she poured herself a glass of soda water and went outside. She sat down in one of the worn, bent-twig chairs on the porch and put her bare feet on the weathered coffee table, staring out at the familiar view. Home. It had begun with meeting Michael. She remembered it all so clearly. For days after her parents' deaths, she had waited for someone to help her. Police, counselors, teachers. It hadn't taken long for her to realize that in her parents' deaths, as in their lives, she was on her own. On a snowy Wednesday morning, she'd wakened early, ignoring the cold that seeped through the thin walls of her bedroom, and dressed in her best clothes, a plaid woolen skirt, Shetland sweater, knee socks, and penny loafers. A wide blue headband kept the hair out of her eyes. She took the last of her babysitting money and set off for downtown Seattle. At the legal aid office, she'd met Michael. His dark good looks and easy smile had literally taken her breath away. She'd followed him to a shabby little office and told him her problem. "I'm 17, 18 in 2 months. My parents died this week. Car accident. A social worker came by and said I would have to live with foster parents until I turned 18. But I don't need anyone. Certainly not some fake family. I can live in my own house until June. That's when the bank is repossessing it. And then I'll be done with high school and I can do whatever. Can you make it so I don't need to go to a foster family?" Michael had studied her closely. His eyes narrowed. "You'd be alone then?" "I am alone. It's a fact, not a choice." When he'd finally said, "I'll help you, Jolene," she'd wanted to cry. In the next hour, she'd told him a tidied-up version of her life. He'd said something about attorney-client privilege and how she could tell him anything, but she knew better. She'd learned a long time ago to keep the truth secret. When people knew she'd grown up with alcoholic parents, they invariably felt sorry for her. She hated that. Hated to be pitied. When they were done and the paperwork was filled out, Michael had said, "Come back and see me in a few years, Jolene. I'll take you out to dinner." It had taken her 6 years to find her way back to him. By then, she'd been a pilot in the Army, and he'd been a lawyer in partnership with his father. And they'd had almost nothing in common. But she'd seen something in him that first day, an idealism that spoke deeply to her, and a sense of morality that matched her own. Like her, Michael was a hard worker and had a keen sense of duty. True to his word, Michael had taken her out to dinner, and that had been the beginning. She smiled at the memory. In the distance, lights came on along the shore, golden dots that indicated houses in the darkness. Gauzy clouds wafted across the moon. In their absence, it shone more brightly. It was full night now, and dark. She glanced at her watch. 8:30. She felt a pinch of disappointment and pushed it away. Something important must have come up. Life was like that sometimes. Things were rarely perfect. He would show up. But lately, it seemed that their differences were more pronounced than the things they shared. Michael had always hated her commitment to the military. She'd left active duty for him and gone into the Guard instead, but that hadn't been good enough for Michael. He didn't want to hear about her flying, or her drill weekends, or her friends who served. He'd always been anti-military, but since the war in Iraq had started, his opinions had grown stronger, more negative. Their once companionable silences had grown awkward. It was pretty lonely when you couldn't talk to your husband about the things that mattered to you. Normally, she looked away from these truths, but tonight, they were all that occupied the chair beside her. She got up and went back inside. 8:50. She opened the heavy yellow pot lid and stared into the meal she'd made. The rich sauce had reduced too far. It looked a little black around the edges. Behind her, the phone rang. She lunged for it. "Hello? Hey, Joe. I'm sorry I'm late." "Late? Was an hour ago, Michael. What happened?" "I'm sorry. What can I say? I got into work and forgot." "You forgot," she said, wishing it didn't hurt. "I'll make it up to you." She almost said how. But what was the point? Why make it worse? He hadn't meant to hurt her feelings. "Okay. I'll try to get home quickly, but..." Jolene was glad they were on the phone. At least she didn't have to smile. The thought came to her that he hadn't been trying hard enough lately, that his family and his wife seemed not to matter to him. and yet she still loved him as deeply as the day he'd first kissed her, all those years ago. Time, she thought. It will be okay next week or next month. He was still grieving over the loss of his father. She just needed to be understanding. "Happy birthday," he said. "Thanks." She hung up the phone and sat down at the kitchen table. In the shadowy room, decorated with her family photos and mementos, and the furniture she had salvaged and restored herself, she felt alone suddenly, all dressed up, sitting in this darkened room. Lonely. Then there was a knock at the door. Before Jolene even stood up, the kitchen door opened. Tammy walked into the house, holding a bottle of champagne. "You're alone?" she said quietly. "He got caught up at work," Jolene said. "I was afraid of that." Sadness passed through Tammy's eyes, and Jolene hated how it made her feel. Then Tammy smiled. "Well, it's no good to turn 41 without an audience," she said, kicking the door shut behind her. "Besides, I'm dying to know if you'll start wrinkling up right in front of me like Gary Oldman in Dracula." "I am not going to start wrinkling up." You never know." "Champagne?" Jolene said, arching one eyebrow. "Well, that's for me. I don't have alcoholic parents. You can guzzle soda water as usual." Tammy popped the champagne bottle effortlessly, poured herself a glass, and headed into the family room, where she plopped down on the overstuffed sofa and raised a glass. "To you, my rapidly aging best friend." Jolene followed Tammy into the family room. "You're only a few months younger than I am." "We Native Americans don't age. It's a scientific fact. Look at my mom. She still gets carded." Jolene sat down in an overstuffed chair and curled her bare feet up underneath her. They looked at each other. What swirled between them then, floating like champagne bubbles, were memories of other nights like this. Meals Michael had missed. Events he'd been too busy to attend. Jolene often told people, especially Tammy, how proud she was of her brilliant, successful husband, and it was all true. But lately he seemed unhappy. His father's death had capsized him. She knew how unhappy he was. She just didn't know how to help. "It must hurt your feelings," Tammy said. "It hurts," Jolene said quietly. "You should talk to him about it. Tell him how you feel." "What's the point? Why make him feel worse than he already does? Shit happens, Tammy. You know Michael's work ethic. It's one of the things I love about him. He never walks away from responsibility." "Unless it's a family obligation," Tammy said softly. "He's just really busy right now. Since his father's death." "I know," Tammy said. "And you two don't talk about that either. In fact, you don't talk." "We talk." Tammy gave her an assessing look. "Marriages go through hard times. Sometimes you have to get in there and fight for your love. That's the only way for it to get better." Jolene couldn't help thinking of her parents and the way her mother had fought for a man's love and never gotten it. "Look, Tammy, Michael and I are fine. We love each other. Now can we please talk about something else?" Tammy lifted her half-full glass. "To you, my friend. You look fabulous for being so freakishly old." "I look fabulous, period." Tammy laughed at that and launched into a funny story about her family. It was 10:40 before they knew it, and Tammy put her empty glass down on the table. "I have to get home. I told Carl I'd be home for Letterman." Jolene got to her feet. "Thanks for coming, Tam. I needed it." Tammy hugged her fiercely. Together, they walked to the back door. Jolene watched her friend cut across the driveway and head toward the adjoining property. At last, she closed the door. In the quiet, she was alone with her thoughts, and she didn't like their company. It was midnight when Michael pulled into the garage and parked next to Jolene's SUV. On the seat beside him lay a dozen pink roses bound in cellophane. He'd been on the ferry, already on his way home, when he remembered that Jolene preferred red roses. Of course. Soft and girly wasn't her style, never had been, not even on that first sad day when she walked into his life. She'd been 17, a kid, dressed in thrift store clothes, with her long blonde hair a mess and her beautiful green eyes puffy from crying. And yet with all of that, she'd walked into the legal aid office with her back straight, clutching a ratty vinyl purse. He'd been an intern then, in his first year of law school. She had seemed impossibly brave to him, a girl refusing help, even in the worst days of her life. He'd fallen a little in love with her right then, enough to ask her to come back and see him when she was older. It had been her boldness that spoke to him from the beginning, the courage she'd worn as easily as that cheap acrylic sweater. 6 years later, she'd walked back into his life, an Army helicopter pilot of all things. He'd been young enough to still believe in love at first sight, and old enough to know it didn't happen every day. He'd told himself it didn't matter that he was blue state and she was military, that they had nothing in common. He'd felt so loved by her, so adored, that he couldn't breathe. And their lovemaking had been amazing. In sex as in everything, Joe had been all in. He picked up the roses and the small Tiffany's box beside it, wondering if the expensive gift would redeem him. She would see that he'd bought it before, that he'd remembered her birthday in time to have her gift engraved. But would that be enough? He'd missed her birthday dinner. Forgotten. It exhausted him, just thinking of the scene that was coming. He would use his charm to make her smile, beg for her forgiveness, and she would grant it with a grace and ease that would make short work of the whole thing, but he would see the hurt in her green eyes, in the way her smile wouldn't quite bloom, and he would know that he'd disappointed her again. He was the bad guy here, there was no doubt about that, and she would remind him of it in a million tiny ways until he could hardly look at her, until he rolled away from her in bed and stared at the wall and imagined a different life. He got out of the car and went into the house. In the shadowy kitchen, he found a vase and put the roses in it, then carried them up the stairs. The master bedroom lights were off, except for a small, decorative lamp on the desk by the window. He set the flowers on the antique dresser and went into the bathroom, where he undressed and got ready for bed. Climbing in, he pulled the heavy down comforter up to his chest and lay there in the dark. It used to soothe him, listening to his wife's breathing. But now, every sound she made kept him awake. He closed his eyes and hoped for the best, knowing before he even tried that it would be hours before he fell asleep, and that, once found, his slumber would be haphazard at best, plagued by dreams of a life unlived, a path unchosen. When he woke hours later, he felt as if he hadn't slept at all. Watery light came through the window panes, making the sage-colored walls look gray as driftwood. The dark wood floors swallowed whatever sunlight came their way. He pushed up to his elbows, felt the coverlet fall away from his chest. Jolene lay awake beside him, her blonde hair tangled to one side, her pale face turned slightly toward him. The hurt was already in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Joe." He leaned down and kissed her quickly, then drew back. "I'll make it up to you." "I know, it's just a birthday. Maybe I made too much of it." He got out of bed and got the Tiffany's box off the dresser and brought it back to her. It occurred to him that she'd asked for something for her birthday. Something special. Not a gift, either. That wasn't Jolene's way. She wanted something. He couldn't remember what it was, but he saw the slight frown dart across her face as she saw the box. Then it was gone, and she smiled up at him. "Tiffany, huh?" She sat up in bed, positioned her pillows behind her, and then opened the box. Inside, a sparkling platinum and gold watch was curled around a white leather bed. A single small diamond took the place of the number 12. "It's beautiful." She turned it over to the back, on which Jolene, Happy 41st, was engraved. 41, she said. "Wow. Time is going fast. Betsy will be in high school in no time." He wished she hadn't said that. Time wasn't his friend lately. He was 45, middle-aged by any standard. Soon he'd be 50, and whatever chance he'd had to become another version of himself would be gone. And he still had no idea what that other version would look like. He just knew that the color had gone out of who he was. He sat down on the bed beside Jolene. He looked at her, needing her suddenly, wanting to feel about her the way he used to. "How did you get through their deaths? I mean, really get through it. You had to change your life in an instant." He saw her flinch, turn slightly away. The question was like a blow that glanced off her shoulder, bruised her. When she looked at him again, she was smiling. "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I chose happiness, I guess." He sighed. More platitudes. Suddenly he was tired again. "I'll make you breakfast in bed, and then maybe we can all go for a bike ride." She set the watch, still in its box, on the nightstand. "Tonight's my birthday party at Captain Lohman's house. You said you might come." And there it was, the thing she'd asked for. No wonder he'd forgotten. "I have nothing in common with those people, you know that." He stood up and walked over to the dresser, opening his top drawer. "I am those people," she said, and just like that they stumbled onto the familiar and rocky terrain. "It's a party for me. You could come just this once." He turned to face her. "We'll go out to dinner tomorrow night. How's that? All four of us. We'll go to that Italian place you like." Jolene sighed. He knew she was considering another volley across the net of this old argument. She wanted him to be a part of her military life. She'd always wanted it. But he couldn't do it. Couldn't stand that rigid world of one for all and all for one. "Okay," she said finally. "Thanks for the watch. It's beautiful." "You're welcome." They stared at each other. Silence gathered in the air, as bitter and rich as the scent of coffee. There were things to be said, he knew. Words that had been withheld too long, hoarded in the dark and spoiled. Once he gave them voice, said what he really felt, there would be no going back. Later that afternoon, carrying a foil-covered casserole dish, Tammy walked into Jolene's kitchen. "Well?" she asked, kicking the door shut behind her. Jolene glanced back into the family room, making sure her kids weren't around. "He's really sorry," she said. "He brought me roses and a beautiful watch." "He's the one that needs the watch," Tammy said. At Jolene's look, she shrugged. "Just saying." "Yeah," Jolene said. "I asked him to come to the party. He doesn't want to." "I'm sorry," Tammy said. Jolene managed a smile. She couldn't help thinking how different life was for Tammy. Although Carl wasn't in the military, he supported Tammy fully, came to every event, and often told her how proud he was of her service. Tammy's military pictures decorated the walls of their house, were hung alongside Seth's school pictures and shots from their family gatherings. All the pictures of Jolene in uniform were hidden away in drawers somewhere. She turned away from the disappointed look in Tammy's eyes and walked to the bottom of the stairs. "Girls!" she yelled up. Come on down, it's time for the party. Lulu came down the stairs, grinning, dragging her blanket. She was dressed for the party in a pink princess dress, complete with a tiara. Betsy appeared at the top of the stairs with her arms crossed. "Please don't make me go," Betsy pleaded. Tick-tock, tick-tock. "Dad doesn't have to go." "He's working," Jolene said. "You're not." Betsy stomped her foot and spun around. "Fine," she said, marching back to her room. "I remember how much I wanted a daughter," Tammy said, coming up beside Jolene. "Lately, I'm not so sure." "Nothing I do or say is right. Honestly, she breaks a little piece of my heart every day. She swears she'll skip school if I go to career day. Apparently a mother in the military is only slightly less humiliating than one in prison." Tammy leaned against her. "You were raised by wolves, so you don't know this. It's normal. My mom swore she tried to sell me to gypsies at 12. No takers." "Is Seth coming today?" "Well, of course. He's a boy. They're like puppies. Girls are like cats. He just wants to make me happy and play video games. Drama has not yet made an appearance at our house, although he does miss Betsy." Jolene glanced up the stairs. "I hope she's nicer to him." Tammy nodded. "My son is a fashion disaster. He's a geek boy who gets excited to answer a question in biology. Betsy wants to hang with the popular girls. I get it, I do. He's social suicide, and the fact that they used to be best friends does not help her any. Still, he doesn't get it. He still wonders why she quit skateboarding and doesn't like to look for sand crabs anymore. He still has the birthday poster she made him tacked up on his wall." Jolene didn't know what to say to that. Before she'd thought of anything, Lulu came to the last step and hurled herself forward. Jolene scooped up her youngest daughter and settled her on her hip, carrying her out to the SUV. After Jolene strapped Lulu into her car seat, she went back into the house. "Come on, Betsy!" Betsy stomped down the stairs, looking mutinous, with her iPod's earbuds firmly in place. The message was clear: "I'm coming, but I won't like it." Jolene let the little defiance pass and followed her daughter to the SUV. "Where's Seth?" Betsy yelled, opening the passenger door. Jolene climbed into the driver's seat. "He and Carl are meeting us there. They went fishing this morning. Be nice to him." Betsy already wasn't listening. She put on her seatbelt and started fiddling with her iPod. "Music?" Jolene asked Tammy. "The Queen today, I think, in your honor." "Madonna it is." Jolene popped a CD into the player and drove off to the familiar beat of Material Girl. She and Tammy alternately talked and sang. Lulu talked nonstop. Betsy didn't say a word. In no time, they were pulling into the Gig Harbor subdivision called Ravenwood, which was about 40 minutes from the post. The guard crew came from all over this part of the state. Some of the people would have driven hours to get here. The captain lived in a pretty Wedgwood blue tract house with white trim and a wraparound porch. Kids ran around the yard, their voices raised into a single echoing squeal. The house and yard were a reflection of the family, of the man who lived here. Everything was trimmed and well cared for. 50-year-old Captain Benjamin Lomond was one of the best men Jolene had ever met. Most of the flight crew and their families were already here. Jolene could tell by the multicolored snake of cars parked in the cul-de-sac. Though she couldn't see the backyard from here, she knew that the men and the female soldiers would be gathered around the barbecue, holding bottles of domestic beer or cans of Coke, while the wives stood in groups, talking to one another and herding children. Everyone would be smiling. Jolene pulled up to the side of the driveway and parked. Tammy's husband, Carl, and her son, Seth, were standing outside the garage. Waving, they strode down the driveway toward the car. Dressed in baggy jeans and a Seahawks jersey, with a baseball cap down low to conceal his thinning hair, Carl looked like one of those slightly heavy, solidly built men who'd been a high school football star and gone on to work on the line at Boeing. That image was surprisingly accurate, except that he was a mechanic who owned his own garage. Seth looked nothing like his dad. At 12, he was a strange and gawky kid with a pronounced case of acne, eyes that seemed just a little too big for his narrow face, and jet-black hair that fell almost to the middle of his back. Today he was wearing tight Levi's. Everyone knew that baggy pants were in, and a huge 9-inch nails t-shirt that accentuated the thinness of his arms. Tammy got out of the car at her husband's approach, taking a foil-covered casserole dish with her. "And here's the love of my life," Carl said, opening his arms. Tammy grinned and handed him the dish. No doubt it was her famous 7-layer dip. "Happy belated birthday," Carl said to Jolene when she got out of the car. "Thanks, Carl." She opened the back door and unhooked Lulu's car seat. It was like loosing the Kraken. Lulu skipped off, squealing in delight, looking for someone to play with. Betsy stepped out of the car slowly, her earbuds still in place. When she saw Seth, her eyes widened in shock at what he was wearing. Her mouth compressed. Jolene knew her daughter was terrified to be seen talking to her childhood best friend, so she gave her a little push. Betsy stumbled forward, almost fell into Seth. He reached out, steadied her, saying, "Whoa!" The single word, cracked, came in 2 volumes. "I hope no one saw that," Betsy said, pulling away from him, walking off. Seth stared after her for a long moment, then shrugged and headed over to a place in the grass. There he sat down cross-legged and played some electronic game. Jolene made a mental note to talk to Betsy again about being nice to Seth. Honestly, she didn't understand how her daughter could be so mean. Carrying the foil-covered glass bowl full of coleslaw she'd made, Jolene followed Carl and Tammy into the backyard. They stepped around the corner of the house, and there they were, the flight crew, her friends. They gathered together often, this group that had trained together for so many years. In the outside world, they were from all different walks of life, dentists and loggers and teachers and mechanics. But for 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a summer, they were soldiers, training side by side, serving their country with pride. Although Michael would roll his eyes at it, the truth was that Jolene loved these people. They were like her. They'd joined the military because they believed in serving their country, in being patriots, in keeping America safe. They believed. There wasn't a member of this crew who wouldn't give his life for Jolene's, and vice versa. At her arrival, everyone started singing Happy Birthday. Jolene laughed, feeling a rush of pure, sweet joy. There was only the smallest of nicks in her happiness. She wished Michael were here with her. She would have loved to turn to him right now and tell him how much these friendships meant to her, how much this moment meant to her. God knew her birthdays had never mattered to her parents. When the song ended, she made the rounds, thanking everyone, talking. As she put her coleslaw down on the table, already groaning under the weight of salads, casseroles, desserts, and condiments, Owen Smitty Smith offered her a glass of lemonade. He was the newest member of their crew, a freckle-faced 20-year-old kid who had joined the Guard to pay for college. "Thanks, Smitty," she said. He grinned, showing off a full set of braces. "Happy birthday, Chief," he said. "You're the same age as my mom." "Thanks," she said, laughing, and then he was gone, hurrying off to catch up with his latest girlfriend. "Warrant Officer Zarkades," Jamie Hicks said, sidling up to her at the table, tilting a Corona at her. He was the other gunner on her crew. 29 and newly divorced, Jamie was trying to get joint custody of his 8-year-old son from his ex-wife, Gina. Their recent divorce was becoming increasingly contentious. 41, huh? She plucked a raw carrot from the vegetable tray in front of her, swiping it in ranch dressing. Hard to believe. Too bad Michael couldn't make it today. She wasn't surprised by the sentiment. She knew that most of her friends here wondered why Michael rarely made an appearance at their functions. They were protective of her. They'd all drilled together so long there weren't many secrets between them. He works hard, and his job is important. Yeah, Gina didn't come around much either. She didn't like the comparison between their spouses, however subtle. She was going to say so, but the compassion in Jamie's eyes made her feel suddenly lonely. Saying something, she wasn't quite sure what, she moved away, made her way past the barbecue, where everyone seemed to be laughing, and came to the captain's rose garden. She looked down at the bright, tightly coiled pink buds. Pink. Her favorite was red. Michael used to know that. "Are you okay?" Tammy said, sidling up to her, bumping her hip to hip. "Of course," she answered, too quickly. "I'm here for you," Tammy said softly, as if she knew everything that was turning through Jolene's mind. "We all are." "I know," Jolene said, looking around at the people who mattered so much to her. Everyone she looked at smiled and waved. They loved her, cared about her. These people were as much her family as Michael and the girls. She had so many blessings in her life. It was okay that Michael wasn't here. They were married people, not conjoined twins. They didn't have to share every aspect of their lives. Chapter 3. On Wednesday morning, Jolene returned from her run to find Betsy standing on the porch, wearing a robe she'd outgrown over flannel pajamas and a pair of pink Ugg boots. Her face was scrunched in irritation, a familiar expression these days. Jolene ran up the driveway, breathing hard, her breath clouding in front of her. "What's wrong?" "Today's Wednesday," Betsy said, in the same tone of voice you'd use to whisper the words, "You have cancer." "Oh, that. Shoo." Jolene herded Betsy back into the house, where it was warm. "You can't go, Mom. I'll say you're sick." "I'm going to career day, Betsy," Jolene said, turning on the coffee pot. Betsy practically shrieked with displeasure. "Fine! Ruin my life!" She stomped out of the kitchen and up the stairs. She slammed her bedroom door shut. "Oh, no, you don't," Jolene muttered, following her daughter's route up the stairs. At the closed bedroom door on the second floor, she knocked hard. "Go away." Jolene knocked again. "Fine, come in. You will anyway. There's no privacy in this stupid house." Jolene accepted the lovely invitation and opened the door. Betsy's bedroom was a reflection both of the 12-year-old who currently inhabited it and the tomboy who'd lived here only a few months ago. The walls were still the pale wheat-yellow color that Jolene had chosen nearly a decade ago. Long gone were the white crib and dressing table and framed Winnie the Pooh prints. In their place were a 4-postered bed covered in denim bedding, an antique yellow dresser with blue knobs, and posters of mop-headed boys from teeny-bopper bands. The war between childhood and adolescence showed everywhere. On the nightstand lay a tangle of makeup, which she wasn't allowed to wear outside the house, a mason jar full of beach glass and agates, and a once-favorite bug catcher that Seth had given her for her 8th birthday. Piles of clothes, tried on and discarded before school yesterday, lay in heaps on the floor. Betsy sat on her bed, looking pissed off, with her knees drawn up to her chest. Jolene sat down on the edge of the bed. Her heart went out to her daughter, who had been so undone by middle school. This once buoyant, confident tomboy had become lost in a sea of mean girls and impossible social choices. Lately, she was so unsure of herself that nothing came easily, and no decision could stand without peer approval. Nothing mattered more than fitting in, and clearly, that was not going well. "Why don't you want me to go to career day?" "It's embarrassing. I told you no one cool has a mom who's a soldier." Jolene didn't want to let it hurt her, and she was mostly successful. It was just a tiny sting, like the prick from a needle. "You don't know embarrassing," she said softly, remembering her own mother, stumbling drunkenly into a parent-teacher conference, saying, "What'd she do?" in a slurry voice. "Sierra will make fun of me." "Then she's not much of a friend, is she? Why don't you tell me what's happening, Bets? You and Sierra and Zoe used to do everything together." "You don't let me do anything. They get to wear makeup and go to the mall on the weekends." This old argument. "You're too young to wear makeup. 13 is our deal for makeup and pierced ears. You know that." "Like I agreed," Betsy said bitterly. "If they don't like you because you don't wear mascara, you don't understand anything." "Bets," Jolene said in her gentlest voice. "What happened?" That did it, the gentleness. Betsy burst into tears. Jolene scooted over on the bed and took Betsy in her arms, holding her while she cried. This had been a long time coming. Betsy cried as if her heart were breaking, as if someone she loved were dying. Jolene held her tightly, stroking her curly hair. "Sierra brought cigarettes to school last week," Betsy said between sobs. When I told her it was against the rules, she called me a loser and dared me to smoke one." Jolene took a calming breath. "And did you?" "No, but now they won't talk to me. They call me Goody Two-Shoes." She wanted to hold her daughter until these dangers passed, until Betsy was old enough to handle them with grace and ease. Jolene needed to say the right thing now, the perfect motherly thing, but she was out of her element. Until the army, with its rigid rules of behavior, she had never fit in anywhere. The kids in her school had known she was different. Probably it had been the out-of-date clothes, or the events she could never go to, or maybe it had been because she couldn't invite anyone home. Who knew? Kids were like Jedis in that way. They could sense the slightest disturbance in the Force. Jolene had found a way, even then, as a girl, to compartmentalize her feelings and bury them. So she didn't know about wanting to fit in so desperately you felt sick at the smallest slight. Ordinarily, she would talk to Betsy about inner strength now, about believing in herself, maybe even about cutting her friends some slack. But smoking on the school grounds changed all that. If Betsy's friends, ex-friends, were smoking, Jolene needed to be more firm. "I'll call Sierra's mother." "Oh, my God, you will not. Promise me you won't. If you do, I'll never tell you anything again." The fear in Betsy's eyes was alarming. "Promise me, Mom, please." "Okay," Jolene said. "I won't say anything for now, but honey, if Sierra and Zoe are smoking cigarettes at school, you don't want to follow their lead. Maybe you need to make new friends. Like the girls on your track team, they seem nice. You think everyone seems nice." "How about Seth?" Betsy rolled her eyes. "Please. Yesterday he brought his guitar to school and played it at lunchtime. It was super lame." "You used to love listening to him play his guitar." "So what? I don't now. People were laughing at him." Jolene stared at Betsy. Her daughter looked utterly miserable. "Oh, Betsy, how can you be mean to Seth? You know how much it hurts when Sierra and Zoe are mean to you." "If I'm his friend, no one will like me." "You have to learn not to be a lemming, Bets." "What's that, a rodent? Are you saying I'm a rodent?" Jolene sighed. "I wish I could make all this easier on you, but only you can do that. You need to be your best self, Betsy. Be a good friend, and you'll have good friends. You want to make it easier on me? Skip career day. And just like that, they were back to the beginning. I can't. You know that. I made a commitment. When you make a promise to someone, you follow through. That's what honor is, and honor and love matter more than anything. Yeah, be all that you can be. I won't volunteer next year. How's that? Betsy looked at her. Promise? I promise. Jolene tried not to care that she'd finally drawn a reluctant smile out of her daughter by promising not to be a part of her life. Career day was as bad as expected. Betsy had been mortified by Jolene's appearance at the middle school. Jolene had tried to be as quiet as possible, modulating her voice carefully as she told the kids about the high school to flight school program she'd entered at 18. The kids had loved hearing about the missions she flew in state, like last year's rescue of climbers on Mount Rainier during a blizzard. They questioned her about night vision goggles and guns and combat training. Jolene tried to underplay everything, including the coolness of flying a Black Hawk, but all the while, she saw Betsy slinking downward in her seat, trying her best to disappear. At the end of the event, Betsy had been the first one out the door. On the other side of the gymnasium, Sierra and Zoe had pointed at Betsy and laughed. Since then, Betsy had been even more hormonal and moody. She yelled, she cried, she rolled her eyes. She had stopped walking and begun stomping. Everywhere. In and out of rooms, up the stairs. Doors weren't shut anymore, they were slammed. When the phone rang, she lunged for it. Invariably, she was disappointed when the call turned out to be for someone else. No one was calling her, which for a 12-year-old was the equivalent of being stranded on an ice floe. Jolene might be overreacting, but she was worried about her daughter. Anything could set her off these days, send her spiraling into depression. And today is the first track meet. You know what that means. Potential humiliation. I'm worried, she said to Michael that morning. He was beside her in bed, reading. She waited for him to respond, but it quickly became apparent that he had nothing to say, or he wasn't listening. Michael? What? Oh, that again. She's fine, Jolene. Quit trying to control everything. He put down his newspaper and got out of bed, heading into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Jolene sighed. As usual, she was on her own for family matters. She got out of bed and went for her run. When she was finished, she took a shower and dressed quickly, tying her wet hair back in a ponytail as she awakened the girls. Downstairs in the kitchen, she poured herself a cup of coffee and started breakfast. Blueberry pancakes. Morning, Michael said from behind her. She turned and looked at him. He smiled, but it was tired and washed out, that smile. It didn't reach his dark eyes. In fact, it wasn't his smile at all, really. Not the one that had coaxed her so completely into love once upon a time. For a moment she was struck by how good-looking he was. His black hair, still without a trace of gray at 45, was damp and wavy. He was the kind of man who drew attention. When Michael Zarkades walked into a room, everyone noticed. He knew it and loved it. You'll make the track meet, right? I know how busy you are at work, and normally I get that you can't come home, but just this once I think it's important, okay? You know what a daddy's girl she is, she said. Michael paused, the coffee cup inches from his mouth. How many times are you going to remind me? She smiled. I'm a little obsessive? What a surprise. It's just that it's important that you be there, on time. Betsy is fragile these days, and Betsy shrieked, Mom! And skidded into the kitchen. Where's my orange hoodie? I need it! Lulu ran up beside her, looking sleep-tousled, holding her yellow blanket. Hoodie! Hoodie! Shut up! Betsy screamed. Lulu's face crumpled. She shuffled over to the kitchen table and climbed up into her chair. "I washed your good luck hoodie, Betsy," Jolene said. "I knew you'd need it." "Oh," Betsy said, sagging a little in relief. "Apologize to your sister," Michael said from his place at the counter. Betsy mumbled an apology while Jolene went to the laundry room and retrieved the hoodie, a gift from Michael that had become Betsy's talisman. Jolene knew it wasn't unrelated, the source of the gift and the magic that went with it. Betsy needed attention from her father, and sometimes the hoodie was all she got. Betsy snatched the orange sherbet-colored hoodie from Jolene and put it on. Jolene saw how pale her daughter was, how shaky. She glanced over at Michael to see if he'd noticed, but he'd gone back to reading the newspaper. He was in the room with them, but completely apart. How long had it been that way, she suddenly wondered. Betsy went to the table and sat down. Jolene patted Betsy's shoulder. "I bet you're excited about the meet. I talked to your coach and he said—" "You talked to my coach?" Jolene paused, drew her hand back. Obviously, she'd gone wrong again. "He said you'd been doing great at practice." "Unbelievable." Betsy shook her head and stared down at the 2 pancakes on her plate with their blueberry eyes and syrup mouth. "I want pancake men!" Lulu yelled, irritated not to be the center of attention. "It's natural to be nervous, Bets," Jolene said, "but I've seen you run. You're the best sprinter on the JV team." Betsy glared up at her. "I am not the best. You just say that because you're my mom. It's like a rule or something." "The only rule I have is to love you," Jolene said, "and I do. And I'm proud of you, Betsy. It's scary to put yourself out there in life, to take a chance. I'm proud of you for trying." "We all are," she said pointedly, her words aimed at Michael, who stood by the counter, reading his paper. Beside him, tacked to the wall, was Jolene's calendar that listed everything she needed to do this week and everywhere she needed to be. Track meet was written in bold red on today's date. Betsy followed Jolene's look. "Will you be at the meet, Dad? It starts at 3:30. A silence followed. A waiting. How long did it last? A second? A minute? Jolene prayed that he would look up, flash that charming smile, and make a promise. "Michael," she said sharply. She knew how important his job was, and she respected his dedication. She rarely asked him to show up to any family event, but this first track meet mattered. He looked up, irritated by her tone. "What?" "Betsy reminded you about her track meet? It's at 3:30 today?" "Oh, right." He put down his newspaper, and there it was. The smile that had swept so many women, including Jolene, off their feet. He gave it to Betsy full power, his handsome face crinkling in good humor. "How could I forget my princess's big day?" Betsy's smile overtook her small pale face, showing off her braces and big, crooked teeth. He walked over to the table, leaned down and kissed the top of Betsy's head, and ruffled Lulu's black hair, and kept moving toward the door, grabbing his coat off the back of the chair and his briefcase off the tile counter. Betsy beamed under his attention. "Did you know—" He left the house, the door snapping shut behind him, snipping Betsy's sentence in half. She slumped forward, a rag doll emptied of stuffing. "He didn't hear you," Jolene said. "You know what it's like when he has to catch the ferry." "He should have his hearing checked," Betsy said, shoving her plate aside. Chapter 4. Michael stood at his office window, staring out. On this cold, gray day, Seattle simmered beneath a heavy lid of clouds. Rain obscured the view, softened the hard steel edges of the high-rise buildings. Far below, messengers on bicycles darted in and out through traffic like hummingbirds. Behind him, his intercom buzzed. He went back to answer it. "Hey, Ann, what's up?" "An Edward Keller is on the phone." "Do I know him?" Not to my knowledge, but he says it's urgent. Put him through. Michael sat down behind his desk. Urgent calls from strangers were a fixture of criminal defense. The phone rang. He picked it up. "Michael Zarkades," he said simply. "Thank you for taking my call, Mr. Zarkades. I understand you're my son's court-appointed attorney." "Who is your son?" "Keith Keller. He was arrested for killing his wife." The case Judge Runyon had assigned to Bill. "Right, Mr. Keller. I was just getting up to speed on the facts of the case." He rifled through the pile of papers and folders on his desk, looking for the Keller file. When he found it, he said, "Oh, right. In fact, I have an appointment with your son today at 2. 2 o'clock. Shit. The track meet. I'm worried about him, sir. He won't talk to me. I'd like to come in and talk to you, if you don't mind. You need to know what a good kid he is." Murder notwithstanding. "I'm sure I'll need to talk to you soon, Mr. Keller," Michael said. "But I need to speak with my client first. Did you give my secretary your number?" "I did." "Good. Mr. Zarkades, he is a good kid." I don't know why he did it. Michael wished he hadn't said that last sentence. "I'll get back to you, Mr. Keller. Thanks." Michael hung up the phone and glanced at his watch. It was 12:27. He'd forgotten about this appointment with Keller. He should have canceled it because of the track meet. He still could. Or he could go early. It wasn't like Keller had a full social calendar. He looked at his watch again. If he left now, he could be at the jail by 12:45, interview his client, and still make the 2:05 ferry. The room in the King County Jail was dank and dreary. There was no CSI two-way mirror on the wall. Instead, there was a pair of green, banged-up light fixtures hanging above a desk that had been marked up through years of use, and a small metal trash can in the corner. Nothing that could be used as a weapon. The table legs were bolted to the concrete floor. Michael sat in the chair across the table from his new client, Keith Keller, who was young, with short blonde hair and the kind of build that hinted at either steroids or obsessive weightlifting. His cheekbones were sharp, and his lips looked like he'd been biting at them. The wall clock kept a steady record of the minutes that passed in silence. Well, not silence. Keith sat as still as a stone, his gray eyes strangely, disturbingly blank. They'd been sitting here alone, the two of them, for over 35 minutes. Keith hadn't said a word, but the kid breathed loudly, a rattling, phlegmy kind of breathing. Michael glanced at the clock again, 1:21, and then down at the paperwork on the wooden table in front of him. All he had so far was the arrest report, and it wasn't nearly enough on which to base a defense. According to the police, Keith had gone upon a rampage, shooting up everything until his neighbors called for help. When the police arrived, Keith barricaded himself in his house for hours. At some point in all of this, he'd allegedly shot his wife in the head. The report indicated that he'd threatened to kill himself before the SWAT team captured him. It didn't make sense. Keller was 24.5 years old, with an unblemished record. Unlike most of Michael's clients, Keller had never been arrested for anything before this, not even shoplifting as a teen. He'd graduated from high school, joined the Marines, and been honorably discharged. Then he'd gotten a job. He had no known gang affiliations, no history of drug abuse. "I need to understand what happened, Keith." Keith stared at the same spot on the wall that had held his attention for 3/4 of the last hour. And that awful, shuddering breathing. Michael sighed and looked at his watch. If the kid didn't want to help himself, that was his business. Michael had to leave right now, or he'd miss the ferry and the start of the track meet. "Fine, Keith. I'm going to ask the court for a psych eval on you. You won't be competent to stand trial if you can't participate in your own defense. Would you rather be in a psychiatric hospital than the jail? It's your choice." Still nothing. He waited another moment, hoping for a response. Getting nothing from his client, he stood up and gathered his files. "I'm on your side, Keith. Remember that." Putting his papers in his briefcase, he closed it up, grabbed the handle, and went toward the door. He was just about to push the button for the guard when Keith spoke. "Why bother? I'm guilty." Michael stopped. Of all the things the kid could have said, that was probably the least productive. A criminal defense attorney didn't actually want to know that. It limited the defenses he could offer. He turned around slowly, expected to see Keith looking at him, but the kid was staring at his own fingers, as if the secret to immortality lay in the dirty nail beds. "When you say guilty, I shot her in the head." His voice broke on that. He looked up. Michael had grown used to grief, and he saw it in the young man's eyes. "Why would you be on my side?" Shit. Now he had to explain the attorney-client relationship and the idea of American jurisprudence, the whole innocent until proven guilty thing. He looked down at his watch. 1:37. There was no way he was going to make the start of the track meet, but he could be late, couldn't he? He went back to the desk and sat down, pulling a pad and paper out of his briefcase. "Let me explain how this works." At 2:20, Jolene pulled up in front of her mother-in-law's gardening shop, the Green Thumb, and led Lulu inside. A bell tinkled gaily overhead. The small, narrow shop, once an old-fashioned drugstore complete with a soda fountain, was a treasure trove for gardeners. Michael's mother, Mila, had opened the shop 10 years ago, just for fun, but in the months since Theo's death, it had become her sanctuary. Like her son, Mila had a strong work ethic, and lately she spent long hours here. "Yeah!" Lulu yelled, yanking free. She charged forward with her usual enthusiasm. "Where are you?" Mila pushed through the shimmering glass bead curtain of the back room. "Do I hear my granddaughter?" "I'm here, Yaya," Lulu squealed. Mila wore her usual work outfit, a thigh-length t-shirt, a green canvas apron designed to camouflage her weight, and jeans tucked into orange rubber boots. Heavy makeup accentuated the dramatic beauty of her face, arching jet-black eyebrows, sparkling brown eyes, and full lips that smiled easily. She looked as Greek as she sounded, and she spoiled her grandkids as much as she'd spoiled her son. She had also become the mother Jolene had always wanted. As a young mother, Jolene had spent hours hunkered down in the rich black dirt with her mother-in-law beside her. At first, she'd thought she was learning about weeds and about the importance of a solid root system and levels of sunlight needed for growth. In time, she'd realized that her mother-in-law was teaching her about life and love and family. When it had come time for Jolene and Michael to purchase a home in which to raise their own family, she had never questioned the location. This town had become home for Jolene the moment Mila first hugged her and whispered, "You're the one for him. But you know that, don't you?" "Hello, Lucy Louida," Mila said, swinging her granddaughter up into her strong arms and setting her up on the counter by the cash register. "Hi, Yaya," Lulu said, grinning. "You want to play patty cake?" "Not now, Cardiamu." Jolene came up behind her mother-in-law and hugged her tightly. For as long as she lived, the scent of Shalimar perfume would remind her of this woman. Mila leaned back into the embrace. Her dyed black hair, piled up a la aging Jersey girl, tickled Jolene's cheek. Then she clapped her plump hands together. "Now it is time to watch my granddaughter run like the wind. I'm ready to go." Mila gave some instructions to the older man who was her assistant manager, and in no time they were headed to the middle school, where finally the sun had brushed the clouds away. The track was a hive of activity. All around them, students and teachers and parents were readying the track and football field for the events. The opposing team was huddled at the opposite end of the field. Betsy was with her team beneath the goalposts, dressed in her blue and gold sweats. At their arrival, she looked up, waved, and ran up to them. Betsy grinned. "Hi, Aya!" Jolene smiled down at her daughter, who for just a second looked proud that they were here to watch her run. She felt a little catch in her throat. This was such a big moment for her daughter, the first school athletic event. Jolene leaned forward and kissed Betsy. "Oh, my God," Betsy gasped and stumbled back, her eyes huge. "Sorry," Jolene said, trying not to smile. "No one saw." Mila laughed. "The horror! The horror! Your father used to hate it when I kissed him in public also. I did not care about his horror either. I told him he was lucky to have a mother who loved him." "Right," Betsy said. She glanced over at the team and bit her lower lip nervously. Jolene moved forward. "You're ready for this, Bets." Betsy looked up, and in that instant Jolene saw her little girl again, the one who'd loved digging in the sand and capturing caterpillars. "I'm going to lose. Just so you know, I might even fall." "You are not going to fall, Betsy. Life is like an apple. You have to take a big bite to get all the flavor." "Yeah," Betsy said, looking miserable. "Whatever that means." "It means good luck," Mila said. "We'll go up into the stands to watch," Jolene said. "Where's Dad?" Betsy asked. "He'll be here," Jolene said. "The ferry's just landing now. Good luck, baby." Jolene slung Lulu onto her hip and carried her over to the stands. There were probably 40 people in the bleachers, mostly moms and kids. They climbed up to a seat in the middle and sat down. About 5 minutes later, Tammy showed up, a little out of breath and red-faced. "Did I miss anything?" she said, sliding to sit next to Jolene. "Nope." At exactly 3:30, a gun went off, and the first event started, the boys' mile run. Lulu screamed at the sound. She lurched to her feet and ran back and forth in the bleachers, yelling, "Look at me, Mommy!" "Where is Michael?" Mila asked worriedly. "I reminded him yesterday." "I'm sure he's on his way," Jolene answered. "He better be." Tammy shot her an "Are you worried" look. Jolene nodded. The mile race finished. Then they called the girls' mile. Jolene fished her phone out of her purse and dialed Michael's cell phone. It went straight to voicemail. She tapped her foot nervously. "Come on, Michael. Get here on time." At 4:10, they called Betsy's event, the 100-meter dash. "Runners, take your spots." Jolene's phone rang. It was Michael. She picked up fast. "If you're in the parking lot, you need to run. They just called her race." "I'm at the jail," he said. "My client—" "So you'll miss it," she said sharply. Below, on the track, Betsy approached the starting line. She bent over, placed her palms on the track, fit her feet into the blocks. "Damn it, Jo—" The starting gun went off. Jolene said, "I gotta go," and hung up on him. Getting to her feet, she cheered for Betsy, who was running hard, pumping her arms and legs, giving it her all. Pride washed through Jolene, brought tears to her eyes. "Go, Betsy! Go!" Betsy was the second one across the finish line. Afterward, she bent over, breathing hard, and then she looked up into the stands. She was beaming, her smile triumphant as she looked up at her family. Slowly, her smile faded. She saw that Michael wasn't there. Then she ran off to be with her team. Jolene sank slowly back onto the bleacher seat. She knew what it was like to need a parent's attention and be denied, how much that hurt. She had never wanted her children to know that pain. She knew she was overreacting. It was just a track meet after all. But it was the start. How long would Betsy remember this, be wounded by it? And how easily could Michael have made a different choice? There was another race, the 2:20, and Betsy gave it her all. But her sense of triumph was gone. So was her smile. She came in fourth. After that, the races went on, and Lulu kept running back and forth in the bleachers. But the three adults just sat there. "I don't understand it," Mila said at last. "I reminded him twice." "I saw your twice and doubled it," Tammy said. "The only way he could legitimately have forgotten was if he had a brain tumor. Sorry, Miss Z, I'm just saying." "He is like his father in this," Mila said. "I begged Theo to come to Michael's school functions, but he was always working." "Their jobs are important." "So is the family," Jolene said quietly. Mila sighed. "Yes, this I told his father, too." Lulu twirled in front of Jolene, banging into the seat. Her eyes sparkled in that I'm either going to scream or fall asleep any second kind of way. When the meet ended at 5:15, Jolene took Lulu's small hand in hers and stood. "Well, let's go." They made their way down the bleacher steps and onto the field, where athletes from both schools milled around. "There she is," Lulu said, pointing to Betsy, who stood alone beneath the football goalpost. Jolene pulled Betsy into a fierce hug. "I am so proud of you." "Second place. Big deal," Betsy said, pulling back. Jolene could see the hurt turning into a brittle shell of anger. That seemed to be Betsy's modus operandi these days. Any sharp emotion turned into anger. "I have never seen such running, Cardiamu. You were like the wind." Betsy didn't even try to smile. "Thanks, Yaya." "How about if we go out for pizza and ice cream, Mila suggested, clapping her hands together. "Sure," Betsy said glumly. They walked out together. It was obvious to Jolene, and certainly to Betsy, that everyone was trying to talk at once, hoping to mask Michael's absence. For the next hour they pretended, laughing a little too loud, making jokes that weren't so funny. Jolene lost track of the times someone told Betsy how amazing she had been. The words hit her brittle wall, failing to evoke even a small smile. There was an empty seat at the table, and all of them felt it keenly. By the time they left the restaurant and drove home, Jolene was as mad at Michael as she'd ever been. He could disappoint her. Hell, she was an adult. She could take it. But she wouldn't let him break their daughter's heart. Mila was the only one who addressed the white elephant in the car with them. At her house, before she got out of the car, she turned to Betsy and said, "Your father wanted to be here today. I know he did." "Big deal," Betsy said. She held out her watch. "It's 8:10, Yaya." Mila seemed to consider a response to that, but instead of saying anything, she smiled sadly, unhooked her seatbelt, and got out of the car. At home, Jolene parked in the garage and unhooked Lulu's car seat. "Where's Daddy?" Lulu said sleepily. "He was too busy to come," Betsy said sharply. "Not that I care." On that, she slammed the car door shut and ran into the house. Jolene pulled Lulu into her arms and carried her up the stairs. She readied her youngest for bed, read her a story, and tucked her in. Lulu was asleep before her head hit the pillow. Then she went to Betsy's room, knocked on the door, and went inside. Betsy was already in bed, her pimply face pink from scrubbing. Her blue and gold tracksuit was a tangled heap on the floor. The red ribbon she'd won lay on the nightstand. Jolene got into bed beside her. Betsy eased sideways to make room, and then leaned against her. What's his excuse this time? What could Jolene say? That Michael's work ethic and sense of duty sometimes trumped his family? She could hardly fault him for that. It was one of the things they shared, and he'd learned it from his father. The Zarkades men could disappoint their wives and children, but they never let down a client. Oh, baby. Sometimes we have to forgive the people we love. That's all there is to it. And you know how important his work is. People's lives depend on him. I don't care anyway, Betsy said, but her eyes filled with tears. Jolene held Betsy close. Of course you care. You're mad at him, and you have a right to be. But he loves you, Betsy. Whatever. You pretty much rocked today. You know that, right? She felt Betsy relax a little. I sort of did. They lay there for a long time, saying nothing of importance. Finally, Jolene kissed her daughter's temple, said good night, and went downstairs. She sat on the cold brick hearth with the black, empty fireplace behind her and stared down at her hands. In her mind, she yelled at Michael, railed at him for disappointing their daughter. This time, she'd say it all. She'd get his attention and make him understand that there were moments in life that could simply be lost, too many, and a relationship could founder too. It was just past 9 o'clock when she heard his car come up the driveway. Moments later, he walked into the kitchen, looking harried. Hey, Joe. Sorry I'm late, but once I missed the track meet, I figured, why hurry home? Jolene got to her feet. Really? Is that what you thought? You had to do something. How utterly surprising. And in a balancing of needs, yours won out. I'm shocked. Damn it, Joe, it wasn't intentional. If you just listen, you hurt her feelings, she said, moving toward him. He was a tall man, 6 feet, but in her shoes, Jolene was only an inch shorter. Why aren't we important to you anymore, Michael? A change came over him. He took a step backward, eyeing her hard. Don't start a conversation you don't want to have, Joe. What does that mean? You don't care why I did it, and you don't trust me to have a good reason, an important reason. I'm tired of you defining every second of our life. We live here because it's what you wanted. You make all the rules, where we live, where we vacation, how we spend our weekends. When was the last time you asked what I wanted? Don't you dare try to turn this into my fault. We picked this house together, Michael, you and me, back in the days when we did things together. And if I manage our family, it's because someone has to. All you ever seem to care about lately is your work. You're not even listening to me. I'm trying to say something here. What could you possibly say, Michael? Your daughter needed you today, just this one time. You should have quit whatever you were doing and gotten here. But no, you put us on the back burner again. She hadn't meant to say us. She'd meant to say her, our daughter. This wasn't about them. Damn it, Joe, it's a track meet, not her wedding. My dad didn't make it to every game, but I knew he loved me. Is that the kind of father you want to be? Like yours? He was too busy to get to your high school graduation. She knew instantly she'd gone too far. She saw it in the way he stiffened. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I know how much you loved him, but I can't do this anymore, he said softly, shaking his head. Jolene frowned. Do what? I don't want this anymore. What the hell is going on here, Michael? You screwed up tonight. Why can't you... He looked at her. I don't love you, Joe. What? I don't love you anymore. But... It felt as if something inside of her were tearing apart, ripping muscle from bone. She grabbed the counter edge for support. In the roar of noise in her head, she heard a small, indrawn breath. She turned, slowly, 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 thinking, please, God, no. Betsy stood in the family room, holding her second-place ribbon. She gasped quietly, her eyes widening slowly in understanding. Then she turned and ran up the stairs. Chapter 5. Michael couldn't believe he'd said the words out loud. I don't love you anymore. He hadn't meant to say it. The words had formed in anger and spilled out without warning. But they'd been there, waiting for him, building inside him. And he'd thought them before, more often than he'd like to admit. He could say he was sorry, and she'd forgive him. Maybe not instantly, but soon. Their family, this family, was everything to her, and she loved him. He knew that, had always known it, even tonight as he'd wounded her. She still loved him. He wanted to love her. But that wasn't the same thing, and it wasn't enough for him anymore. If he backpedaled now, retrieved those sharp words and softened them, shaped them into something different, nothing would change. He would keep living this life where too often he felt constricted by her rules and regulations, emasculated by her strength. He couldn't seem to measure up to Jolene. It wasn't enough for her that he loved his children and had a successful career and did his best. She demanded more, in that silent, competent way of hers. He had to compensate somehow for all the love she hadn't had as a child, and it was too much for him. He was done pretending to be the man she wanted. It was time, finally, to find out who he wanted to be. The decision freed him. He wanted to tell her all this, make her understand so he could feel better, but now was not the time. He needed to get out of here. He was reaching for his car keys when she said, Go talk to Betsy. In all of this, he'd forgotten. He looked at her for the first time since he'd said, I don't love you anymore. Me? She looked like one of those marble statues in the Louvre. Already she was retreating emotionally, pulling her feelings back inside where they'd be safe. She's your daughter, Michael, and you hurt her. If there's any chance of making her feel better, it lies in you. Maybe she'll forgive you. He heard the emphasis she placed on the pronoun. I haven't asked for your forgiveness, Joe, he said. He saw how deeply that hurt her. No, Michael, you haven't. Do you want a divorce? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. He saw the way she looked at him then. When it came to love, Jolene was like a recovering alcoholic, a zealot. Love was either there, hot as fire, or it was dead, as cold as ash. She saw no middle ground, and she had no patience for uncertainty. It made him feel small, the way she looked at him, and he almost hated her for that. She was always so damned strong, even now when he had broken her heart. Had he wanted her to fall apart and say she loved him? He walked away from her, went up the stairs. Outside Betsy's closed door, he paused, then knocked. Go away, Mom. He opened the door, saying, It's me. She saw him and started to cry. I don't want you in here. Go away. Don't cry, little bit, he said. At the childhood nickname so long unused, she cried harder. He went to the bed, sat down facing her. He felt unable to sit straight in her presence. His shoulders slumped forward as if his spine had begun to go soft. Betsy, he said tiredly. She sniffed, looked at him from beneath heavy lashes. In her teary eyes he saw the full import of what he'd done, what he'd said. His love for Jolene was only a part of their life together, the skeleton of their family. But there was more. Their children were the sinew and muscles, the heart. How could one love be extracted from the other without it all collapsing? "I'm sorry I missed your race." "It was stupid anyway. I didn't win," was what she said. But in her eyes he saw heartbreak. "You ran the race. That's what matters. There will be lots of winning and losing in your life. All of it makes you who you are. I'm proud of you." She wiped her eyes and studied him. He could see what she was thinking. He sighed, pushed a hand through his hair. Turning slightly out of his depth, he glanced out the window. "Grown-ups fight," he said, too ashamed to look at her. Was he lying? He didn't even know. 10 minutes ago it had been so clear to him. He had fallen out of in love with his wife. Now he saw that it had been a drop of water, that moment, falling into the ocean of their connected lives. "You and Lulu fight all the time, and you still love her, right?" "But you said—" "Just forget it, Betsy. I didn't mean it." "It was a mistake?" He looked at her at last. "A mistake," he repeated, hearing the word as something unfamiliar. "I'm sorry you heard our fight, and I'm sorry I missed your track meet. Forgive me?" Betsy stared at him so long he thought maybe she was going to say no. Finally, though, she nodded solemnly. He leaned forward and drew her into his arms. He felt her start to cry again, so he held on, let her be. When she finally quieted, he let go of her and eased off the bed, standing beside her. She looked up at him. "You love Mom, too, right?" He said yes, the right answer, but he could tell by the sadness in her eyes that he had waited too long, that the silence convinced her of more than words had. Leaving her, he went back downstairs, steeling himself to face Jolene. But she wasn't down there, waiting. She'd picked up the room and turned off the lights. That was Jolene, cleaning up, even while life was falling apart. Jolene made it up the stairs and into her bedroom without coming apart, although how she did it, she wasn't quite sure. Somehow, her heart was still beating, and her brain was still sending signals of the most rudimentary kind. Breathe, lift your foot, step forward. She closed the door quietly behind her, wondering for a split second why she didn't slam it shut. Maybe a sound like that, a crack, would make her feel better. Through her window she saw a block of night, and the Big Dipper slanted on its side. She meant to sit on her bed, but she missed, was off by inches, and so she slid down to the floor. She sat there, her knees drawn into her chest, staring into the darkness. "I don't love you anymore." It hurt so much she thought her heart might stop. She leaned back against the bed she shared with her husband. She didn't want to think about that, or him, but how could she help herself now? He had changed her, completed her, or so she thought. In the army, she'd found herself. In the air, she'd found her passion. But it wasn't until she met Michael that the missing part of her began slowly, cautiously, to fill back in. Tammy had encouraged her to go in search of the young lawyer who'd helped her, and flight school had given her confidence to do it. He'd been easy to find at Zarkades, Anthem, and Zarkades. "You came back," he said, when he saw her standing in the lobby. Those were the very first words he spoke. He said it, smiling, as if the 6 years in between had passed in a breath. She knew then that he'd been waiting too, in his way. "I came back," she answered, not even surprised when he reached for her hand. It had been more than a start. Love was a deep blue sea, and they dove in. She hadn't known how to believe in love, but he'd swept her away. It was as simple as that. With their first kiss, she'd forgotten the love that had been her birthright and began to believe in him and forever. Somewhere along the way, she'd forgotten that love had a dark underside. Too many years in its sunlight had blinded her. She'd handed Michael her heart, wrapped it up, and placed it in his hands, and she'd never bothered to worry that he might be careless with it. Even as he'd pulled away from her in the last few years and spent more hours at the office, she'd believed in the durability of their vows and made excuses for him. Like Pollyanna, always believing. Downstairs, she heard a door slam shut, then a car engine start. She stumbled over to her window and stood there, watching him drive away, wondering if he would come back. He didn't. Jolene spent the restless, unbearable hours of the night cleaning and doing laundry. She vacuumed, dusted, polished silver, and scrubbed toilets. Anything to keep her mind off his "I don't love you anymore." Not that it worked. The words had changed her perception of her life, if not herself. 5 words to change a world, to dissolve the ground beneath a woman's feet. It was a tidal wave, that sentence, whooshing in without warning, undermining foundations, leaving homes crumbled in the aftermath. By morning, she was so exhausted she could barely stand, and so wired she didn't bother making coffee. More than anything, she wanted to escape this too-quiet house and get in her helicopter and fly away. Instead, in the pink and lavender light of a rising dawn, she went for an 8-mile run. But it didn't help. When she got back, she took a long shower, dressed in worn jeans and a gray army sweatshirt, and then went to wake up Betsy. She knocked on the door and went inside. "Hey, Betsy," she said, forcing a smile. She should have spoken to her daughter last night. That was what a good mother would have done, a stronger mother. But Jolene had been afraid of breaking down in front of her child, of crying, of scaring Betsy even more. "Don't say anything," Betsy said dully. "I know Daddy talked to you. I do not want to talk about it." Jolene stopped, unsure of what to say anyway. How did you talk to a child about such adult things? She'd never been good at knowing when to push with Betsy and when to back off. Invariably, she pushed when she should have let go. It was one of Jolene's flaws. She was good at holding on. Letting go, not so much. But one thing she saw clearly. Betsy was afraid and confused, and so she was angry. There was nothing Jolene could offer that would help. How could she talk about what she, herself, didn't understand? Instead, Jolene went to her daughter and pulled her to her feet and took her into her arms. It took a supreme act of will not to layer words onto the hug, but she managed it. Just let it be. She felt Betsy's haggard sigh and knew how her daughter felt. It was terrifying to see your parents fight. She knew Betsy would remember last night, and she would notice Michael's absence this morning. Lulu walked into the bedroom, dragging her favorite yellow blanket behind her. "Hey, I want a hug too." Jolene opened one arm, and Lulu rushed forward, folding her little body alongside her sister's. They stood there a second longer. Then Lulu pulled back. She scratched her tangled black hair, pushed it out of her eyes. "Can I have Captain Crunch?" "No, Captain Crunch. That's for special mornings," Jolene answered automatically. "Today could be special," Lulu chirped. "It's the opposite of special," Betsy said bitterly. "Why?" Lulu wanted to know. Jolene sighed. "Come on, girls. Let's get breakfast going." As they made their way downstairs, Jolene felt Betsy's gaze on her. In the kitchen, Betsy seemed to notice everything. The way Jolene's hands shook just a little when she got out the flour and eggs for pancakes, the way she kept sighing, the way she opened the fridge and just stared inside. Finally, she couldn't take it any more, being under this scrutiny. She poured the girls Cheerios. "Where's Daddy?" Lulu asked, concentrating on getting the right number of Cheerios in her spoon. "At work," Jolene said, wondering what she'd say if he stayed away tonight, too. Betsy looked up sharply. "He left already?" Jolene turned to pour herself more coffee. "You know what it's like when he has to catch an early ferry," she lied, not looking at her daughter. The moment seemed to draw out. She could feel Betsy's suspicious gaze on her back. "Hurry up," she said. "We need to leave in 20 minutes." As soon as breakfast was over, Jolene herded the girls upstairs to finish getting ready. They left right on time, and by 9:15, she was home again. She parked in her garage and then walked next door. Waving to Carl, who was working on a Ford truck, she went to the front door, opened it, and said, "Hey, Tam!" At the same time she went inside. Tammy was in the living room, in a fraying blue robe and sheepskin slippers, sipping coffee from a huge insulated mug. Behind her, the wood-paneled walls were studded with dozens of family photographs, all framed in white. Dead center was Tammy's military portrait. "Hey, fly girl," Tammy said, grinning. She sat on the blue plaid sofa, her slippered feet propped on the glass coffee table. She looked at Tammy, and for a second she couldn't say it, couldn't force the words out. Tammy frowned and put down her coffee cup. "What is it, Joe?" "Michael said he doesn't love me anymore," she said quietly. "You don't mean—" "Don't make me say it again." Tammy walked forward slowly, put her arms around Jolene, and held her. It took Jolene a minute to lift her own arms, to hold on to Tammy, but once she did, she couldn't let go. She wanted to cry, was desperate for a way to release this pain, but no tears came. "What did you say to him?" "Say?" Jolene stepped out of the embrace. "After I don't love you, what is there to say?" Tammy sighed. "Couples fight, Joe. They yell, they say things they don't mean, they storm off and come back. Granted, Michael said a stupid thing, but he didn't mean it. You can forgive him. This isn't the end." Jolene heard the undertone of pain in Tammy's voice, knew her friend was remembering the affair Carl had had 10 years ago. "I know about forgiving people and loving them anyway, even after they hurt you." She did know. Jolene had spent a childhood forgiving her parents, hoping that tomorrow or next week or next month they would change. But they hadn't changed, and they hadn't loved her. She'd started to get better when she'd accepted that simple truth. She'd stayed whole, become whole by not needing their love anymore. She knew what Tammy was saying. Hell, it was what Jolene would have said if the situations were reversed. One sentence couldn't end a marriage. But she couldn't hang on alone either. Hadn't she learned that from her mom? "He didn't mean it. Michael loves you." "I want to believe that," Jolene said quietly, and it was true. She wanted to believe in Michael and his love for her. But her faith had been shaken. She was afraid to trust him so completely again. If he could just fall out of love with her, what did it all mean? "I'm sure—" Before Tammy could finish, her phone rang. She went to the kitchen and answered. "Oh, hi. Yes, sir." She turned to Jolene, mouthed, "Ben Lomond," and then said into the phone, "Really? I see. When, sir?" "So soon. Oh." "Okay, Jolene and I will handle the phone tree." "Thank you, sir." Tammy hung up the phone slowly and turned to face Jolene. "We're being deployed." Chapter 6. When Jolene and Michael had first seen the house on Liberty Bay, it had been a beautiful, sunlit July day. They'd been out driving, enjoying their time together after an afternoon barbecue at his parents' house. They hadn't been looking for a house. But there it was, just sitting at a bend in the road, waiting for them, a for sale sign stuck haphazardly by the mailbox. A quaint little farmhouse in need of love, a sagging wraparound porch, and 3 green acres that cascaded down to the black ribbon of a quiet country road. Across the road there was a small patch of land, an afterthought really, that lay tucked between the road and the sweeping gray crescent of beach. It was the little bit of beachfront that drew them in. The first thing they did to the property was build a deck above the sand. They built it with their own hands, she and Michael, laughing and talking and dreaming the whole time. "We'll barbecue out here on the 4th of July, and show Betsy how to find sand dollars, and eat dinner from paper plates while the sun sets into the water." It was only a thin strip of grassy land stitched alongside a winding ribbon of asphalt, but it was Jolene's dream, her slice of paradise. The smell of the sea and the sound of the waves comforted her. She had always come out here to think, to recharge, especially in those long, barren years between Betsy and Lulu, when Jolene had been so desperate to conceive another child. Here, alone, month after month, she'd cried when her period started. And here was where she'd come to thank God when her prayer had finally been answered. Now, she sat in one of the Adirondack chairs that flanked a rusted metal fire pit. It was raining, but she hardly noticed. She stared out at the flat gray waters, pockmarked by falling rain, and thought, "How will my children handle this? How will I? How will Michael? How much a world could change in 3 hours." They'd always known she could be deployed. At least, since September 11th they'd known it. And yet she and Michael had never discussed it. How could they? Michael didn't want to hear about her career in the military. Every time she even brought up the idea of other soldiers deploying, he'd gone off on a rant about the wrong-headedness of sending troops to Iraq. She knew what he thought, what he saw, the military's dark side, the mistakes, the way the brass let down soldiers and veterans. That was politics, though. Separate somehow. For her, it was different. The Guard was her family, too. Honor, duty, loyalty, these were more than words to Jolene. They were part of her. She'd always been 2 women, a mother and soldier, and this deployment ripped her in half, left a bloody, gaping tear between the 2 sides of her. Who would help Betsy through the rocky terrain of adolescence, give her advice about bad boys and mean girls and all the kids in between? Who would walk Lulu into kindergarten and hold her when she woke, sobbing from a nightmare? And there was the risk. Jolene was a helicopter pilot. She would tell Michael and the girls that she wasn't allowed in combat, that she would be far from harm's way. But she knew it wasn't true. Helicopters were shot down all the time. "We'll come home," Tammy had said. Jolene had nodded, smiling, although she knew, they both did, that no such promise could be made. It didn't matter now, anyway. Tomorrow and the future wasn't something they could control. For now, they had a job to do. A job they'd been trained for. Civilians didn't understand. Maybe they couldn't. But a soldier stepped up when he or she was needed. Even if she was afraid, even if her children needed her, it was Jolene's time to give back to the army, her time to serve her country. She placed a hand over her chest, feeling the slow, even beating of her heart. She closed her eyes, hearing her heartbeat mingle with the whooshing of the waves on the pebbled beach and the exhalations of her breath. Tears stung her eyes, fell down her cheeks, mixing with the rain. She imagined all of it, the goodbye, the missing, the loss. She pictured her daughters crying for her, reaching out for her, unable to really understand her absence. But she had no choice to make. At that, she felt a kind of peace move through her, an acceptance of the situation and a realization of who she was. She had given her word that if called to serve, she would go. She hated leaving her children, hated it with a passion that could have crippled her if she gave in to it. But she had no choice. She would go to Iraq for a year, do her job, and come home to her family. That was what she would tell them, what she would believe. She was prepared, had always been prepared for this moment. For more than 20 years she'd trained for it. A small part of her even wanted to go, to test herself. She wanted to go. She just didn't want to leave. She pulled her hand slowly away from her chest, let it fall in her lap. At her feet, a small collection of dried white sand dollars lay in a cloverleaf pattern, a reminder of last summer. She bent down, plucked one up, rubbing the pad of her thumb over the porous surface. Then she stood up. She was going to war. At 1 o'clock, Jolene called the preschool and arranged for Lulu to stay later, and then she called Michael at work. He kept her waiting long enough that she began to think he wasn't going to answer, and when he did finally take the call, he sounded preoccupied. "Hi, Joe, what is it?" "I need you to come home tonight," she said. He paused. She heard him breathing. "I have a lot of work to do. I think I'll sleep at the office tonight." "Don't, please," she said, hating how it sounded, as if she were begging. "Something has come up. I need to talk to you." "I think we need some time apart." "Please, Michael, I need to talk to you tonight." "Fine. I'll try to be on the 6 o'clock boat." For the next few hours she tried not to think about the future, but it was impossible. As the time for carpool approached, she found her spirits lagging. The thought of seeing her children, looking at them, seeing their bright smiles and knowing the pain that was coming their way, was terrible. She kept losing her balance, stumbling. Once in the kitchen, she'd looked at the yellow school bus framed photo of Betsy's school years, and she actually had to sit down. "Help me through this," she prayed more than once. At the preschool, she parked out front and went inside slowly, hearing the high-pitched buzz of children's laughter before she even reached the gate that led to the backyard. "Mommy!" Lulu said, shrieked really, throwing her hands in the air and scrambling to her feet. She ran at Jolene, threw herself into Jolene's arms. "Do you have something in your eye, Mommy?" Lulu asked. "'Cause I got a sand in my face at lunch and it made me cry." "I'm fine, Lucy Louida," Jolene said, grateful that Lulu didn't hear the thickening of her voice. She carried Lulu out to the car, strapped her into the seat in the back, and drove across town to the middle school. As usual, Betsy was one of the last ones out of the school. She hung back from the other kids, as if she didn't want to be seen. Then she ran to the SUV and climbed into the back seat, slamming the door shut. Jolene stared at her daughter in the rearview mirror and felt a flutter of panic. She's so fragile now. "Are you going to just sit here all day?" Betsy said, crossing her arms. How would Betsy get through 7th grade without her mom? What would happen when she started her period? Who would help her? "Mom!" Betsy said sharply. "Are you brain dead?" Jolene drove into the stream of carpool traffic. She meant to start a conversation, say something, but her throat felt tight. When she pulled up to Mila's house, her eyes stung with tears that didn't fall. Her in-laws' house was a small, L-shaped rambler built in the late 70s. It was small in comparison with the newer houses on either side of it, but the land was stunningly beautiful. Set on a deep, treed waterfront lot, it overlooked the placid waters of Lemelo Bay. Giant evergreens studded the landscaping. Here and there, mounds of multicolored flowers grew around their rough brown trunks. Mila had turned this yard into a showpiece. Every year it was on the local home and garden tour as a magnificent example of Northwest landscaping. The water out front was shallow and clear. In the summer, it warmed enough for swimming. "Why are we here?" Betsy asked. Jolene didn't answer. Instead, she parked in front of the garage and let the girls out of the car. Before they even reached the front door, Mila came around the side of the house. She waved, smiling brightly, wearing a big flannel shirt over jeans tucked into bright orange rubber boots. A multicolored scarf covered her poofy black hair, a la Liz Taylor, and fist-sized silver hoops dangled from her ears. In her left hand was an enameled watering can. "Hey, girls," she said. "I'm sorry to call at the last minute like this," Jolene said, bumping the car door shut with her hip. Mila shook the dirt from her gardening gloves. It rained onto her boots. "Oh, honey, what's family for?" Lulu got out of the car and put on her kitten ears headband, mewing loudly for attention. "Not this again," Betsy said, pushing past her sister. Mila put down her watering can and glanced around. Where is my granddaughter, Jolene? Did you leave her at home? In the car?" Lulu giggled. "What was that noise?" Jolene said. Lulu whipped off the headband. "I'm here, Yaya!" Mila picked up Lulu and held her. For a moment, Jolene couldn't say anything. The weight of her future pressed down on her chest, so hard she couldn't breathe. Mila frowned. "Are you okay, Jo?" "I'm fine. Michael and I need to talk, that's all. I'll pick the girls up tomorrow if that's okay." Mila stepped closer. "You tell my son he needs to do better. Work is important, but so is family. I tried to teach his father this lesson too, but," she shrugged, "you will do a better job of it than I did." Jolene could only nod. It seemed a lifetime had passed since the missed track meet. She almost blurted out, "I've been deployed." She needed to tell Mila, needed to feel a mother's embrace, but she couldn't do it, couldn't be comforted yet. She mumbled goodbye and went back to her car. By the time she got home, she was sick to her stomach. This deployment changed everything. He would see that. Whatever their problems had been, they would have to be set aside. She and Michael would have to come together now, for the children, for their family. And she would need him now, really need him. His love would save her over there, keep her warm at night, just as her children's love would bring her home. She thought about what Tammy had said. Couples fight. They say things they don't mean. They stomp off. They come back. She wanted to believe that, believe in that, even though she'd never seen it. She wanted to forgive Michael and find a way to scrub his declaration from her brain so they could go back to who they'd been. All she had to do was give him a chance. She could do it. She could be strong enough to let him know she still loved him. These were the things she told herself as she waited for him. And waited. Finally, at 7 o'clock, he came into the kitchen and immediately poured himself a scotch. "Hey," Jolene said, rising from her seat on the hearth. He turned. In the ambient light from above the stove, he looked more than tired. His hair was a mess. The skin beneath his eyes had a violet cast, as if he'd slept as badly as she had last night. "Joe," he said quietly. There was a gentleness in his voice that surprised and saddened her. It swept her back, in a breath, to who they used to be. She ached for that, needed it, needed him. "I'm being deployed." Michael went so still it was as if he'd stopped breathing. "You're kidding, right?" he finally said. "Of course I'm not kidding. Who kids about going to war?" Jolene's voice cracked. For a split second her strength wavered. She realized how desperate she was to have him take her in his arms and tell her they'd be okay through this. "I'm going to Fort Hood first for combat training, then it's off to Iraq." "You're in the Guard, for Christ's sake. You're not a real soldier." Jolene flinched. "I'm going to do you a favor and forget you said that. You are not going to war, Joe. Come on. You're 41 years old. Now you remember. People are dying over there." "I am aware of that, Michael." "Tell them you're a mother. They can't expect you to leave your children. Men leave their children to go off to war every day." "I know that," he snapped, "but you're a mother." "I was a soldier first." "This is not a damn game, Joe. You are not going to war. Tell them thanks, but no thanks." She looked at him in disbelief. "I would be court-martialed for that. I'd go to jail. You don't say no." "Quit then." He didn't know her at all if he could say that to her. Honor was just a word to him, and lawyers made a game of playing with words. He had no real idea what a dishonorable discharge meant. "I gave my word, Michael." "And what was I due?" he snapped back. "You son of a bitch," she yelled at him. "For all these years, I've loved you, adored you, and last night you tell me you don't love me anymore, that maybe you want a divorce, and then because you're a selfish prick who doesn't know me at all, you tell me to quit the Guard? What kind of mother could leave her children?" She drew in a sharp breath. It would have hurt less to be smacked across the face. "How dare you say that to me? You, who are the least reliable person in this family. It breaks my heart to leave them, but I have to." Her voice broke. "I have to." "So you're going to war," he said. "You make it sound like a choice, Michael. There's no choice here. Either I go to war or I go to jail. How can you not understand this? I've been deployed." "And you're surprised I'm pissed off. I never wanted you in the stupid military in the first place." "Thanks so much for minimizing what I do." "War, and this war in particular, is a waste, and I might not be Colin Powell, but I know that helicopters are big targets in the sky that get shot at. What am I supposed to say? Good for you, Jolene. You go off to Iraq and be careful. We'll be waiting for you." "Yeah," she said quietly. The fight drained out of her. "That would have been really nice." "Well, you married the wrong man, then." "Obviously. Look on the bright side, Michael. You wanted time apart." "Fuck you, Joe." "No. Fuck you, Michael." On that, she turned on her heel and walked out of the room. She didn't run, although she wanted to. She kept her chin up and her shoulders squared as she walked up the stairs and into her bedroom. Downstairs, a door slammed. She was reminded of her childhood and all the fights she'd heard from a distance. She'd never imagined she would grow up to be a wife, listening to her own husband leave. But even with the pain of that sad and pathetic echo, she thought, "Go, Michael. Run." She should have known better anyway. She knew better than to count on anyone to stand beside her, to stay. And yet even knowing that she was alone again, and that she was strong enough to take it, she felt herself breaking inside. She sat down on her bed, unable to stand any longer. Sometime later, The floor outside her bedroom door creaked, and the door opened. Michael stood there, looking both angry and defeated. His hair was a mess, as if he'd run his hands through it repeatedly, which he probably had. It was a nervous habit. A half-full drink, scotch no doubt, hung from one hand. She found herself looking at that hand for a moment. His fingers were long, almost elegant. She'd often said he had pianist's hands, painter's hands. She'd loved what those hands could do to her body. But they were uncalloused, those hands, unused to manual labor. A thinking man's hands, unlike her own. Maybe it all came down to that. Maybe she should have seen this scene unfolding the second she first held his hand. "You're going," he said, and his voice was thin, tinged with the kind of banked anger she had never heard from him before. "I have to," she said. "Does it matter that we need you here?" "Of course it matters." He finished his drink and came into the room. Putting the empty glass on the nightstand, he sat down on the bed beside her, but not close enough to touch. With a sigh, he slumped forward. The wavy mass of his hair spilled forward. Seeing him now, his sharp profile, his defeated shoulders, she was reminded of the week in which his father had lain dying. Michael had been unable to stand seeing Theo that way, gray and hollow and in pain, connected to life by machines. He'd tried to sit by the bed, but he could never do it for long. More often than not, Jolene had found him pacing in the hallways, beating himself up for his weakness. She had gone to him then, taken him in her arms, and held him until he could breathe again. To her, it had been second nature, caring for him when he was hurting. But now, she saw what she had never dared to see before. This love of hers was one-sided. She was the one who took care. He was the one who took. "Okay, then," he finally said. Jolene felt a profound sense of relief. She didn't realize until right now, when her breath rushed out, how nervous she'd been, sitting beside him, waiting. "So, you'll wait for me," she said. "How long until you leave?" 2 weeks. That's quicker than usual, special circumstances. "And you'll be gone for a year." She nodded. "I'll get leave in 6 months. I'll be able to come home for 2 weeks. He sighed again. "We'll tell the girls tomorrow. And my mom." "Yeah," Jolene said, but it was barely above a whisper, that word. There was so much more to say, plans to be made, problems to be solved, but neither one of them said anything. They sat on the bed, in which they'd made love so many times, silent, each staring out at nothing, until it was time to turn out the lights. Chapter 7. The next morning, Michael and Jolene drove to Mila's house. He pulled into the driveway and turned off the car's engine. For the first time all morning, he looked at her. "Are you ready to do this?" Jolene saw the banked anger in his eyes, and it made her feel empty and painfully alone. She didn't bother to answer. Instead, she reached for the handle and opened the door and got out. As they walked to the front door, she couldn't help noticing how far apart from her he stood. Michael knocked on the door. In moments, the sound of footsteps came from inside. Then the door swung open and Mila stood there in a fuzzy pink bathrobe, with her black hair a tangled mess. Behind her, the room was awash of pale green walls, windows to the water view, and rattan furniture from the 50s, positioned on wide-planked pine floors. The overstuffed cushions were in muted tones of celery and rose and white. "Oh," "You're early," she said, stepping aside to let them into a living room strewn with toys and books and DVDs. Lulu jumped up from her place on the cream-colored shag rug. She was wearing the kitten headband. "Someone has embraced her invisibility," Mila said quietly, smiling. Jolene frowned thoughtfully and made a great show of looking around. Mila, have you seen Lulu? I wonder what happened to my kitten. Has anyone seen my Lucy Louida?" Lulu giggled. Michael frowned. "What are you talking about? She's right." Lulu whipped off the headband and grinned. "I'm here, Mommy!" Jolene rushed forward and took Lulu in her arms. "You sure are." Jolene buried her nose in Lulu's velvety neck, smelling her little girl's sweetness, trying to memorize it. "Mommy," Lulu whined, kicking to be free, "you're smothering me." Jolene loosened her hold on Lulu, let her wiggle to the floor. "Are you hungry?" Mila asked, picking up an empty DVD case, frowning, looking around for the disc. "Actually, we have something to tell you, and the girls," Michael said tightly. "Oh?" Mila looked up. "Is something wrong?" Michael actually stepped aside. "This is Jolene's show, Ma. She's the one with the news." Mila frowned. "Jo?" "Where's Betsy?" Jolene said, unable to get much volume out of her voice. She could fly helicopters and shoot machine guns and run 10 miles with a full pack on her back, but the thought of saying these few words to her children made her feel weak. "I'll go get her," Lulu said, and ran off, screaming, "Betsy! Get out here!" Mila looked from Jolene to Michael and back to Jolene. Then Betsy came into the living room, trailing behind Lulu, looking sleepy, rubbing her eyes. She was wearing a huge High School Musical t-shirt and white ankle socks. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Jolene picked Lulu up, carried her to the sofa, and sat down. "Have a seat, Betsy. We need to talk to you guys. It's important." Michael sat down on the sofa beside Jolene. Betsy stopped suddenly. "Are you getting divorced?" "Elizabeth Andrea," Mila said. "Why would you say such a—" Michael sighed. "Just sit down, Betsy." Betsy knelt on the ivory-colored shag rug in front of them, crossing her arms, jutting her chin out. "What?" They were all looking at Jolene. She almost lost her nerve. She looked at Michael, who shrugged. She was alone in this. What a surprise. With a sigh, Jolene looked at Betsy and then down at Lulu. "You remember the story I told you about when I joined the army?" she said. "I was 18 and had no direction. My parents had just died. I was so alone. You can't imagine how alone. Anyway, you all were a dream I had, but of course you were in my future then." Betsy sighed impatiently. "Duh! Can I go back to sleep now?" "I'm not doing this well," Jolene said. "Just tell them," Michael said. Lulu started bouncing on Jolene's lap. "Tell us what?" Jolene took a deep breath. "I'm going to Iraq to help—" "What?" Betsy said, clambering to her feet. "Huh?" Lulu said. "Oh, Jolene," Mila whispered, bringing a hand to her mouth. She sank into the celery-colored overstuffed chair by the window. "No way," Betsy said. "Oh, my God. No one has a mom in the war. Will people know?" "That's your concern?" Michael asked. Jolene was losing control of this. "But you're a mom," Betsy cried out. "I need you here. What if you get killed?" Lulu's eyes filled up with tears. "What?" "That won't happen," Jolene said, trying to keep her voice even. I'm a woman. They don't let women in combat situations. I'll be flying VIPs around, moving supplies. I'll be safe. You don't know that. You can't know that, Betsy yelled. Tell them you won't go. Please, Mommy. At that small Mommy, Jolene felt a tearing in her heart. She wanted to hold Betsy close, reassure her. But what comfort could she offer? This was a time for strength. I have to go. It's my job, Jolene said at last. If you go, I won't forgive you, Betsy said. I swear I won't. You don't mean that, Jolene said. You love the army more than us, Betsy said. Beside her, Michael made a sound. Jolene ignored him. No, Bets, she said quietly. You and Lulu are the air in my lungs, the blood in my veins. Without you, my heart stops. But I have to do this. Lots of working women have to leave their kids sometimes. Ha! Betsy screamed. I'm not stupid. Do those moms get shot at on their business trips? You'll come home, right, Mommy? Lulu asked, biting her lower lip. Of course I will, Jolene said. Don't I always? And in November, I'll be home for 2 weeks. Maybe we could even go to Disneyland. Would you like that? I hate you, Betsy said, and ran out of the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Mila got slowly to her feet. She started to walk toward Jolene, and then stopped dead, as if she couldn't make her legs work quite right. How long will you be gone? She asked. Her voice wobbled with the effort to appear strong. 1 year, Michael answered. Lulu frowned. How long is a year? Is that like next week? Jolene turned to her husband. Maybe you should talk to Betsy. Me? What the hell am I supposed to say to her? That single question brought it all crashing down on Jolene, and scared her as much as everything else combined. How would he be a single father? Would his children be able to count on him in a way that Jolene no longer could? Jolene stood up. She tried to put Lulu down, but the child clung like a barnacle. So she said nothing to Michael or Mila, just walked out of the living room and down the hallway to the guest bedroom, carrying Lulu. It wasn't ideal, trying to talk to the girls together, but nothing was ideal about this situation. She knocked on the door. Go away, Betsy yelled. I am, Jolene answered. That's why we need to talk now. She waited a moment, collected herself, and then went into the room, which was papered in a wild 1970s foil paper and decorated with a collection of whitewashed furniture. Betsy sat on one of the wicker twin beds with her knees drawn up. She looked royally pissed off. Can I sit down? Jolene asked. Betsy nodded mulishly and scooted sideways. Jolene and Lulu sat down beside her. Jolene wanted to jump into the ice-cold water of the conversation, but she knew Betsy needed to find a way through this, so she waited quietly, stroking Lulu's hair. Finally, Betsy said, Moms aren't supposed to leave their children. No, Jolene said, feeling the sharp point of those words sink deep into her. They aren't. And I'm sorry, baby, I really am. What if you said you wouldn't go? They'd court-martial me and put me in jail. At least you'd be alive. Jolene looked at her daughter. There it was, the fear that lay beneath the adolescent fury. It's my job as a mom to keep you safe and be with you and help you grow up. That's what I'm saying, But it's also my job to show you what kind of person to be, to teach you by example. What lesson would I teach you if I ran from a commitment I made, if I was cowardly or dishonorable? When you make a promise in this life, you keep it, even if it scares you or hurts you or makes you sad. I made a promise a long time ago, and now it's time to keep that promise, even if it breaks my heart to leave you and Lulu. And it does break my heart. Jolene willed her tears away. Nothing in her life had ever hurt like this, not even hearing Michael say he didn't love her anymore. But she had to keep going, had to make her daughter understand. You've grown up safe and loved, so you can't know how it feels to be truly alone in the world. When I joined the army, I had nothing. Nothing. No one. I was all alone in the world. And now, my friends need me. Tammy, Smitty, Jamie, the rest of the Raptors. I have to be there for them. And the country needs me. I know you're young for all this, but I believe in keeping America safe. I really do. I have to keep my promise. Can you understand that? Tears sprang into Betsy's eyes. Her lower lip trembled mutinously. I need you, she said in a quiet voice. I know, Jolene said. And I need you, baby. So much. Her voice caught again. She had to clear her throat to keep going. But we'll talk on the phone and email, and maybe we'll even write good old-fashioned letters. I'll be home before you know it. Lulu tugged on her sleeve. You'll be home before I start kindergarten, right? Jolene closed her eyes. How was she going to do this, really? Mommy? Lulu said, her voice shaking. No, Jolene said finally. Not for kindergarten, Lulu. But your daddy will be home for that. Lulu started to cry. Michael sat on the couch, alone now, and looked up at his mother. He could see the concern in her eyes, the unasked question. She wondered why he was out here, while Jolene was handling this alone. She stared at him for a long, assessing moment. Then she walked out of the living room and came back a few minutes later, carrying a cup of coffee in one hand and a plate full of baklava in the other. Of course, food, her answer to everything. She put the cup and plate on the table beside him and then sat down on the sofa next to him. She placed her hand on his knee. When I was young, during the war, it was a terrible time in Greece. My father and uncles and cousins were all gone. Many of them did not come back. The family stayed strong, though, and faith kept us together. He nodded. He'd heard her stories all his life. World War II had seemed distant to him, barely understandable. Now he thought of the relatives he'd lost to enemy fire. They'd been just names in a book before. Without thinking, he reached over for a baklava and began eating it. God, he wished his father were here now. I will move into the house and take care of the girls. No, Ma. There's no bedroom for you, and you've got the thumb. I'll hire someone. You most certainly will not. No stranger will take care of my grandbabies. I will hire another part-time employee for the store. The store can't afford that. No, but I can. I will be at your house after school each weekday. I'll pick Lulu up from preschool and meet Betsy's boss. We will be just fine. You can count on me, and the girls will count on you. Every day, Ma, that's a big job. She smiled at him. I am a big woman, as you may have noticed. I need to help you, Michael. Let me. He didn't know how to respond. He still couldn't wrap his mind around how completely his world had changed. These are details, though, not the things that matter most. She looked at him. You should be with her now, telling your children they will be fine. Will they be fine? It's not your children you should be worrying about right now, Michael. Their time will come. And Jo, he said, will she be fine? She is a lioness, our Jolene. Michael could only nod. Already you are letting her down. Your father was like this, God rest his soul. He was selfish. This is a time for you to see beyond yourself. She touched his cheek, resting her knuckles against his skin as she'd done so often in his youth. You be proud of her, Michael. He knew he was supposed to nod and agree and say that of course he was proud of his wife. But he couldn't do it. I'll do what needs to be done, he said instead, and knew that he'd disappointed his mother. How many more people would he let down before this was done? Michael spent the weekend watching his life as if from a distance. Betsy alternated between being blazingly pissed off and desperately clingy. Lulu was so confused she became overwrought and cried at everything. Michael couldn't bear any of it, could hardly look at the pain in his daughter's eyes. But Jolene was a warrior, as strong as tested steel. He saw how carefully she treated the girls, how tenderly. It was only when they weren't looking that her pain was revealed. Tears welled in her green eyes, and when they did, she turned away quickly, dashing the moisture away with the back of her hand. An hour ago, she'd put them to bed. God forgive him, but Michael had let her do it alone. Now he was in the family room, standing in front of the fireplace. Bright orange and blue flames danced across a teepee of logs, sending off waves of heat, and yet still he was cold. Frozen, really. He glanced through the kitchen. In the window above the sink, he could see moonlight skating across the bay. They're asleep, Jolene said, coming into the room. We can talk now. Michael wanted to say, no, I don't want to talk. Not about this. Not yet. Not anymore. He knew it was selfish of him and small, but it pissed him off to be left here as Mr. Mom. Not that he could tell anyone this. He'd look like an asshole if he admitted that he didn't want this job that had fallen in his lap, didn't know if he could even do it. How was he supposed to manage a 16-person legal firm, defend his clients, and handle the day-to-day minutia that came with raising 2 kids? Carpool, field trips, meals, laundry, homework. Just the thought of it overwhelmed him. How the hell am I supposed to do it? He said, turning to her. I've got a job to do. Your mom will be a huge help. She said she'll hire someone for the store, and that's perfect. I don't want a nanny taking care of the girls. They'll be so scared and confused, Jolene said. Especially Betsy. She's so fragile these days, and kids can be cruel. She'll need you, Michael. They both will. You'll have to be really present. I want... You want. Already he was losing patience with that sentence. Classic Joe. You're the one leaving, but not before you tell me how you want me to handle things while you're gone. Not things, Michael. My children. He heard the way her voice broke on that and knew how deeply his words had cut her. Not that long ago, he would have turned to her and taken her in his arms and apologized. Now, he just stood there, dropping his chin forward, staring dully at the scuffed hardwood floor beneath his stockinged feet. The echo of that word, divorce, hung like smoke in the air between them. She waited a long time. Her breath sounded like waves breaking along a shore, ragged and uneven. He could feel her judging him. Then, quietly, she left the room. On Monday morning, Tammy showed up after carpool and honked her horn. Jolene walked down the driveway and climbed into her friend's big white truck. They looked at each other, and in that look, unaccompanied by words, they revealed their fears, their hopes, their worries. Tammy sighed. "How was it?" "Brutal," Jolene said. "For you?" "I barely survived." She put the truck in reverse and backed down the driveway. In no time, they were speeding down the interstate toward Tacoma. "Seth tried to act cool when I told him," Tammy said after an unfamiliar silence that had gone on for miles. "He asked what would happen if I didn't come back. He's not even 13. He's not supposed to have to ask his mom a question like that." Betsy was pissed off. She said she wouldn't forgive me if I left her, that I love the Army more than I love her. Carl cried, Tammy said, softly after another long silence. I'd never seen him cry before. It was like... Her voice broke. "Man, this is hard." Jolene swallowed the lump in her throat. "What's worse?" she said quietly. "A man who cries when you go to war, or one who doesn't?" At that, they both fell silent. The miles passed quickly, and in no time they were at the post, driving up to the checkpoint. They handed over their IDs, nodded to the soldier, and drove on to the post. In the hallway outside the Black Hawk classroom, they found several members of the unit seated in chairs along the wall. No one was saying much of anything, except for the younger men who seemed amped up and eager. Smitty, young Smitty, with his braces and pimples and puppy dog buoyancy, was grinning, going from man to man, asking what combat was like, saying they were going to kick some ass over there. Jolene wondered how his mother felt right now. Jolene and Tammy leaned back against the concrete block wall, waiting their turns. The classroom door opened. Jamie Hicks strode out. His Army-issue hair, short and dirty blonde, stood up from his tanned, broad forehead. Lines fanned out from the corners of his gray eyes. They were new, those lines, etched in the days since their deployment had been announced. No doubt he was thinking about his young son. Would his ex-wife use this deployment to take his son away from him? "Your turn, Joe," he said. With a nod, Jolene walked into the classroom, where she found a man in dress uniform seated at a long desk with papers spread out in front of him. "Chief Zarkades," he said, looking up at her. "At ease. Have a seat. I'm Captain Reynolds. Jeff." She sat down in a chair facing him, her back ramrod straight, her hands in her lap. He pushed a stack of papers toward her. "Your family plan is in place. Your daughters, Elizabeth Andrea Zarkades and Lucy Louida Zarkades, will be cared for by your husband, Michael Andreas Zarkades. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir." "Your mother-in-law is also available, I see?" "Yes, sir." The lawyer looked down at the paper, tapped his pen. "Deployment can be difficult on a marriage, Chief. Is there any cause to worry about this plan?" "No, sir," Jolene said. The captain looked up. "Do you have a will?" "Yes, sir. I'm married to an attorney, sir." "Good." He pushed a stack of papers toward her. "Sign and date your family plan and the funeral arrangement addendum. I assume you want Michael notified in the case of your death. Anyone else?" "No, sir." Okay then, Chief, that's all. Dismissed. She stood. Thank you, sir. Oh, Chief, we recommend you write letters to your loved ones. Jolene nodded. Letters. Goodbyes. They recommended she write letters in which she said goodbye to the people she loved most in this world. She tried to imagine that. Betsy opening a letter one day in the blurry future, seeing her mother's handwriting, reading her last words. And what would they be? Those last words, written now, before she knew all that she had to say, before they'd had this lifetime together. Lulu would be crying, wailing, yelling, "What? She's gone where?" Her small, heart-shaped face scrunching up, tears forming in her dark eyes as she tried to understand what that even meant. Be safe, Chief. God bless. The next 2 weeks passed so quickly Jolene half expected to hear a sonic boom echoing along behind. She wrote and edited and rewrote at least a dozen to-do lists, filled a 3-ring binder with every bit of information she could think of. She canceled the magazines she wouldn't receive, hired a neighbor's son to mow the grass in the summer and check the generator next winter, and she paid as many bills in advance as possible. All of this she did at night. During the day, she was at the post preparing to go off to war. She and her unit flew so many hours they had begun to breathe as one. By the 1st of May, she and the rest of the unit were actually getting itchy to leave. If they were going to do this thing, they wanted to go. It was the only way they'd start marking off the time until their return. At home, life was an endless series of poignant moments and elongated goodbyes. Every look, every hug, every kiss took on the weight of sorrow. Jolene didn't know how much longer she could stand it. Every time she looked at her babies, her throat tightened. And then there was Michael. In this short time they had left together, he had pulled away even further, spent even more time at the office. She rarely caught him looking at her, and when she did, she saw resentment in his eyes, and he looked away quickly. She had tried to talk to him about all of it, the deployment, her feelings, his feelings, her fear, but every volley had been met with retreat until finally, exhausted, she'd given up. It seemed he'd told her the truth. He didn't love her anymore. Sometimes, late at night, when she lay in bed beside him, unable to sleep, afraid to touch him and aching for him to touch her, she wondered if she even cared anymore. She wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, interpret his coldness as fear and concern, but in the end her innate optimism failed her. She needed him now, maybe for the first time, and he had let her down. Just like her parents. Tonight, after a long day at the post, hours spent getting ready to leave, she pulled her SUV up into the garage and parked, sitting in the darkness for the minutes it took to find strength. When she felt sure she could be herself, she got out of the car and went inside. The house was filled with golden light and the scent of lamb stewing in tomato and spices. A hint of cinnamon sweetened the air. She could hear the girls talking somewhere, but their voices were muted. No one seemed to have much to say these days. They were all holding their breath for the last goodbye. Betsy had taken it particularly hard. She'd begun acting out, throwing tantrums, slamming doors. Supposedly someone in class had made fun of her for having a mom who was going off to fight in that stupid war, and Betsy had had a near breakdown. She'd come home begging Jolene to quit the military. Jolene hung her coat on a hook in the mudroom and went into the kitchen, where she found Mila at the sink washing up the dinner dishes. Michael was still at work. Lately he rarely got home before 10 o'clock. At 8:10, the sun was beginning to set. The view through the window looked like a Monet painting, all bronze and gold and lavender pieces juxtaposed together. Jolene came up behind Mila, getting a waft of the woman's rose-scented shampoo as she touched her shoulder. "Hey, Mila. Moussaka?" "Of course. It is your favorite." That was all it took these days for Jolene to feel melancholy. She squeezed her mother-in-law's upper arm. "Thanks for coming over tonight." "Yours is in the fridge. It needs about 3 minutes in the microwave," Mila said, drying the last plate, setting it on the counter. "How was training today?" Jolene drew back. "Great. I couldn't be more ready to handle myself over there." Mila turned, looked up at her. "Pretend with Betsy and Lulu and even my son, if you must, but not with me, Joe. I don't need your strength. You need mine." "So I can tell you I'm a little afraid?" "You forget, Joe. I have lived through a war before, in Greece. The soldiers saved our lives. I am proud of what you are doing, and I will make sure your daughters are proud too." It meant so much to hear those few simple words. "And your son?" Jolene asked at last. "He is a man, and he is afraid. This is not a good combination. He loves you, though. This I know. And you love him." "Is that enough?" "Love? It is always enough, Cardiamu." Love. Jolene turned the word around in her mind, wondering if Mila was right. If love was enough at a time like this. "We will be waiting for you to come home, safe and sound. Do not worry about us." Jolene knew that she had no choice in this matter. She had to let go of the people she loved back here. She could miss her family, but the emotion, the longing, would have to be buried deep. "I can do it," she said quietly. She'd been compartmentalizing her emotions all her life. She knew how to put fear and longing in a box and hide it away. "I have to." "My son will rise to the occasion," Mila said. "He is like his father in that way. Michael would never shirk his duty. He will not let you down." "How do you know?" Mila smiled. "I know." Chapter 8. During the first week of May, Michael handled the Keller arraignment, put in a not guilty plea to the charge of murder in the first degree, and set about discovery on the case. He needed to find all the facts he could, and his client still wasn't talking. Keith had said, "I'm guilty," that day in the jailhouse interview, and then pretty much gone silent again, responding to each of Michael's questions with a glazed look. Now and then he mumbled, "I killed her," but that was it, and hardly helpful. Meanwhile, at home, Jolene kept handing him to-do lists. Every time she caught his eye, she rapid-fired some chore at him. Don't forget to wrap the pipes in November, to fertilize the plants, to clean the barbecue grates. This was how she filled their evenings together. During the day, she was at the post, preparing to go off to war. He could tell that she was starting to get itchy to leave. Last night she told him she wanted to go, do this thing so it could be over and I can come back. Soon, she'd have her wish. In 2 days, he would say goodbye to his wife, watch her walk onto a military bus, and disappear. He wanted to be stoic and sturdy and true, but he'd learned something about himself in the last month. He was selfish. He was also worried and scared and pissed off. Truth be told, he was pissed off most of all. He was angry that she had chosen the military over their family, angry that she hadn't quit years ago. angry that he had no choice in any of this. He'd gone to the ridiculous family readiness group meeting that Jolene had recommended. What a debacle that had been. He'd been running late all day, and getting to the meeting was no exception. He'd been breathless when he finally arrived, a little harried, going through the papers in his briefcase, looking for the contact name when he walked into the room. Women. That was what he saw. There had to be at least 50 women in the room. Most were busy wrangling screaming, crying children. On an easel, a big poster board read, "Support your soldier." Below it was a bullet-pointed list. Care packages, phone calls, loneliness, sex, financial help. As if he were going to talk to these strangers about the problems he encountered with his wife's deployment. At his entrance, every woman in the room looked up. The place fell silent. "Sorry," he mumbled. "Wrong place," and left. He'd had no intention of sitting in that room, hearing those women talk about how to be good wives while their soldiers were gone. Everywhere he went, it seemed the news preceded him. He hated the way people looked at him when they heard Jolene was going to Iraq. "Your wife is going off to war?" He could see them frowning, picturing him in an apron, mixing cake batter in a silver bowl. His liberal, intellectual friends didn't know what to make of it. They quickly turned the conversation to George W. and the politics behind the war, concluding that she was risking her life for nothing. And just what in the hell was Michael supposed to say about any of it? He knew he could support the warriors and not the war. That was the position he was supposed to take, the honorable position. But he couldn't do it with regard to his wife. He couldn't make himself support her decision. She knew it too, recognized his anger and his resentment. They knew each other too well to hide such contaminated emotions. Without love to protect them, they were both as raw as burn victims. Every touch hurt. So he didn't look at her, never touched her, and buried himself in work. That was how he'd survived the last 2 weeks. Absence. He left for work early and stayed as late as possible. At night, he and Jolene lay on separate sides of the bed, breathing into the darkness, saying nothing, not reaching out. Neither of them was sleeping much, but both pretended to find solace there. Jolene had reached out for him just once, wanting to make love, saying quietly, "I'm leaving, Michael." He turned away, too angry with her to attempt intimacy. The next morning he'd seen the pain and humiliation in her eyes, and it shamed him, but he couldn't change the way he felt. On his desk, the intercom buzzed. It was his secretary telling him that the King County prosecuting attorney was here, on time, for their appointment. "Send him in," Michael said, straightening in his chair. Brad Hildebrand, the prosecuting attorney, strode into the office. Michael knew Brad well. Beneath the politician's slick veneer beat the heart of a zealot. Brad had been elected to be hard on crime and harder on criminals, and he did his job well because he believed in the party line. "Michael," he said, smiling, his hand outstretched. They shook hands. Michael could tell from Brad's smile that there was trouble coming. "I want to let you know that a witness has come forward in the Keller case," Brad said. "In the interest of full disclosure and a possible plea bargain, we wanted you to have the information as soon as possible. Keller confessed. That's why I brought it down myself." "Really?" He tossed a manila file folder on the desk. "That's Terry Weiner's statement. He is Keller's cellmate." The courthouse snitch. Ever popular with prosecutors and police. "So let me get this straight. You're suggesting that Keith Keller, who in the past few weeks of his incarceration has not spoken to his father, his lawyer, or the court-appointed psychiatrist, suddenly opened up to his cellmate He said, and I quote, "The bitch wouldn't shut up, so I smoked her." Short, to the point, and easy to remember, I see, and let me guess the so-called witness has been let go. He was only in for possession. A drug addict. Perfect. Michael picked up the manila folder and opened it, skimming the statement. I'll need a copy of the wit's arrest record. I'll have it sent over. Is this little bit of fiction all you have? It's plenty, Michael, and we both know it. Brad paused meaningfully, looked at him. I heard about your wife. Going off to war, huh? I didn't know you were a military family. A military family? I wouldn't call us that. Really? That seems odd. Anyway, I guess you're going to have your hands full with the kids. Was there a smirk in Brad's voice? Don't worry about me, Brad. I can drive, carpool, make dinner, and still kick your ass across the courtroom. After dinner, Jolene stood at the kitchen sink with her hands deep in the hot, soapy water, staring out at the view from her own backyard. It was impossibly beautiful tonight. A star-spangled sky, waves dipped in moonlight, fence rails that seemed to glow from within. She knew that if she closed her eyes, she would recall 1,000 memories played out across this very view, hear her daughter's laughter, feel a small hand pulling at hers. Goodbye. She'd said it in her mind so many times in the past 2 weeks. To views, memories, moments, pictures, people. She had spent hours trying to memorize all of it, so that she could take it with her, a scrapbook in her mind of the life she'd left behind, the life that was waiting for her. She pulled her hands out of the water, dried them off, and let the water out of the sink. Then, slowly, she left the empty kitchen. The family room was brightly lit, every light was on, and a fire danced in the grate, and the television played a sitcom that no one was watching. She turned off the TV and hated the sudden silence, so she turned it back on again. Walking up the stairs, she noticed the creaking sound of the risers and kept going. Betsy was in her room doing homework, and Lulu was asleep already. She paused at Betsy's door, let her fingertips brush the oak door. She had the idea to go in, to sit with her older daughter and try again to make her understand this deployment. But there was something else to do tonight, something she'd already put off as long as she could. She went into her bedroom, turned on the light, and closed the door. As she stood there, looking at the room she shared with her husband, memories came to her. That's the bed, Michael. Let's get it. Look how sturdy it is. We can make babies in that bed. And the dresser they'd found at a garage sale in the old days, and the oriental rug that had been their first major purchase. With a sigh, she went to the dresser and fished the video camera out of her sock drawer. Setting it up on the tripod she'd bought, she aimed the lens at the big, king-sized bed, then hit the record button. Climbing into bed, puffing the pillows up around her, she forced a smile, as if this were an ordinary bedtime story. "Hey, Lulu!" Her voice snagged. She drew in a deep breath and tried again. "I'm making this tape for you." She held up Lulu's favorite book, Professor Wormbog in Search for the Zipper-Umpa Zoo. Opening the big, colorful book, she began to read the story out loud, using all the voices and drama at her command. When she was done, she closed the book and looked into the camera, tears stinging her eyes. "Lucy Louida, I love you to the moon and back. Sleep tight, baby girl. I'll be home before you know it." She climbed out of the bed and snapped the camera off. She removed that tape and put in another one. This time she sat at the end of the bed and looked directly into the camera. "Betsy," she said softly, "I don't even know how to say goodbye to you. I know how much you need me right now. You're dealing with so much stuff at school, and I want to give you all the advice you'll ever need to get through life, but we don't have time for that, do we? How can we not have time?" She sighed. "I know you're mad at me a little bit, and I'm so sorry for that. I only hope that someday you'll understand. Maybe you'll even be proud of me, as I am proud of you. So proud of you. You're strong and beautiful and smart and loyal. You will have a lot of hills to climb while I'm gone, and it will be hard. I know it will be hard, but you'll be okay." Jolene closed her eyes for just a moment, thinking that there was so much more that she wanted to say. For the next 10 minutes, she gave her daughter the best advice she could about boys and girls and classes and starting your period and wearing makeup. When she came to the end of it all, she was drained. There was so much more, and no time. "I love you, Betsy, to the moon and back. And I know you love me. I know," she said simply, and she smiled. Rising tiredly, she went to the camera and changed the tape again. This time, it was for Michael. But as she sat at the end of the bed, looking up into that small black lens, she felt a rush of loss. After all their years together, she had no idea what to say to him now, and no idea if he would even listen or care. She got up and turned off the camera. She placed the 2 tapes on her dresser, writing Lulu on one and Betsy on the other. And now, she went to the desk in the corner of the room, remembering the day she'd found it, how Michael had laughed and said, "It's the ugliest thing ever. How many times has it been painted?" And she'd taken his hand and pulled him toward it and said, "Look deeper, baby." She sat down at the desk and opened the bottom drawer. In it was the green metal lockbox that she'd bought specifically for her deployment. She lifted it out, set it on the burnished mahogany desktop. Then she took out the stationery she'd bought this week and set about the task of writing her last letters. Hopefully, they would never be read. "To my beloved Elizabeth Andrea, writing this letter is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Not because I don't know what to say, although I don't, not really, but because I cannot stand the idea that you will read it, that I will be gone, that you will know how it feels to be a motherless girl." She wrote and wrote and wrote through her tears until she couldn't find a single additional word to say. And still it wasn't enough. When she finished, her hands were trembling. Lulu's letter was no easier. With every word written, Jolene thought about a child who would forget her mother almost completely. "Michael," she wrote at last in this 3rd letter, pausing, her pen held above the paper, her tears dripping now, hitting the paper in small gray bursts. "I loved you, beginning to end. Take care of our babies. Teach them to remember me." She folded the letters, slipped each one into its own envelope, and put them in the metal box, along with her wallet and her driver's license. After she put the lockbox away and closed the drawer, she sat there, staring out at the night, feeling empty. She got to her feet She was unsteady now, weak in the knees, and went to her closet where she found her big green Army-issued duffel bag. Throwing it onto the bed, she began to pack. She was so intent on finding the things she had put on her list and folding her uniforms in precise thirds that she didn't hear a knock at the door. But suddenly Betsy was beside her, staring down at the gaping duffel bag, unzipped and full of desert camo ACUs and sand-colored boots and army green T-shirts. "Hey, Bets," Jolene said. Betsy walked woodenly toward the bed, her gaze fastened on the small silver tangle of dog tags that lay beside the duffel bag. She picked them up, looked down at the rectangular bit of steel that recorded the facts of Jolene's service. "Sierra said you were going to kill people," she said softly, her voice catching. "And then Todd laughed and said, 'No, she won't. Women can't shoot. Everyone knows that.'" "Betsy." "I saw a movie once where a soldier was identified by dog tags. Is that what they're for? To identify you?" Her eyes filled with tears. "Nothing's going to happen to me, Betsy." "You shouldn't be going." Jolene swallowed hard. She wanted to pull Betsy into her arms and hold her tightly and vow to stay home. "I wish I weren't." "Swear you'll come home okay." "Oh, Betsy." Jolene tried to find the right words, the way to make an unkeepable promise to a girl who would never forget what was said right now. "I love you so much." Betsy looked stricken. She made a strangled sound and burst into tears and said, "That's not a promise." Then she threw the dog tags to the floor and ran out of the room and slammed the door shut behind her. Jolene bent slowly to retrieve her dog tags. Putting them around her neck, she sighed tiredly. She would finish packing and then go to Betsy and try, again, to make her daughter understand. Tonight was their last night together. Jolene had spent the day with her daughters. She'd let Betsy skip school. The three of them had seen a movie, gone ice skating, and had lunch at Red Robin. Now the sun was beginning to set. Jolene had a plan for this last evening together. She wanted to go to the crab pot for dinner. She needed one last perfect memory to carry forward like an amulet into the separation that was coming. For years, the crab pot had been their restaurant. In the hot, lazy days of a Northwest summer, they'd walked there, strolled along the beach at low tide, often having contests along the way. There were prizes awarded, usually a 2-scoop ice cream cone, for the first one to find an agate, a sand dollar, a perfect white rock. In years past, Michael had come with them. He'd carried brightly colored buckets, plastic shovels, armloads of towels, and bags of sunscreen. But in the months since his father's death, he'd changed. Maybe if he could go back in time for just a second, just long enough to remember, he could give Jolene the one thing she needed most tonight, her family together before she left. She needed desperately to know that Michael would do a good job with the girls, and that he would be waiting for her return, that she still had a husband to come home to. "Come on, you guys," Jolene said again. "Let's go to the crab pot for dinner." Only Lulu cheered. "It's too cold," Betsy said, thumbing through the songs on her iPod, adjusting her earbuds. "No one goes to the pot until summer. Only old people will be there." Michael pointed the remote at the TV, flipping through channels. In the silence, he shrugged. That was enough agreement for Jolene. "Perfect. We're going then. Get your coats, guys. It might be cold out." She spent the next 10 minutes herding her family through the checklist: coats, boots, and blankets. She threw 4 beach chairs in the back of her car, just in case, and 10 minutes later they were driving down the winding road that followed the shoreline. The Crab Pot Diner was a local institution. Built 50 years ago by a Norwegian fisherman, it was a small, shingled building positioned on a perfect lip of land between the road and the sand. A weathered gray deck fanned out all around it, decorated with picnic tables, fencing draped in fishing nets and strung with Christmas lights. In the summer, red and white plastic tablecloths covered the tables, but in the off-season, when only the locals stopped by, the tables were bare. Inside, the uneven floor was a thick layer of sand, reportedly brought in from the wild coast near Claylock. The wooden walls were barely visible beneath multicolored bits of memorabilia, pictures, expired fishing licenses, dollar bills. Whatever someone wanted to tack up was fine. There were even a few bras and panties stuck in amidst the papers. Lulu knew just where to go. She marched into the place as if she owned it, went right to the window by the cash register, and pointed up. "That's us," she said to anyone who might be listening. There were only a few patrons in the restaurant, and none of them looked up. The waitress, a white-haired woman who'd been there as long as anyone could remember, said, "Of course it is, Lulu. It's my favorite picture of you, too." Lulu beamed. The waitress, Inga, led them to a table by the door. "You want the usual?" she asked, pulling a pen out of her hair. It was just for show, that pen. No one had ever seen Inga actually write down an order. "You bet," Jolene said, trying to sound happy. 2 Dungeness crabs, 4 drawn butters, and 2 orders of garlic bread. They took their places on the twin benches, Michael and Betsy on one side, Lulu and Jolene on the other. All through the meal, Jolene tried to keep up a lively conversation, but honestly, by the time they were taking off their plastic bibs, she was disheartened. Really, only she and Lulu had talked. Michael and Betsy had pretty much communicated by shrugs and grunts. They were both unhappy on this last night, and they wanted Jolene to know it. At least that was what she figured. Michael was paying the bill when the Flynns walked into the restaurant. "Perfect," Betsy said, slumping forward in her seat, letting her hair fall across her face. "Tammy!" Jolene got to her feet and stepped around the table, hugging her friend tightly. She should have known they'd all show up here together. Pulling back, she smiled, said, "Photo op." Tammy and Seth and Carl immediately came together, looped their arms around each other, and smiled brightly for the camera. Jolene captured their image in the clunky old Polaroid camera the Crab Pot kept for its guests' use. It was another part of their tradition. Every visit included a family photo to be tacked on the wall. "Got it," she said. The Flynns gathered around her, watching their picture develop. When it was done, and it was a good one, Carl pinned it to the wall by the door. "Your turn," Tammy said, taking the camera from Jolene. Jolene gathered with her family, put her arm around Betsy. How thin her elder daughter was, how gangly. And Lulu, her baby. Michael stepped in behind her. At Tammy's "say cheese," they smiled. Flash. Then Betsy and Michael drifted away, went outside. Jolene stood there, watching them leave. Tammy took her hand, squeezed it. "Hey there," she said softly. Jolene shook her head a little, forced a smile. They walked out to the deck, still holding hands. By now it was dark. A full moon illuminated the sharp, jagged, snow-covered peaks and sent streamers across the waves. At the end of the deck, Carl stood beside Michael. Even from here, it was easy to see how uncomfortable they were with each other, these two men with nothing in common except their wives' friendship. Michael's hands were shoved deep in his pockets. He bounced slightly on the balls of his feet. The cool night air ruffled his black hair. Seth walked down to the beach with Lulu. At the waterline, they crouched down, looking at something. Jolene could tell that Betsy wanted to follow, but she held back. "Go on, Betsy," Jolene urged quietly. It took a moment, but Betsy finally started moving, walked down the deck steps and across the sandy beach. At her approach, Seth looked up, smiled shyly. "What are they going to do without us?" Jolene said quietly. "What are we going to do without them?" was Tammy's reply. They stood there until the air turned cold in their nostrils and the breeze graduated to a wind, until Carl and Michael had stopped pretending they had something to say to each other. Then the Flynns went into the restaurant, and Jolene's family went home. By the time they'd parked the car and gone back into the warm, golden house, the mood had grown solemn. Even Lulu seemed affected. "Mommy," Lulu said as they came into the family room, "you'll be back for my birthday, won't you?" Betsy rolled her eyes. "Not before your birthday, Lulu. But Daddy's going to make sure you have a nice party." "Oh." Lulu scrunched her face in thought. "What if I lose a tooth? You'll come home for that, won't you?" Michael sat down and turned on the TV. Betsy made a sound of pure frustration and left the room. The sound of her footsteps on the stairs reverberated through the house. "What about bedtime stories? Who will read to me?" Lulu said, frowning. "Lulu, honey, put your toys away. I'll be right back." Feeling shaky, Jolene followed Betsy up the stairs and knocked on her door. "Go away," Betsy screamed. "You don't mean that," Jolene said. "Not tonight." There was a long pause. Then, "Fine. Come in." Jolene walked into the bedroom and went to the bed. Betsy didn't move sideways, but Jolene sat down beside her anyway. She put an arm around her daughter and pulled her close. "I'm trying, Mom," Betsy said at last. "I know." "On the news." "Don't watch the news, Betsy. It won't help." "What will?" Jolene sighed. "I'll tell you what. Let's synchronize our watches' alarms. That way, when the alarms go off, we'll think of each other at that second." "Okay." In silence, they set their alarms. "I shouldn't have said that about the dog tags," Betsy said, her voice uneven. "It's okay, Betsy." "I'll miss you," Betsy said after a minute. "I don't know why I'm being so mean to you." "I know, baby. I was 12 once, and you've got a lot to worry about right now." Jolene kissed Betsy's cheek. They sat there, holding each other for a long time. In the quiet, Jolene felt as if she were coming undone. How could she leave tomorrow, walk away from her family, say goodbye to her children? She wanted to tell Betsy everything she would need to know for her whole life, just in case, to warn her about sex and boys and drugs and makeup, about social politics and college admissions and bad choices. But it was too early. and too late. Finally, she kissed her daughter's cheek, said, "Are you ready to come back downstairs?" and got up. "I don't feel like watching TV. I think I'll read," Betsy said. Jolene could hardly challenge that. She didn't really want to go back downstairs either. Okay. She went downstairs, where she found Michael watching TV while Lulu sat beside him on the sofa, doggedly asking him questions about how long Mommy would be gone. "Come here, Lucy Lou," Jolene said, scooping her daughter into her arms. "It's time for your bath." Jolene carried Lulu upstairs, gave her a long, play-filled bath, then got her ready for bed. As she looked around for last night's book, she saw Lulu scamper out of bed, put on her ratty gray cat-ear headband, and climb back into bed. So Lulu wanted to play. Jolene turned to the bed and stopped suddenly. "Oh, no. Lulu, where did you go? Did the fairies steal you?" Lulu made a sound and clamped a hand over her mouth. "Was that the wind?" Jolene went to the window, opened it. "Lulu, are you out there?" Lulu took off her headband and burst into tears. "I want to stay invisible till you come home." "Oh, Lulu," she said, climbing into Lulu's narrow bed, taking her baby into her arms. "Who will find me if you're gone?" Jolene tightened her hold, thinking of all the things she'd miss. Lulu would start kindergarten and ride the bus and make new friends, all without Jolene beside her. "I love you, Lucy Louida. You remember that, okay?" "Okay." Lulu snuggled under the covers and closed her eyes. In minutes, she was asleep. Jolene kissed her cheek and left the bedroom. On her way out, she snagged one of Lulu's yellow plastic barrettes from the dresser and slipped it into her pocket. As she went downstairs, she was struck by the quiet in her house. "Michael?" She got no answer. Moving from room to room, she didn't find him anywhere, but his car was in the garage. Finally, she caught a glimpse of something out front. She stopped at the kitchen window and looked out. Moonlight glanced off a figure seated on their dock. She slipped into the pair of boots that were always at the mudroom door. Zipping up her hoodie, she left the house and walked along the fence line down to the main road. On the other side, she followed the wooden steps down to their dock. The full moon lit her way. She stepped on something that made a loud, cracking sound. "I guess you found me," Michael said, lifting a bottle to his lips. Jolene sat down in the chair beside him. He'd built a fire in the metal pit off to the side, and some heat wafted her way. "I'm sure you'll tell me getting drunk is a bad idea." Jolene sighed. How had they come to this place? And how would they ever find their way back? They wouldn't. She reached out, said, "May I?" and took the bottle from him, taking a sip of the bitter scotch. It burned all the way down. "You must be upset," he said. She nodded. Normally, she stayed away from alcohol, both because of her family history and because of her career. A DUI would ground her, and she would never do anything to risk her ability to fly. I'm human, Michael. In fact, getting drunk sounds good right now. I'm scared, Joe, he said quietly. I don't know if I can handle it. She waited for him to say something more, maybe reach for her. When he didn't, she turned to look at him. In profile, his features sharpened by moonlight, he looked remote and cold. She saw the way he held his lips pursed in disapproval, as if the slightest relaxing would undo him, and she hated that she was leaving him now when their marriage was in trouble. She needed to believe he still loved her, or that he could love her again. Look at me, Jolene said. He took another long drink from the Scotch bottle and then turned to her. They were close enough to kiss. All it would have taken was the slightest movement by either one of them. But neither leaned toward the other. Don't get hurt over there, Joe, he said, his gaze steady. She heard a caring in the words she'd thought was gone, and it filled her with a sweet and tender hope. Maybe they could fix it. Maybe one perfect moment could put them back on track. She needed him so much right now she couldn't stand it. She needed to be able to take his love with her. Slowly she put a hand around his neck and pulled him closer, kissing him. But even as her heartbeat sped up and passion flared inside her, she felt him holding back. It was like kissing a stranger. She drew back, humiliated. "Take care of my babies," she whispered. But he was drinking again, staring out at the rolling waves. "It's too bad you think you have to say that," he said. She got up and returned to the house, alone. Chapter 9. Michael woke up, alone. At some point, long before dawn, he'd heard Jolene awaken and climb out of bed. Without turning on the lights, she had dressed in her camo fatigues, ACUs, grabbed her duffel bag, and left the bedroom, quietly shutting the door behind her. He had pretended to be asleep. Later, he'd heard a horn honk outside. Tammy had come to pick Jolene up. Afterward, Michael lay alone. He thought he'd never fall asleep again, but somehow he had. And he'd been awakened hours later by the alarm bleating beside his bed. Now, it was the day. He woke the girls up and then took a long, scaldingly hot shower. He had no idea what to wear for a deployment ceremony, so he went for the ever-popular charcoal slacks and matching V-neck cashmere sweater. But when he looked in the mirror, he saw a stranger. His dark eyes had a haunted look, and the shadows beneath attested to the fact that he hadn't slept well in weeks. "Dad?" Betsy walked into the room wearing white knee-length leggings, a long pink sweater cinched tight at the waist by a wide silver belt, and Ugg boots. Her long blonde hair hung in frizzy ringlets to the middle of her back. She looked like she was trying out for some Disney kid show where people burst into song at the drop of a hat. "Is that what you think you're wearing?" he asked. "You can't tell me what to wear." "Why not? I'm your father." Betsy rolled her eyes. "I came to tell you that Lulu isn't coming with us." "What do you mean? She's 4 years old." "I know her age, Dad. I just said she won't come, and she's wearing the headband." Michael had no idea what difference a headband could make. "Fine." He sighed. He was exhausted already, and it was barely past 11. "Come on," he said to Betsy, and headed down the hallway. Lulu's room appeared to have been ransacked. There were toys and clothes everywhere. All of the bedding had been pulled off the bed and lay heaped on the floor. She sat in the corner, wearing her ragged gray kitten Halloween costume, with her skinny legs drawn up to her chest. Her eyes were red and watery from crying, and her cheeks were blotchy. He looked at his watch. They were late. "Get up, Lulu. We don't have time for this. We have to say goodbye to your mom." When he reached down for her, she screamed, "You can't see me!" Michael frowned. Betsy grabbed his wrist. "Lulu's invisible when she has the headband on." "Oh, for God's—" "Lulu," Betsy said in a sing-song voice. "Where are you? We need to go." Lulu didn't answer. Michael felt acutely out of his depth already, and Jolene hadn't even left yet. "I know how afraid Lulu must be to say goodbye, but Mommy needs our kisses to keep her safe," Betsy said. Lulu burst into tears. Taking off the headband, she stood up. "I don't want her to go. Will she be back for dinner?" Betsy took her sister's hand. "No." "My birthday?" Lulu said hopefully, clutching the ratty cat-eared headband. It was at least the 50th time she'd asked this question. "Come on," Michael said tiredly. "We need to change your clothes, Lulu." "No!" she screamed, scrambling away from him. "I want my kitty costume." "You should give in, Dad. Trust me," Betsy said. "Fine," Michael said, sighing. He picked Lulu up, and the three of them went out to the car. They drove away in a heavy, awkward silence. When they picked up his mother, she tried to fill the silence with chatter, but her buoyant pretense at optimism soon faded. Michael turned on the radio. Let Clint Black be their voice. At the guard tower, he eased to a stop and handed his and his mother's IDs over to a very serious-looking young man in uniform. "Go ahead, sir," the guard said finally, handing him back the 2 licenses. The post was a hive of activity. Cars and trucks and uniformed soldiers were everywhere. Betsy read the instructions and guided them to a parking area where they found a sign about the deployment ceremony to be held in the hangar. The 4 of them were silent as they walked out to the hangar, which was a huge, open-sided building full of helicopters and cargo jets and smaller airplanes. One section had been cleared of aircraft, and rows of metal chairs had been placed in their space. Along the back wall, they'd set up a wooden dais. There was a giant TV screen to its left. A large banner hung from the rafters. It read, "Be safe, Raptors." A pair of Black Hawk helicopters were in the center of the hangar. They were crawling with kids and parents. In front of them, a long, low table offered pamphlets on everything from PTSD to suicide prevention to summer camps for kids. They took seats in the front row. Lulu sat curled on Michael's lap, sucking her thumb. She no longer even pretended she'd given it up. In the next 30 minutes, the place filled up with people, mostly women and children and older men who held posters and flowers. Over by the helicopters, a news crew gathered. A pretty woman in a blue suit talked into a microphone. Then the side door opened, and the crowd went still. Music started. 5 soldiers marched out single file, wearing camouflage fatigues tucked into lace-up, sand-colored boots and jauntily slanted berets, playing instruments. At the end of the song, the band formed a line along the wall. They stood straight and tall, their shoulders broad, their chins high, at attention in front of a row of flags. On the dais, a man in uniform approached the mic and welcomed everyone to this important day. Then he turned and gave an order, and the giant hangar doors began slowly to open. The rollers made a grinding, pinging sound that filled the room. The doors parted to reveal the uniformed soldiers, all 76 of them, who made up the Raptor's flight unit. They stood outside, stone-faced, looking ready to go. There was his wife, in the front row, so tall, so strong-looking amid her other family. Chief Warrant Officer 3, Zarkades. He hardly knew her. She was the officer in charge of a $40 million aircraft and countless lives. A soldier stood in front of the troops, said something that ended in, "Present arms!" and the Raptors saluted and marched into the hangar. "Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise for the national anthem?" Michael watched it all as if from some great distance. At the close of the national anthem, the unit members who were being deployed assembled and stood with their legs apart and their hands behind their backs as the base commander introduced the speaker. A couple of uniformed men conducted a ceremony with a flag. They rolled it into a case and put it away. It would not be brought out again until the troops returned from war. The governor of Washington State stepped up to the podium. The hangar was quiet, except for the crying of babies in their mothers' arms. "The brave men and women standing in front of me are known to all of you," he began. "They are our brothers, our sisters, our neighbors, our parents, our children, and our friends. They are our heroes. To the soldiers, and to the families, and to all of those who are supporting our troops, no words can adequately express the depth and breadth of our gratitude. We, left at home, the protected, are acutely aware of and thankful for your courage and your sacrifice." The governor looked up from his notes and leaned closer to the microphone. "Standing before me are the members of Charlie Company that are being deployed today. We can all be proud of their willingness to serve this great country of ours and take comfort from the certainty that each soldier is ready, is trained, is prepared to succeed in this endeavor. But we in this room know that there is more than courage being asked of these soldiers, and of you, their families. I have been privileged to speak privately with many of our state's brave soldiers, and the question I always ask them is, what is your greatest concern with this deployment? You will not be surprised to hear that none has expressed concern for their personal safety. They worry about you. Saying goodbye to loved ones is the most difficult act for any soldier." The governor paused. "There are no words that we, a grateful nation, can offer to Charlie Company, except thank you." He looked at the troops. "Your willingness to put yourselves in harm's way to protect us here at home is humbling. We say thank you and pray that you will be safe. God bless this unit, and God bless America." A soldier called out, "First Sergeant, release the warriors to their families." Whatever was said next was lost in the rush of applause. The audience was on their feet, clapping and crying, rushing in a herd toward the troops. Michael couldn't make himself move. He looked at the soldiers walking past him, going in search of their families. None looked afraid. They looked proud. strong, certain. Up ahead, he saw Jolene and Tammy come together. A news crew was talking to them. As he approached, he heard the reporter say, "Two best friends who are female and just happen to fly Blackhawks? That's quite a story." Jolene said, "It's not as unusual as you would think. Excuse me, ma'am." She ducked out of camera range and headed toward Mila, who was pushing through the crowd. Everywhere he looked, he saw heartbreak and courage. He saw a man in uniform holding an infant who couldn't be more than a month old. The soldier stared at his baby intently, his eyes moist, as if trying to imagine all the changes that would be made in that small face while he was gone. Beside him, a pregnant woman hugged her husband, sobbing, promising that she would be okay without him. And there was Jolene, hugging his mother so tightly it looked like they'd fused together. Lulu tightened her hold around Michael's neck. "Hurry, Daddy! She might go!" Michael walked toward his wife. He hadn't expected any of this. How was that? He prided himself on his intelligence, but he'd been wrong, blinded by selfishness or politics or intellectualism. For years, he'd watched news reports about the global war on terrorism and followed images of soldiers in the desert, and he'd thought about the politics of it all, about weapons of mass destruction, and George W.'s declaration of war, and the wisdom of arming and sending out troops. He'd argued with colleagues about it, while he sat safe and warm and protected in his country. He'd argued about the true cost of war. He hadn't known shit. The cost of war was here, in this room. It was families being torn apart, and babies being born without their parent at home, and children forgetting their mother's face. It was soldiers, some of them his age, and others young enough to be his sons, who would come home wounded, or not come home at all. His wife was going off to war. War! How was it he had missed the most important part of that? She could die. "Breathe," Jolene said gently. Michael stared at her, his eyes bright with tears he was trying to hold back. "How can you do this? Any of you?" Lulu leaned out of his arms toward Jolene, her arms outstretched. "Don't leave me, Mommy. I'll be good. I won't be invisible anymore." Jolene pulled her youngest into her arms and held her fiercely. "You are the best girl in the world, Lucy Lou." She pinned a small golden set of wings on Lulu's costume. "When you look at these wings, you'll know I'm thinking of you, Lulu. Okay?" Michael reached out, took Jolene's hand. He should have done that before, told her he'd be here for her. She grasped his hand so tightly it hurt. He wanted to wrap his arms around both of them, but he didn't dare. If he got close enough to kiss her, he might fall apart and be the only man in the room who cried. His kids didn't need to see that. Betsy stood back, her arms crossed, one hip flung out, her mouth pulled into a tight frown. "I'll send videos and emails. I'll call as much as I can," Jolene promised them all. "We'll be fine," Mila said to Jolene, hugging her, taking Lulu into her arms. "Don't you worry about us." Jolene moved toward Betsy, caressed her cheek, forced her to look up. "I have my watch set. Do you?" 7 o'clock, Betsy said firmly, looking away. Jolene bent down, looked Betsy in the eyes. "I love you to the moon and back." She paused. Michael knew she was waiting. He thought, "Say it back to her, Bets." But the silence just hung there, until Jolene straightened, looking unbearably sad. Behind them, a voice came through the speakers, telling the soldiers to gather at the buses. The crowd started to move like a wave, swelling toward the doors. And then they were outside, this crowd of straight-back soldiers with duffel bags, amid their weeping families and reaching children. A row of buses waited on the tarmac. "I'll be good," Lulu said, crying hard. Jolene kissed her daughters and held them tightly, and then let them go. Michael watched her move toward him. For a split second it was just the two of them in his mind. No kids, no soldiers, no crying babies. Everything around them was a blur of sound and fury. He didn't know what to do or say. He couldn't repair a broken marriage with a kiss or a touch, but he was ashamed of what he'd done to get them here, and it was too late to fix it. "Michael," she said, and he felt the sting of tears. "Take care of yourself." It was so little, that goodbye, more evidence of the shoals they'd wrecked on. "You take care of yourself. Come home to them. Just make sure you come home." He took her in his arms at last, holding her tightly. It wasn't until she walked away that he realized she hadn't hugged him back. With one last agonizing look, Jolene disappeared into the crowd of soldiers and boarded the bus. Betsy cried out, "Mom!" and ran the length of the bus, following her mother's progress. Her voice was lost in the din. Michael picked up a sobbing Lulu and tried to soothe her, but she was hysterical. In the back row of the bus, Jolene put down her window. She gazed down at her family. The smile she gave them faltered as the bus drove away. And then she was gone. "I didn't say I love you," Betsy said, bursting into tears. In the months before his wife left, Michael had slept on his side of the bed. He'd seen the river of rumpled white cotton between them as a no-man's land, where passion had gone to die. Now, on this morning when he woke up truly alone, he saw how false that had been. In all those nights, he'd had a wife beside him, a partner with whom he'd shared his life. Alone was different from separate, infinitely different. Often last night he'd reached out for her and found only emptiness. His first thought when he woke, she's gone. He sat up in bed. Beside him on the nightstand was her Bible, the huge 3-ring binder that housed the endless list of his new responsibilities. In it, she'd put everything she thought he might need: appliance warranties, recipes, lists of mechanics and house cleaners and babysitters. He reached for it and opened to the daily planner section. Make breakfast. Each morning came with its own carefully constructed meal plan. Get girls dressed, make sure they brush their teeth. Get Betsy on school bus, arrival 8:17. Drop Lulu off at preschool, 8:30. She had provided him with an address, which pissed him off both because she assumed he would need it and because, in fact, he did. He threw back the covers and got out of bed, stumbling toward the bathroom. After a long, hot shower, he felt ready to start his day. Dressing in navy wool slacks and a crisp white Armani dress shirt, he left the room. As he walked down the darkened hallway, he knocked on the girls' doors, yelling for them to get up. Downstairs, he made a pot of coffee, realizing too late that he'd made enough for 2. Then he stood there, waiting impatiently. As soon as it was done, he pulled out the glass carafe and poured himself a cup. Only it wasn't done. Coffee dripped down, splattering and burning on the warming pad below. He shoved the carafe back into place, ignoring the steaming sizzle, and looked at his list. Today was clown pancake breakfast day. Ha! Instead, he rifled through the cupboards, found some cereal, and thumped it down on the table. Tossing some bowls and spoons alongside it, he grabbed the newspaper from the porch and sat down to read it. The next time he looked up, it was 8:07. Shit. He threw down the paper and ran up the stairs, opening Betsy's door. His daughter was still asleep. "Damn it, Betsy, get up!" She sat up in bed slowly, blinking, and glanced sleepily at the clock by her bed, and then screamed. "You didn't wake me up in time!" The horror on her face would have been funny at any other time. He knew how precise Betsy was. Just like her mom, she hated to be rushed. "I knocked on your door and yelled at you," he said, clapping his hands. "Get going!" "I don't have time! I don't have time!" She jumped out of bed and looked in the mirror. "Oh, my hair!" she groaned. "You have 5 minutes to be at the table for breakfast." "No shower?" Again the horror. "You can't mean it." "Oh, I mean it. You're 12. How dirty can you be? Go!" She glared at him. "Move it." He strode down the hall to Lulu's room. As usual, his youngest daughter slept spread-eagled on top of the blankets, with a zoo of stuffed animals gathered around her. He threw the toys aside and kissed her cheek, pushing her tangled hair aside. "Lulu, honey, it's time to wake up." I don't wanna," she said, rolling away from him. "Time to go to preschool." "I don't wanna." He turned on the light and went to her dresser. Opening the top drawer, he pulled out some tiny pink-flowered underwear and a pair of small, elastic-waisted yellow corduroy pants and a green sweater. "Come on, Lulu, we need to get you dressed." "Those are summer clothes, Daddy, and they don't go together. Get the yellow sweater." "This is what you're wearing." "I'm not." "Are too." "Mommy lets me pick." "Come here, Lucy," he said sternly. Scrunching her face up, she climbed out of bed and padded toward him. All the time he was dressing her, she was complaining. "There," he said when she was dressed. "Pretty as a picture." "I look ugly." "Hardly." She reached up for the pair of wings on the dresser top. "Pin it on me, Daddy. It means she's thinking of me." "Ow! You poked me." "Sorry," he mumbled. Picking her up, he carried her downstairs and into the kitchen. There, he put her in her chair and poured her a bowl of cereal. "It's Clown Pancake Day," she informed him crisply, looking down at her wings. "Look at the calendar." "It's Captain Crunch Day." "That's for special. Is Mommy coming home?" "Not today." He poured the milk into her bowl. Betsy came running into the kitchen and stopped dead. "I can't go to school like this," she cried, flinging out her arms dramatically. "Look at my hair!" She did sort of look as if she'd just undergone electric shock therapy. "Put a twisty thing in it." Betsy's eyes widened at the thought. Her face paled. "You're ruining my life already." "Mommy's not coming home yet," Lulu said, and burst into tears. "Eat," Michael snapped to Lulu. To Betsy, he said, "Sit down, now." Outside, he heard the grinding of gears, the rattling of an old engine. He looked through the kitchen window and saw the yellow blur of a school bus pull up at the end of his driveway. "I'm late," Betsy howled. "See?" Michael ran to the back door and flung it open, yelling, "Wait!" But it was too late. The bus was pulling away. He slammed the door shut. "When does school start?" "That wasn't on her damn list." Betsy stared at him. "You don't even know?" "Eat, then go brush your teeth. We're leaving in 2 minutes." "I'm not going to first period," Betsy said. "Oh, no, I'm not. Zoe's in that class, and Sienna. When they see my hair, you're going to school. I have a ferry to catch." Michael looked at the wall and grimaced. He was going to miss his ferry, which meant he was going to miss his first meeting of the day. Betsy crossed her arms. "I'm on a hunger strike." "Fine," he snapped. "Be hungry." He grabbed the dishes and put them in the sink, cereal and milk and all. In the mudroom, he found Lulu's pink rubber boots and picked them up. In the kitchen, Betsy hadn't moved. She sat in the chair, looking mutinous, with her chin jutted out and her eyes narrowed. "I'm not going in late. Everyone will stare at me," she said. "Who do you think you are, Madonna? A bad hair day doesn't stop school. Get your backpack." "No!" He looked at her. "Get your backpack and get ready, Betsy, or I'll walk you into first period holding your hand." She opened her mouth in horror, then clamped it shut. "Whatever. I'm going." He looked through the kitchen to the family room where Lulu lay curled on the couch, with her blanket and a stuffed orca, watching the video of Jolene reading her a story. "Lulu, come let me put your boots on you. Lulu, come here." "She's wearing the headband," Betsy said primly. Michael marched into the family room and picked Lulu up. At the movement, the headband slid off her head. "I'm invisible!" she screamed. He carried her screaming and squealing out to the car and strapped her into her car seat. Betsy, silent and glowering, climbed in beside her. Lulu burst into tears. "I want my mommy!" "Yeah," Michael said, starting the car. "Don't we all?" The first week without Jolene almost drove Michael into the ground. He'd had no idea how much there was to do around the house and with the kids. If his mother hadn't had such boundless energy, he would have had to hire full-time help. She'd been a lifesaver, no doubt about it. Jolene had enrolled Lulu in after-preschool daycare, which lasted until 4 o'clock. That meant his mother could work until almost 4, and then pick Lulu up from daycare and get to Michael's house in time to meet Betsy so that she never came home to an empty house, one of Jolene's strictest rules. By the time Michael got home, at 6, his mom had usually started dinner and done some laundry. She was shouldering a big part of his burden. Even so, he wasn't doing well. Betsy was a whirling dervish. He never seemed to be able to anticipate her reaction to the simplest of things. She could burst into tears over nothing and then be mad as a hornet 5 seconds later. And Lulu wasn't much easier to handle. She had taken to wearing her ratty gray cat ears almost all the time. She swore she was going to stay invisible until Jolene came home. And when Michael ignored the game and picked her up anyway, she screamed like a banshee and sobbed that she missed her mommy. And then there was the Keller case, which was showing all the signs of becoming a disaster. Keith still hadn't spoken to anyone, not even his court-appointed psychiatrist. Michael had waived his client's right to a speedy trial, but at the moment, competency to stand trial was a legitimate concern. His intercom buzzed. "Michael, Mr. Keller's here to see you." "Send him in." Michael closed up the file and opened a pad of paper. Edward Keller walked into the office slowly, looking nervous. He was a big man with close-shaved black hair and a bushy black Tom Selleck mustache. He was pale and sweaty-looking in his plaid shirt and Wrangler jeans. Michael stood up, extended his hand. "Hello, Ed. I'm Michael. It's nice to finally meet you." Ed shook his hand. "My wife wouldn't come. She tried. She just can't talk about it yet. Emily was like a daughter to us. It's hard." "I understand," Michael said, and he did. He lived in a world of crime and victims. He'd seen time and again how terrible a grief came with the realization that a loved one had committed a heinous crime. Ed and his wife were the forgotten victims in a case like this. "He won't talk to me," Ed said. "He just sits there, staring at the wall." "To be blunt, Ed, that's our real problem now. The only one doing the talking is the prosecuting attorney, and I don't like what he's saying. They've charged Keith with murder in the first degree, and they claim to have a witness who will testify that Keith confessed to the murder." Ed looked miserable. The man slumped in his chair. "He was such a good kid. Popular, friendly, the kind of kid who asks you if you need help carrying the groceries and how your day was. He dated lots of girls, cheerleader types, and had fun in high school, but when he met Emily, he knew right away she was the one. When did it start going wrong? What? The marriage. Oh, it never did. Ed, Michael said evenly. Something went wrong. Ed looked down at his own hands. We've asked ourselves that question 1,000,000 times. Did he seem depressed? Did you ever hear them arguing? Did he ever say he was unhappy? Our family has looked at it 6 ways to Sunday. They had a happy marriage. That's what we think. She couldn't wait for him to get home from Iraq. She wrote him every day. Michael looked up sharply. Iraq? There's no mention of him serving in Iraq in what I've got here. It just says he's an honorably discharged Marine. He did 2 tours. When he came home the second time, it wasn't the same. What do you mean? We all saw that he was changed. If you startled him, and that was easy to do, he could turn on you fast enough to take your breath away. I know he didn't sleep much. Emily told me that he'd started keeping a loaded gun by the bed. God help me, I told her a man needed to protect his family. Michael wrote down PTSD and underlined it. Did he ever hit Emily, to your knowledge? In the last few days before I wondered about that. Keith was so edgy and upset. At a family dinner, he blew up at his brother over nothing, and the look in his eyes scared us all. It wasn't our Keith. When I asked him about it, he told me he'd had too much coffee, but I didn't believe him. I think whatever happened to him in Iraq is why he killed Emily. Michael added, what happened in Iraq, to his notes? Diminished capacity? Did he get help? He tried. The VA sent him away with a prescription for Prozac. Michael tapped his pen on the desk, thinking. So his client had tried to get help from the military and been denied. That was good, and hardly surprising. Okay, Ed, I'll do some research based on what you've just told me, but I need to talk to Keith. And I need Keith to talk to a psychiatrist, and I need it to happen quickly. He won't. If he doesn't, Ed, he'll go to prison, probably for life. Ed looked stricken by that, as Michael had intended. In the silence that followed, Michael sighed. I don't want to scare you, but I can't help your son if he won't talk to me. There are 2 sides to every story. I need his. I'll get him to talk, Ed said. Michael stared at him. Do that, Ed. And fast. Chapter 10. The first week at Fort Hood passed in a blur of classes, assignments, paper pushing, and lectures. It had been so many years since her active Army days that Jolene had forgotten how much bureaucracy there was in ordinary military life, how much of a day was spent hurrying up to wait. She'd spent the last 7 days standing in one line or another, or so it seemed. They stood in line for supplies, for lectures, for paperwork to be signed. There was the SRP, Soldier Readiness Process, and more medical tests and examinations and shots, finance reviews, and updating of personnel records. The day started early here at Fort Hood. Breakfast was at 04:30. Immediately afterward were classes on anything and everything they would need to know in Iraq. Spiders and scorpions and IEDs, improvised explosive devices, sexual harassment, chemical warfare. The list went on and on. The worst of the lines were at the phones. Jolene had been advised to leave her cell phone at home since it wouldn't work in Iraq anyway. Following that advice had been a mistake. As it was, she spent much of her off-duty time standing in line to call home. More often than not, by the time it was her turn to use the phone, it was too late to talk to the girls. The few conversations she'd had with Michael had been short and stilted. Neither had said, I love you, before hanging up. Afterwards, she felt more lonely than she had before the calls. Now Charlie Company was out beneath the blazing hot Texas sun, in full gear, walking along a dirt road the color of old blood. Jamie was in the lead. A lone hawk circled overhead curiously, no doubt wondering why these uniformed, helmeted adults, armed with M16s and 9mm, were running around in this heat. They kept pulling to the side of the road and looking for fictitious IEDs. She knew it was important, life-saving even, but they were an aviation unit going in to provide support, backfill, for a combat aviation brigade. If she found herself on a road in Sadr City or Baghdad, in a Humvee, something had gone wrong enough that an IED would be only one of the worries. And man, it was hot. By the time they finished that drill and made it out to the rifle range, Jolene was sweating so badly under her helmet that moisture ran into her eyes. "Zarkades, get the hell down here!" "Roger that, sir." She hustled to her place on the gun range and lifted her rifle. Aiming, she pulled the trigger. "Good shot, Chief. 10 more just like that and you can start the live-fire course." For the next 4 hours, Jolene did as she was ordered. Stand, sit, crawl, shoot, run. Afterward, she and Tammy headed across the post, hoping the phone lines would be a little shorter at this hour. They were wrong. At least 40 soldiers were already in line, standing under the waning heat of the sun, reading, talking, listening to music. Jolene slowed. Damn. She was about to turn around when she saw Smitty wave at her. He was fourth in line. Even with dirt and sweat running down his face, he looked young enough to be her son. "Hey, Smitty," Jolene said, heading toward him. He smiled, showing off his braces. "Hey, Chiefs." Tammy came up beside Jolene. "Are you calling your mom, or is there some girlfriend pining away for you?" "I'm holding this spot for you two," he said. At their surprised look, he added, "I just remembered my girlfriend's still at work. I can't call her for another hour. And besides," he gave them both a sheepish grin, "I know I'd want to hear from my mom." Smitty backed away, leaving an opening in line. "You sure you don't have anyone you want to call?" Jolene asked. "What about your folks?" "Nope. They're driving to see my grandma today." Jolene looked at Tammy, who gave her a big smile. "You're the man, Smitty," Tammy said. The women stepped into line. Smitty walked away, whistling. When the phone was free, Tammy stepped forward and made her call. As Jolene listened to the sing-song sound of her friend's voice, she tapped her foot impatiently, flicked her fingers against the rough fabric of her pants, and then, finally, it was her turn. Tammy hung up, and Jolene lurched forward, picked up the old-fashioned receiver, hot from so many hands, and called home. Betsy answered, said, "Hello?" and then yelled, "It's Mom!" Jolene leaned against the sun-warmed side of the building, trying to ignore the line of soldiers behind her, but it was impossible. She could hear them moving around, talking, laughing. "Hey, Bets, how's your week been? I'm sorry I couldn't call yesterday. They had us busy all day and night." Betsy launched into a breathless story about a trauma at school. Apparently, Betsy had been chosen last for volleyball teams in PE. Sierra and Zoe had been behind the humiliation, had pointed and laughed until Betsy screamed at them to shut up, and then received detention for her outburst. "Me! I got detention, and it was all their fault. Can you call my PE teacher and get me out of it?" Jolene had 10 minutes on the phone, and Betsy had already used up 6 of those minutes telling her story. "Oh, honey, I can't do that. But if you—" "I get it. You're too busy. Don't worry about it, Mom. Lulu, your turn." "Don't be that way, Betsy," Jolene said, her guilt surfacing again. "We get so little time to talk." "Obviously. I'll write you an email as soon as I can, okay?" "Like I said, Mom, don't worry about it. I don't need you. Here's Lulu." "Betsy, I love you." There was only breathing on the other end. Then Lulu was on the phone, sounding like a mouse on helium. At the end of a story about something she made for Jolene out of macaroni and string, Lulu said, "I want you to read me a story tonight." "I can't, baby." Lulu burst into tears. "Daddy, she's not coming home yet." "Hey, Joe," Michael said a second later, sounding as tired as she suddenly felt. "Lulu didn't say goodbye or I love you." "She's upset, Joe. She'll be fine. How are you?" Jolene had been on the phone 11 minutes. The soldiers behind her were starting to get restless. Is she having nightmares again? Because if she is, she needs her yellow blanket and her pink ribbon. Come on, Joe. Did you think the girls would say goodbye to their mother, watch her march off to war, and be fine? Behind her, someone yelled out, "Come on, ma'am, we all have families." There was so much she wanted to say, and no time to say it. Michael's silence gnawed at her nerves. "I'll write Betsy an email tonight. Can you make sure she reads it before school?" "Sure. So, your time's up now?" "It is." "Great talk, Joe," he said in a voice she could barely hear. She whispered, "Goodbye," and hung up the phone. Another soldier moved in next to her, picked up the receiver. Jolene backed away. She felt Tammy coming up beside her. They began the walk back to their barracks. "Betsy spent 10 minutes telling me about her day and asking if I'd call her teacher to get her out of detention," Jolene said. Tammy laughed quietly. "So, we go off to war and motherhood pretty much stays the same. And Michael? He asked me why I thought the girls would be fine after I went off to war." "We're not even at war." Jolene sighed. "How's Seth?" "He loves me and misses me, and he's proud of me. At least that's what he says. According to Carl, he isn't sleeping, and he unplugged his Xbox and won't play video games anymore. He doesn't want to see cartoon people getting blown up. And when I think of how many times I told him to get off that idiot box." "How are we going to get through this?" Jolene asked quietly. Tammy had no answer for that. At their barracks, they grabbed their DOP kits and headed for the showers. Afterward, they walked over to the dining facilities, DFAC, and sat down with several of the members of Charlie Company, including Jamie and Smitty. They were surrounded by the smell of gravy that had been on a burner too long and sweet corn cooked down to mush. The drone of soldiers' voices was like a jet engine. Smitty was shoveling creamed corn into his mouth at an alarming rate, talking at the same time about the rifle range. Jamie stared down at his food, poking the meatloaf with his fork. He seemed far away from all of them, and Jolene understood his distance. "We need to get our heads in the game, Joe," Tammy said. "We're soldiers first now. That's the way it has to be, or—" "We'll die," Jolene said softly. She knew Tammy was right. She'd thought the same thing several times. No doubt it was what occupied Jamie's thoughts now, too. The point of war games was, ultimately, war. Jolene needed to put her feelings for her family in a compartment and hide it away. "I don't know how to stop missing them. I feel guilty all the time. I keep thinking that if I can say just the right thing on the phone, we'll all be okay. Carl and I talked about this before I left. He told me I had to stop being a part of him and start being a part of this. He said he knew I loved him and that my job was to think about me and the men and women around me." Tammy looked at her. 2 weeks from now, we'll be in country, Joe. You've got to cut yourself loose from Paulsbo. Trust Michael to keep everything together." "Trust Michael," she said dully. "You have no choice." Jolene knew Tammy was right, but letting go was easier said than done. She knew how it felt to be abandoned in childhood, and although this was different, profoundly different, she wasn't certain her children would really understand why she had left them. How have men done it all these years? Gone off to war and left their kids behind. They had wives, Tammy said simply. Late that night, after Tammy had fallen asleep, Jolene opened her laptop. She was so tired she had trouble keeping her eyes open, but she had to write to her daughter. Dear Betsy, I'm so sorry I can't help you with your detention. You won't want to hear what I have to say about it either. The bottom line is that you broke the rules. There's always a consequence for our actions. You might as well learn that early. Of course, Sierra and Zoe are wrong to have goaded you and mean to have made fun of you, but how you respond is what will make you who you are. I have so many things to say about that, and it kills me that we aren't together. Mothers and daughters are supposed to curl up on the couch and talk about anything and everything, and we will, soon. You'll see. Until then, I wish I knew how to tell you how to get through the tough times in middle school. I know so much about mean girls. When I was your age, no one liked me. I was always the girl with the ratty clothes and no lunch money. I was too ashamed to invite anyone home, so I didn't make friends. It was terrible. Lonely. I don't want that for you. I know how it feels to be ignored and teased. So I ignored those girls right back, and it just made me feel bad about myself. You know what helped? Joining the army. And not because they taught me to fly, or not only because of that, but because that's where I met Tammy. I was afraid to talk to her in the beginning. She was so confident. She didn't seem to care that we were the only women in flight school. For the whole first week, I ignored her because I figured she wouldn't like me. And you know what? She was waiting for me to talk to her. That's when I learned how much one smile can matter. Let people know you're ready to be their friend, and if they give you a chance, take it. Don't be afraid. With Tammy, all I had to do was find the courage to say hi, to sit by her in the mess hall. You never know when a sentence, a hello, can change your life. I wish I were there to tell you how beautiful and smart and talented you are, but for now, these words on a blue screen will have to do it. Be strong, Betsy. Believe in yourself, and you'll be okay. I love you to the moon and back. It wasn't enough, not nearly, but it was all there was, all she could say from here. Tomorrow she'd write to Lulu. She yawned and hit send. On the last Thursday in May, Michael woke early and got breakfast ready. He thought that if he would just get ahead of the curve, get a smooth schedule going with the girls, he would be okay. Ever since Jolene's departure, he'd been running behind, late to meetings, late for the ferry, late for dinner. Something was always going wrong. Today, he was determined to have a nice, peaceful morning. He knew he'd wasted his time when Betsy came into the kitchen wearing more makeup than a Vegas showgirl. "You have got to be kidding me," he said, putting down his paper. Betsy turned her back on him. "What?" she said, opening the fridge. "You are not wearing that makeup to school." She faced him. "What makeup?" "I wear reading glasses, Bets. I'm not blind. Go wash your face." "Or what?" "Or," he narrowed his gaze, "I'll offer to volunteer in your class today. Social studies. Aren't you guys reading the Constitution?" "You wouldn't." "Try me." She stared at him a long minute, then stomped her foot and marched out of the room. When she returned, she was a real pain in the ass, slamming cabinet doors, muttering under her breath, being mean to Lulu, who cried through most of breakfast and kept asking when Mommy was coming back. At work, he spent the day catching up on all the work he'd missed in the past few weeks, but there was too much. Between managing the firm and defending his clients, he was overworked, plain and simple. Now he was dictating a discovery request for Keith Keller's military record, something he should have done weeks ago. He buzzed his secretary. "Anne, have we heard anything from Keith Keller?" "No, Michael." "Thanks." He glanced back down at the papers spread out across his desk. As he reached for a pen, his cell phone rang. "Hi, Michael," his mother said. "I'm sorry to call you at work, but I just got a flat tire. I'm out by the Tacoma Mall for that gardening gift show. There's no way I can make it home in time to pick up Lulu and be at your house in time to meet Betsy." "Are you okay?" Fine. Just waiting for AAA. Sarah Weller is doing carpool today. She'll drop Betsy home after track practice, about 5 o'clock, and Lulu needs to be picked up by 4:30. He looked at his watch. It was 3:33. The next ferry left in 12 minutes. If he missed it, Betsy would come home to an empty house, a no-no according to Jolene's Uber list. Although honestly, why a 12-year-old needed someone to welcome her home was beyond him. "Okay, Ma. Thanks." "Sorry to do this to you. Oh, darn, my phone is beeping. Does that mean my battery is going out? Michael? Did you hear me?" "I'm here, Ma. No problem. Thanks." He flipped his phone shut, gathered up what work he would need, and left the office. "I left some dictation on my desk for you. And try Keller's father again. Remind him I really need to speak to his son," he said to Anne as he passed her desk. "I'll be on my cell phone if you need me." "Your 4:15 appointment? Cancel it. I have to leave right now," he said over his shoulder and kept walking. Outside, a steady rain drizzled from a low-slung sky. Car headlights glowed in the falling rain, looking like an endless stream of fuzzy yellow balls inching down wet streets. As he drove away from his office, blurry neon signs attested to the city's rough-and-tumble past, gun shops and X-rated bookstores and dark, seedy bars. He followed the stop-and-go traffic to the ferry terminal, cursing at every red light, checking his watch. He knew he was in trouble when he saw the ticket line. All at once he remembered that today was the Thursday before Memorial Day weekend. The tourists were out in droves, already heading to Bainbridge Island and the beautiful Olympic Peninsula. Tapping his fingers on the leather-covered steering wheel, he inched forward, following the car in front of him until it was his turn to buy a ticket. "Which ferry?" he said tightly. 6:20. Shit. Michael calculated quickly. If he waited for the ferry, he wouldn't get home until at least 7:20. But he could drive around. Although the Kitsap Peninsula was only a 35-minute ferry ride from downtown Seattle, one could also drive through Tacoma and come into Paulsbo from the mainland. He could drive home in a little under 2 hours, and it was only 3:45. He'd be through Tacoma before the rush-hour traffic hit. "Thanks." He pulled out of line and drove back through the city. In less than 10 minutes, he was rocketing onto I-5 South. He flipped open his phone and called his mom, who didn't pick up. Her battery had probably gone dead. Then he called the daycare and told the teacher that he'd be late picking up Lulu. 4 o'clock. And, yes, he wouldn't be home when Betsy got there. He knew what Jolene would say, the disappointed look she'd give him. But he would only be a few minutes late, 15 or 20. Betsy was 12 years old, for God's sake. She could be home alone for 15 minutes, 30 at the most. He cranked up the music, a U2 concert album, and concentrated on driving through the now pouring rain. He was making good time until he came to the Narrows Bridge. The soaring green stanchions looked like huge ladders in the falling rain, and the traffic was stopped. Up in the distance, he could see the flash of red ambulance lights. "Damn it," he cursed, opening his phone. He dialed home, left Betsy a message. "I'm stuck in traffic, Betsy. Just sit tight. I'll be home as soon as I can. 6 o'clock at the very latest. Call me if you want. I'm on my cell." He sat and sat and sat in the middle of a clog of cars, with rain blurring his windshield. All the while, he felt his blood pressure rising, but there was nothing he could do about it. At 5:40, he called home again. "Damn it, Betsy, pick up." When she didn't, he snapped the phone shut and dialed his mom at home. She didn't answer either, so he left another message. It was almost 6:20 when the barricades were cleared and traffic started up again. Michael hit the gas, too hard, and gunned for home. He had a pounding headache by the time he pulled into the daycare parking lot. Inside the small, well-tended house, he found the teacher waiting for him. "I'm sorry," he said, raking the hair back from his face. "There was an accident on the Narrows. Ugly. I got here as quickly as I could." She nodded. "Things happen, I know, but Lulu's upset." She stepped aside. Through an open door, Michael saw Lulu, sitting all alone in a brightly colored playroom surrounded by dolls and stuffed animals. "You're late," she said, looking up at him. "All the other mommies were here already." "I know. I'm sorry." He helped her into her coat, said goodbye to the teacher, and carried her out to the car. Lulu didn't talk to him all the way home, but to be honest, the last thing he had to worry about these days was pissing off a 4-year-old. In the house, he patted her butt and told her to be good. "Betsy, I'm home," he yelled, closing the door behind him. "I know you're pissed, but come down and talk to me." He tossed his briefcase on the kitchen table and loosened his tie. "Betsy?" he yelled again. "She's not here," Lulu said, coming into the room. "What?" Michael looked down. "What do you mean?" Lulu stood there, holding her ratty yellow blanket. "Betsy's not home." "What?" He yelled it so loud, Lulu looked startled. He ran past her and up the stairs. At Betsy's room, he shoved the door open, yelling for her. No answer. He ran through the house, yelling until he knew. She wasn't here. Downstairs, Lulu was crying. "She's gone. Oh, no. Someone stole her." "No one stole her," he muttered angrily as he went to the phone and called his mom at home. When she picked up, he said, "Why don't you listen to your messages, Mom? Is Betsy with you?" "What? I just got home. What's going on?" "I got home late," he said, cursing under his breath. "She's not here." He hung up before his mom could answer. Fear latched into him, deep and profound. "I'll call her friends," he said, picking up the phone again, then pausing. "Lulu, quit crying, damn it. Who are Betsy's friends?" Lulu wailed, "I don't know. She's gone." He called the school and listened to the after-hours message. With a curse, he hung up. "Maybe she ran away," Lulu said. Michael went out to the porch. The rain was falling hard. It studded the grass, collected in muddy puddles in the driveway. He thought about the bay, the deep cold of the water, and its allure for his children. "Betsy! Where are you?" The more he yelled her name, the more Lulu cried, and the more Michael panicked. What in the hell had he been thinking? He should have left his car downtown and walked on the damn ferry and taken a cab. Or he could have called Carl. Why hadn't he thought of that then? Damn! What if some guy had watched Betsy get out of the car, followed her up to an empty house? Yelling her name again, he grabbed Lulu as if she were a football, perpendicular to his body, and ran through the rain toward the neighbor's house. Resettling her as he ran, he made it to Carl and Tammy's house in less than a minute. He pounded on the door. Carl opened the door. "Michael, what's up?" Michael wiped the rain from his eyes. "Betsy's not home, and she should be. I thought maybe she came over here." Carl slowly shook his head, and Michael felt his stomach plunge. He thought for a second he might be sick. Seth walked into the living room, chewing on a Tootsie Pop. Holding a tattered copy of Stranger in a Strange Land, he was wearing tight jeans and high tops and a ratty Gears of War t-shirt. His black hair was drawn back from his narrow face in one of those samurai knots. "What's up?" "Betsy's not at home," Carl said. "Michael's worried." "I bet I know where she is," Seth said. "Really?" Michael said. "Where?" Seth tossed his book on the sofa. "Wait here." He ran past Michael and went outside. Michael and Lulu followed him down the driveway. Carl grabbed an umbrella and joined them at the mailbox. Seth paused at the street, looked both ways, and then crossed, climbing down to the beach. She's not supposed to go near the water alone. Rain thumped the umbrella overhead, drowning out the sound of their breathing. Minutes later, minutes that felt like hours, Seth appeared again, with Betsy beside him. They were climbing up the beach path toward the road. Both of them were soaked. Michael's relief was so great he almost fell to his knees. Betsy! Thank God! As they neared, he could see how angry his daughter was, and how hurt. "How could you?" "I'm sorry, Betsy." She shoved the wet hair out of her face. "You're supposed to be here when I get home." I know. "I'm never supposed to come home to an empty house." "I'm sorry, but I think you're old enough to come home by yourself." "Ugh!" She pushed past him and stalked into the house, slamming the door shut behind her. He looked gratefully at Seth. "Thanks, Seth." "It's the big tree by the Harrisons' dock. She always goes there when she's upset." "Oh. Well, thanks." It shamed him that the neighbor kid would know Betsy better than he did. He turned and went into the house. There, he wrapped Lulu in a big towel and put her in front of the TV before he went up to Betsy's room. Her back was to him. Rainwater dripped down from her wet hair, darkening her shirt. She was staring out the window. "I'm sorry, Bets. If you had just listened to—" She spun to face him. "Don't you get it? I thought you were dead." Oh. How had he not expected this? Jolene would have known Betsy's fear and protected against it. Of course Betsy would worry about losing the only parent here. "I'm sorry, Betsy. I screwed up. I won't do it again, okay?" Betsy's eyes filled with tears. She wiped them away impatiently. "I'll always be here for you." "Ha!" Downstairs the phone rang. A moment later, Lulu shrieked, "It's Mommy!" Betsy pushed past Michael and ran downstairs. Reluctantly, he followed. This was not good timing for a call. "Mom," Betsy said, holding the phone to her ear, looking furious. "Dad wasn't here when I got home today. He forgot me. If you were here, this wouldn't happen." Lulu threw herself at Betsy. "Give it back! I was talking to her!" Betsy pushed her away. Lulu plopped onto her butt and screamed, "I want to talk!" "Betsy," he said, "let Lulu talk too." Betsy made a face but let Lulu into the conversation. The two girls sat down together at the table, talking over each other. Sighing, Michael went into the kitchen and poured himself a drink. Within 10 minutes, Betsy was handing him the phone. "She wants to talk to you, Dad. She doesn't have much time for us, like always." He took the phone and went into the family room, sitting down. "Hey, Joe." "Really, Michael? You forgot her?" "If you want to bitch me out, don't bother, Jolene. I feel bad enough." There was a pause, then, "You scared her, Michael." "Tell me something I don't know." Another pause. "We're leaving tomorrow," she said. "For Iraq." "Has it been a month already?" "Yes, Michael." In the insanity of the last 4 weeks, he'd forgotten this date, almost forgotten that she was going to war. He hadn't really forgotten, of course. The knowledge had been a shadow, rarely glimpsed in the hectic mess of his days. Up until now, she'd been safe, so it had been easier to think about himself. "I don't know what communication will be like at Balad, or how long we'll be there. I'll keep in touch as best I can." She paused. "Michael, it would be really nice if the girls could send me letters or emails if we have internet." He thought about her days over there, how empty a part of her would be without her girls. It was kind of shameful that she'd had to ask this, especially since he knew how hard it was for her to ask for favors from him or anyone. "I'll make sure," he said. "Thanks. Well, I gotta go now. The natives are getting restless. Joe?" "Yeah?" "Be safe," he said. "Take care of yourself." She sighed. "Goodbye, Michael. Goodbye." All he wanted to do was go to the counter, retrieve his drink, and finish it. He even thought fondly of getting drunk. Instead, he dialed the local pizza shop, ordered dinner, and went upstairs. Betsy's bedroom door was open. He peeked in, saw that she wasn't there, and walked down the hall to the bathroom. She was peering into the mirror, messing with her face. "I don't think you're supposed to squeeze those things," he said. She pivoted, screamed, "Get out!" and slammed the door shut in his face. He stood there a long time, waiting for her to change her mind and apologize. Nothing. Finally, he went back downstairs and found Lulu watching Jolene's goodbye video again. He groaned. The pizza arrived, and he paid the kid and slapped the pie on the table, yelling, "Dinner!" "Pizza is for birthdays, Daddy, not dinner," Lulu said with a sigh. She walked past him and climbed up to the table, just as his mother walked into the house, looking irritated. "Don't you ever hang up on me again, young man. Is Betsy okay?" "She's here," he said. "I don't know how okay she is." "Thank God. From now on—" "Please, Ma, yell at me tomorrow. It's been a hell of a day." His mother stared up at him. "You need to do better, Michael," she said evenly. "Yeah, I'm aware." Before she could say anything to make him feel worse, he left the kitchen and walked into his office, where, thankfully, it was quiet. He closed the door behind him and sank into the chair by his desk. He didn't think he could do this. And this was taking care of his children. What in the hell was wrong with him? How could he be such a success in the courtroom and in his office and with his clients, but fail so completely with his own family? He sighed. His wife had been gone less than a month, and already he was tired of feeling like a failure in his own home. Chapter 11. The next morning, Betsy still wasn't talking to him. Michael awoke early, started breakfast, and got the girls to school on time. When he finally got to his desk, late, he was already tired. But at least he felt competent here. At 11 o'clock, the call he'd been waiting for came in. Keith had requested an interview. Finally. Michael grabbed his notes and left the office. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the King County Jail and took a seat in a dingy interview room. Keith came into the room, wearing the orange jail jumpsuit, his wrists shackled in front of him, leg chains scraping and jangling across the stone-tiled floor. "Leave us," Michael said to the guard, "and uncuff him." "Sir, uncuff him," Michael repeated. "I understand the risks." The guard frowned, but did as he was asked, then left the room to stand guard just outside the door. Keith sat down at the table across from Michael, rigidly upright. In the pale overhead lighting, he looked surprisingly young and fresh-faced. His crew cut had grown out, stood up now like a jagged blonde crown above his face. "My father says I have to talk to you." "I'm trying to keep you out of prison. You're not making my job easy, by the way." "Did you ever think I don't deserve to be saved?" "No," Michael said evenly. "I didn't, and neither has your father, or your mother, who, I hear, cries herself to sleep at night." Low blow. Michael opened his pad and uncapped a pen. "You know why I'm here, Keith. You promised your dad you'd tell me what happened that day, and I hear you military types are big on keeping promises." "I killed the love of my life," Keith said, and finally there was emotion in his eyes. "I must have." "What? What do you mean, you must have?" "I'm crazy," Keith said quietly. "I must be. I can't remember shooting my own wife. Does that sound sane to you?" Michael studied his client. Honestly, this was the first good news he'd gotten on this case. He hated that he was analytical enough to hear pain and think good, but that was his job, sorting through heartache for reason. Although the law was a codified set of rules, justice was far from set in stone. In court, there was always room for ambiguity, for emotion, for sympathy. "Tell me what happened, Keith, minute by minute." Keith stared dully at the wall. Michael saw that blank look come back into the young man's eyes. "She wanted to go to Pike Place. I knew it was a bad idea, but I didn't know why. I couldn't say why. And I loved Emily, and we did what she wanted, especially after I got back from Iraq." "Why then, specifically?" "I was hard to live with. I was constantly having to make shit up to her. Anyway, we went to the market." He paused so long Michael was about to prompt an answer when Keith started talking again. "It was sunny that day. The market was crowded. Piano players, jugglers, magicians, fish throwers, bums. You couldn't walk a foot without someone bumping into you or running out in front of you or trying to sell you something." He looked down at his shaking hands. "I started to get edgy, tight. So I had a straight shot of tequila at the Athenian, but it wasn't enough to calm me down. I got so jumpy. I get jumpy a lot lately. That day, every movement startled me, got my heart pumping, and there was a lot of movements. I kept thinking people were after me, so while Emily was picking out flowers, I zipped back into the Athenian and had a few more shots." "How many?" A lot," Keith sighed. "I know drinking doesn't help. It's something Emily and I had been fighting about. She thought I drank too much and got mean, and I could feel it that day, me getting mean." "Did you drink much before Iraq?" He shrugged. "I guess not. Afterward, lots. Sometimes it made the yelling in my head quiet down, but it didn't help that day." "It made it worse?" Keith nodded. "We were leaving the market. I was pissed and pretty drunk by this time, and this homeless guy jumped out at me. Emily said he'd just walked up, but it didn't seem like that to me. Or he came up fast, and he was a scuzzy-looking guy with all this long black hair and a Jesus beard, and I hit him so hard he went down. I saw blood spray up from his nose. Emily started screaming that she didn't know me anymore, and there was this shaking that made it impossible for me to stand still. The next thing I remember is seeing Emily lying on the floor in our living room. In his lap, his hands clenched and unclenched. It was like I woke up in someone else's nightmare. There was blood everywhere, on me, on the wall, on Em. Half of her head was just gone. I bent down and tried to give her mouth-to-mouth, and I did compressions. The whole time I was screaming and crying. It wasn't until I saw the gun, my gun, that I knew what I'd done." "And that's all you remember?" "That's it." "Okay. I'm going to need you to talk to a psychiatrist. Will you do that for me, Keith?" "Sure. It won't make a difference, though. I don't need a doc to tell me I'm crazy." Michael looked at his client thinking, this kid needs my help. He knew how heavily the deck was stacked against them, and for the first time in a long time, he felt hopeful. This could be the kind of case that mattered. He wished his dad were here to hear about it. I'll set up the appointment. Dear Mom, OMG, you are not going to believe this. Dad bought me a cell phone. My very own one. Yesterday I was in the lunchroom and I put it down on the cafeteria table, and you should have seen Sierra's face. She couldn't stand it. Only the high schoolers have cell phones. I told Sierra she could make a call if she wanted, and she did, and then she walked to class with me. You said one smile could make a difference. Maybe you're right. Maybe she'll want to be my friend again. I really miss her. Well, I have to go now. Dad's yelling for me. Like always, he is totally stressed. Yesterday, he forgot to put the garbage out for the truck. Everyone misses you. XO Betsy. Dear Betsy, I'm glad to hear about your cell phone. It will be good for emergencies. Take good care of it and use it wisely. I wouldn't be me if I didn't say that if you have to bribe someone into liking you, she's not much of a friend, but we can talk more about this later. I'm finally leaving for Iraq today. I'll write again when I land. Love you to the moon and back. Mom. P.S. I hope you're helping your dad around the house. When Jolene stepped off the cargo jet and onto the flat sand at Balad, it was like stepping into a furnace. Tiny sand granules moved invisibly on the hot wind, insinuating themselves into everything: eyes, ears, nostrils, hair, throat. Jolene wanted to cover her mouth and nose in protection, but she stood tall, eyes watering, waiting. There was a lot of waiting. For orders, for supplies, for transport. Their trip seemed to have taken forever. From Texas to Germany to Kuwait to Talil to Al-Qut to, finally, Balad Air Base. Wind blew through the base, hot as fire. In seconds, Jolene was sweating. After what felt like hours of waiting, she and Tammy were assigned to a small trailer with wood-paneled walls that were pockmarked with tack and nail holes from previous tenants. A pair of sagging beds and a pair of scarred-up metal lockers were the only furniture. Jolene dropped her heavy duffel bag on the floor. Dust puffed up around it. Dust, she knew already, was one of the many new facts of her life. She sat down on the narrow bed, holding her rough, newly issued bed linens and the pillow she'd brought from home. The bed squeaked beneath her. "We need some pictures and posters," Tammy said, coughing as she sat down on her own bed. "Like Keanu or Johnny." Jolene sighed and looked at her friend. The trailer smelled of dust and heat, and of the men who'd inhabited it before them. Wind rattled the room, plied at the windows and doors, trying to come in. Suddenly an alarm sounded. Jolene was first to the door. She opened it for Tammy, grabbed her friend's wrist, and pulled her through. The alarm and speakers were on a pole just outside their trailer, and the repeated announcement, "Get to the bunkers," was so loud she couldn't hear anything else. There were dozens of cement bunkers positioned around the base. Jolene and Tammy ran for the nearest bunker and went inside. There was no one else in here. They sat on the floor inside in the dark while mortar fire exploded all around them. Shards of cement rained down. Somewhere close, a rocket hit hard and exploded. The acrid smell of smoke slipped through the cracks in the door. And then it was over. Jolene stood up, not surprised to find that her legs were a little shaky. "You notice we're the only ones in here?" Tammy said. "Where is everyone?" Jolene opened the door. Sunlight, bright as a starburst, blinded them. Black smoke hung in the air, burned their eyes. Everywhere she looked, she saw troops acting as if nothing had happened. They were riding bikes from one trailer to another, standing in line at porta potties, playing football. She turned to Tammy. "They told us Balad was called Mortaritaville. I guess now we know why." The alarm sounded again. Mortar fire erupted to their left. A cement wall exploded. Smoke wafted their way. "That'll take some getting used to," Tammy said when it was quiet again. Jolene looked at her best friend and knew they were both thinking the same thing. For the next year, they could be killed any second of any day, while they were sitting in their trailer, or playing cards, or taking a shower. How did you handle knowing that any moment you could be killed, maimed, blown to bits? Worse than her fear was worry for her children. For the first time, she really thought, what if I don't make it home? How will my children survive without me? That night, after a long day spent filling out paperwork, meeting the men and women she'd be serving with, and listening to endless lectures about everything from scorpions on base to the use of CSEL survival radios, Jolene finally made it to the showers at 11 o'clock. Because there were so few women on base, the shower lines weren't long, but a woman didn't walk there in the dark alone. The Army had come a long way, but not far enough. Battle buddies were encouraged. After their showers, she and Tammy walked back to their trailer in silence. Once inside, Tammy collapsed on her bed and was sound asleep in no time. Jolene was well past the point of exhaustion, but she was too wired to sleep, so she got out her laptop and started a letter home. She wasn't connected to the internet yet, might not be for some time, but she could type the letter tonight and figure out how to send it from the comm center tomorrow. She needed to connect with her family right now, and this was the only means available to her. She imagined them in detail, completely. The family, her family, gathered on the sofa, with the letter bringing them together. Betsy would read it aloud. The base was bombed 4 times today, and we just got here. Jolene imagined their reaction to that, and knew what her letters home had to be. "My loves," she wrote, missing them so sharply it was difficult to go on. She drew in a deep breath. "It was a long flight over here, and I have to admit that I'm tired. Betsy, you wouldn't believe how flat it is, and how everything is the same color, like dying wheat. And man, is it hot. I think I was sweating before I even got off the plane. Tammy and I are roommates in a little trailer. It's kind of how I imagine college would be. So we need photos and posters to make it homey. Can you help us out? I'll send pics when I can." Jolene wrote everything she could think of to say. When she ran out of steam, she closed the laptop and put it in her locker. That was when she noticed the pink journal Betsy had given her for her birthday. Reaching out, she brought it to her lap and opened it. She'd intended to give this journal back to Betsy when she got home, but after less than 24 hours, she knew that wouldn't happen. She needed a place where she could be honest, because from now on, she was Chief Zarkades, and she couldn't show fear or hesitation any more than she could tell her family the truth. She opened the diary and wrote, May 2005. This journal was supposed to be for you, Betsy. I intended to write down all my feelings over here so that when I come home, I could give it to you, say, here, this is everything I thought while we were apart. I thought I'd give you all the advice you would need, that I'd be wise and helpful, the perfect mother even from a world away. But the truth is that being your mother is breaking my heart. I have to figure out how to be strong, how to put my love for you and Lulu aside. If I can't, I won't be any good to anyone. Here, between these pages you gave me, I'll have to talk to myself. Hopefully, writing about my fear will lessen it. Maybe someday I'll give it to you, when you're old enough not to judge me too harshly. The base was attacked 4 times today. By the 4th time, when the alarm sounded, Tammy and I just looked at each other and shrugged and stayed in our trailer. I kept putting away my clothes, but I could hear the whistling of missiles and mortar fire exploding, and I thought, will I have a chance to say goodbye to my girls? And then it was over. Over. It's a word that seems to crop up more and more in my life lately, like my marriage. Over. I feel so alone over here, without Michael. Sometimes I pretend that he's still waiting for me back home, that he still loves me. Then I wake up to the sound of bombs. I've been in country a day, and here's what I think. I'm going to die over here. Why didn't I think that before? Michael left the office at about noon and drove north of the city. He pulled up to the street and checked the address he'd been given. He peered through his car's side window, frowning. Yes, this was the place. The psychiatrist's office did not inspire confidence. It was housed in a run-down mid-century house on a bad stretch of Aurora Avenue. Traffic streamed past it, honking. Michael parked between a rusted pickup truck and a shiny green electric car. Following a cracked, weed-patterned sidewalk to a slightly sagging front porch, he stopped at the front door and knocked. The door was opened almost immediately by a lanky older man with shoulder-length gray hair and an elongated, wrinkled face. In a blue plaid suit, at least 2 decades out of date, and a lime-green shirt, he looked like a cross between Ichabod Crane and a low-rent British rocker. He was probably 70 years old, but there was something strangely youthful about him. Michael hoped this wasn't the doctor. Juries like their experts to look like experts. "You must be Michael Zarkades," the man said, extending his hand. "Christian Cornflower. Most of my patients call me Dr. C. Come in." The doctor stepped back. In the front room, a young woman with purple hair and a silver nose ring sat at a whitewashed antique desk, her fingers clacking on a keyboard while she talked on the phone. Nodding at her as he passed, the doctor led Michael through an office that was full of comfortable, overstuffed chairs and old-fashioned oak tables. Rose-patterned paper covered the walls, which were further decorated with needlepoint samplers sporting pithy sayings like, "Today is the first day of the rest of your life." Finally, they came to what probably used to be the home's master bedroom. A big window framed the limbs of a beautiful old apple tree, decked out in bright green leaves and dotted with tiny, new fruit. The walls here were 1970s wood paneling, decorated with more samplers, and framed diplomas from Harvard, Johns Hopkins, and Berkeley. The doctor took his seat behind an antique mahogany desk. Michael sat in a comfortable, overstuffed red velvet tufted chair facing the desk. "I have to say, Dr. Cornflower, you come highly recommended. I'm defending a young man, Keith Keller." Michael frowned. "I didn't name my client over the phone." Christian shrugged eloquently. "I may look like I was at Woodstock, which, sadly, I missed. But don't mistake my demeanor. I'm a smart man, Michael. You took on the seemingly impossible defense of Keith Keller, who shot his wife in the head and then barricaded himself in his home for hours, threatening to kill himself.
It was on television, for God's sake. A SWAT team brought him out, splattered in blood, with cameras rolling. Everyone knows he did it. I knew that if you were smart, and I hoped you were, that sooner or later you'd end up at my door.
And why is that?
I specialize in post-traumatic stress disorder. The minute I heard Keith Keller was a former Marine, I looked into his case. He did 2 tours of duty in Iraq. He shook his head. The Department of Veterans Affairs is absolutely criminal in its negligence in helping the troops coming back from Iraq. By the time this damn war's over, we'll have hundreds of thousands of severely traumatized soldiers trying to put the pieces of their lives back together. This thing with Keith will become, sadly, too common if we don't start helping these young men and women.
Michael took out a notebook. Go on.
I was in Nam, 1967. I saw firsthand how good men could be swallowed by war. And in Vietnam, at least you could go somewhere to blow off steam. In Iraq, nothing and nowhere is safe. The woman who smiles and waves can blow up the soldier who tries to help her cross the street. This was occasionally true in Vietnam. It's commonplace in Iraq. The roads are rigged with IEDs, improvised explosive devices, that kill anyone who passes by. Bombs are in garbage heaps, in animals, in people, in ditches. You're not safe anywhere over there. Our soldiers are returning with extreme post-traumatic stress disorder. Could extreme PTSD diminish one's capacity for reasonable thought? Absolutely. That's the question that begs to be asked in this case. It's not some random bad guy shooting his wife and claiming he's crazy. Keith Keller served his country, and while he came back physically undamaged, it may not be the end of the discussion. I'd have to speak with him to make an accurate diagnosis, however.
Can you tell me a little more about PTSD, how it works?
It's entirely possible Keith didn't even know he was killing his wife. He could have been disoriented enough not to know where he was or what he was doing. I can't say, of course, specifically until I speak with him, but I can say with authority that too many of our troops are coming home with devastating PTSD, and that this condition can cause a soldier to snap. By all accounts, Keith Keller sounded like a good man before the war.
Michael tapped his pen on the pad of paper, thinking through the possibilities. Cornflower had just handed him a defense to Murder 1, but it was tricky. Jurors were notoriously reluctant to accept a diminished capacity defense, and they hated insanity. Christian pressed his fingertips together.
PTSD is a legitimate psychiatric disorder, and has been for decades. A person can literally be incapacitated by the disorder. What's happening over there? Well, you should know as well as anyone.
Michael frowned. What do you mean?
I understand you're a military family. Your wife is a helicopter pilot serving in Iraq right now, isn't she?
You really do your homework.
I like to know who I'm talking to. Your wife, is she telling you much?
Michael didn't like the way the doctor was studying him. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. She just got there, but they don't let women in combat situations. Mostly she'll be ferrying VIPs around.
Ah, he said, eyeing Michael.
Then he smiled.
She's a mother. Her instinct is to protect. Of course.
He paused. Of course what?
Here's what you need to know. Some cliches are true, and war is definitely hell. It's being afraid all the time. And when you're not afraid, it's because you're so pumped full of adrenaline you could literally burst. It's watching people who you love, really profoundly love, get blown to pieces right next to you. It's seeing a leg lying in the ditch and picking it up to put it in a bag because no man, or part of a man, your friend, can be left behind. It's the dark night of the soul, Michael. There's no front line over there. The war is all around them, every day, everywhere they go. Some handle it better than others. We don't know why. But we do know this: the human mind can't safely or healthily process that kind of carnage and uncertainty and horror. It just can't. No one comes back from war the same. Will you meet with Keith? Assess him? I'll need a diagnosis if I'm going to go for a PTSD defense. Of course, Kristin said. I would be honored to help this young man. Honored. That was a word Michael hadn't heard in connection with one of his clients in a long time. So many of them were guilty as hell. He was proud to be a part of the criminal justice system, an important part, but he was rarely proud to defend an individual client. It made him think of Jolene, for whom honor was so important. She would have liked that he took this case. He rose to his feet, shaking Dr. Cornflower's hand, saying, "Thank you." All the way home he thought about Keith and this new defense, and what had happened to this formerly good and decent young man in Iraq. What happened to him over there? And then he thought, Jolene, what's happening to you? He was late getting home, as usual, and he knew by the look on Betsy's face that she'd been counting the minutes, adding them up to hold against him. The thought of another angsty teenage tirade, which he deserved, was more than he could stand. His mother came into the kitchen. I had no problem staying an extra hour. Don't worry about it. Thanks, Ma. As he said it, the phone rang. Somewhere, Betsy screamed, actually screamed. I'll get it! He heard footsteps thundering down the stairs. Michael smiled ruefully, walking his mother to the back door. Thanks again, Ma. She kissed his cheek. By the way, an email came in from Jolene. Lulu is dying to read it, but I reminded her of the rules. No reading it until you got home. And she's a bit excited. Michael kissed his mom and watched her walk out to her car. He thought, not for the first time, that he couldn't have handled this without her. When she'd left, he went into the kitchen and poured himself a drink. Lulu marched into the kitchen. We got an email from Mommy. Can we read it now? Can I have a drink and change my clothes first? No, Daddy, I've been waiting forever. Michael glanced at Jolene's calendar, seeing that tonight dinner was supposed to be baked chicken and rice. He thought a can of mushroom soup was involved. Okay, go get your sister. I'll meet you at my computer. Lulu ran upstairs. Mere seconds later, she was back, her little face scrunched up tightly, her cheeks red. She's on the phone. Tell her to hang up. She won't. Well, we can wait. No, 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 no! Lulu wailed. Tears filled her eyes. Michael knew he was the boss here, but frankly, the thought of a Lulu tantrum was more than he could handle right now. With a sigh, he went upstairs, found Betsy in her room, talking on the phone. Can you call her back, sweetie? We're going to read Mom's letter before your sister levitates. Betsy turned her back on him and kept talking. Betsy, he said in a warning tone. Get out, Dad. I'm on the phone. He took the phone from her and said, She'll call you back in 10 minutes, and hung up.
You would have thought he pushed the red button on a nuclear warhead. Betsy screamed, "That was Sierra!" so loud he went momentarily deaf. "We're reading the letter now. Come downstairs." He left her standing there, so mad she was practically emitting smoke, and went down to his office. There, he planted Lulu on the chair at his desk and went to the sofa to wait for Betsy. It didn't take long. She stomped down the stairs and swept into the room like the Red Queen, muttering, "Fine, where's the stupid letter?" Betsy scooted Lulu sideways and sat down. Then Lulu scrambled onto her sister's lap, saying, "Read, Betsy." Betsy pulled up the email, opened it. A photo filled the computer screen. In it, Jolene and Tammy were standing in front of some open-air market stall with their arms around each other. Everything was washed out, a little colorless, as if maybe it was raining or really windy. But you couldn't miss how bright their smiles were. "Mommy," Lulu pointed at Jolene. Betsy scrolled down and started to read the letter out loud. "It was a long flight over here. And I have to admit that I'm tired. Betsy, you wouldn't believe how flat it is, and how everything is the same color, like dying wheat. And man, is it hot. I think I was sweating before I even got off the plane. Tammy and I are roommates in a little trailer. It's kind of how I imagine college would be. So we need photos and posters to make it homey. Can you help us out? I'll send pics when I can. We had dinner at the DFAC tonight, the dining facilities. Lulu, they had your favorite, peach pie. It wasn't as good as Yaya Mila's, but it made me think of home. We are what's called backfill, an army word for substitutes, kind of, for the 131st. Everyone we've met is great. I'm sure we'll make lots of friends. Well, guys, I better get some sleep. I'm thinking of you all the time and loving you to the moon and back. XXXOOO. Mom. P.S. Good luck on your math test, Bets. I know you'll rock it. I'm proud of you. "Read it again," Lulu said. "My part. Daddy, make her read it again," Lulu whined. "There, I read it. Big deal. It's hot," Betsy said. She turned to look at Michael. "Can I go back upstairs and call Sierra now?" "Fine," Michael said, barely listening. As she ran past him, he got up from the chair and went to stand in front of the computer. He stared at the picture of two women in uniforms, smiling for the camera. "She looks happy," Lulu said. Michael thought about what he'd learned today, and he couldn't reconcile it with this photograph. He thought about the descriptions of the war he'd heard, about finding your friend's body parts and roadside bombs and raining shrapnel. Two women, best friends, smiling for the camera. He understood suddenly what Cornflower had meant. She's a mother. Her instinct is to protect. This photo was a lie, as was everything she told him about her deployment. There's no front line over there, Cornflower had said, so there was no safe place. Jolene, always the hero, always the mother, was sugarcoating her life to prove there was nothing for them to worry about. She'd planted the seeds early. They don't let women in combat. I'll be flying VIPs around, nothing dangerous. He'd bought it because he wanted to. He'd looked away. He shouldn't have, for God's sake. He'd known it was a war. Maybe it was the political backlash about imaginary weapons of mass destruction, or the bait and switch with Saddam Hussein. He didn't know why he'd imagined this to be a lesser war, maybe one that would be over soon and with few American casualties. He'd seen the photos on the news of soldiers walking with Iraqi children, handing out water, posing for pictures, and he'd read about suicide bombers.
But somehow he'd imagined those two things as separate. He'd let himself believe Jolene when she told him that she would be far from combat. What an idiot she must think him. He'd been so busy thinking about himself, being pissed off about how her choice impacted his life, that he'd barely considered the truth of where she was and what she was doing. How did she feel, lying in bed at night, alone and far from home, knowing any second a bomb could hit her trailer, and she could be killed? June slipped away from Michael. Days fell like rain, disappearing in the ground at his feet. At home, he thought about work. At work, he thought about home. He was always rushing, and almost invariably arriving late. "I'm sorry," was his new default sentence. He'd said it more in the last few weeks than in the last few years. At the end of the school year, he'd had to recalibrate his schedule. His mom was still a huge help with the girls, but summer was her busy season at the Green Thumb, and she couldn't be at his house as much as before. So he'd shortened his work week to 4 days. Friday through Sunday, he worked from home, struggling to juggle the demands of fatherhood with those of his job. When he wasn't grocery shopping or cooking dinner or washing dishes, he was writing briefs and researching cases. He sent the girls to as many day camps as possible, and still he didn't have time to get everything done. Driving them from one place to another, or finding someone else to drive them, took an inordinate amount of time. Last week, he'd finally admitted that he wasn't getting as much work done as he needed to. He'd handed off most of his smaller cases to associates. That gave him more time to work on the Keller defense. Today, his plan was to work on the deposition questions for the policeman who'd arrested Keith, as well as the jailhouse snitch. He woke early and went downstairs to make breakfast. At 10 o'clock, he was going to drop the girls off at the Thumb, where they would help his mother until he picked them up at 2 o'clock. It wasn't much time to work, but these days he took what he could get. Lulu's questions started first thing.
"It's sunny today, Daddy. Can we go to the beach? Mommy almost always takes us to the beach when it's sunny. I could make a sandcastle. Do you know how to make a sandcastle, Daddy?"
The questions came at him so fast he mumbled something and walked away, choosing to drink his coffee standing in front of the TV. Another mistake. CNN reported that a suicide bomber had killed 6 people in a market in Baghdad. The phone rang. Lulu screamed,
"I'll get it!"
in a voice so loud the neighborhood dogs probably came running. He saw Lulu running for the phone, pick it up, say,
"Mommy?"
Then her smile fell and her shoulders slumped. She hung up the phone and shuffled back into the kitchen and climbed up into her chair.
"It's Sierra,"
she said glumly.
"Betsy is talking to her."
15 minutes later, Betsy came thundering down the stairs. "I'm going to the mall with Sierra to see a movie." Michael leaned forward, switched off the television. "Can you please rephrase that in the form of a question?" "Sure. Can I have some money?" Michael turned around, ready to say, "Don't you mean, please, Dad, may I go to the mall?" But when he saw her, the teasing question fell out of reach. She had on enough makeup to be an extra in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and her outfit was equally unacceptable. Pink Ugg boots, a jean skirt so short it could have been a valance, and a white sweatshirt that had been cut off to reveal an inch of her stomach. "What the hell are you wearing?" She glared at him. Clothes." "Your mother wouldn't let you out of the house in that getup." "She's not here." "And what's all over your face?"
"Nothing."
"You're wearing makeup."
"No, I'm not."
He couldn't believe she could stand there and lie to him. "No, you're not? You look like Tootsie waiting for a close-up. Whatever that means." "It means, young lady, that you are not leaving the house like that." "Oh, yes, I am. Sarah's brother is picking me up in half an hour." Sierra's brother? And how old is he?
He's a senior.
Well, I hope you mean senior citizen, because no 18-year-old boy is taking you to the mall.
You are ruining my life.
I know, you've said so before. Give me Sierra's number, and I'll call her mom. If you dress like a human, I'll drive you girls there. I'd rather die. Really? Well, I feel the same way about a trip to the mall. It's up to you, kiddo. He shrugged and turned the TV back on, changing the channel. An ad for the new Spielberg movie, War of the Worlds, filled the screen. War. It was everywhere. Betsy stomped her foot. Michael ignored her. In the past weeks, he might not have learned everything he needed to know about parenting a preteen, but he'd learned a few valuable lessons. Don't back down. And use peer pressure. Oh, and try to be calm. Two crazies did not make for a good day. Fine. I'll go take off the makeup I'm not wearing. And change your clothes. Ah! She yelled, running up the stairs. He could hear her stomping around up there. Michael shook his head. So much drama. He walked into the kitchen where Lulu sat at the kitchen table, kneeling on a pillow she'd placed on one of the chairs. Her My Mommy Fights for Freedom coloring book was open in front of her, along with a pick-up sticks tangle of crayons. She was furiously adding red streaks to an American flag.
How come we don't have a flag up, Daddy? Lulu said. Mommy's gone.
Michael stopped. How was it possible that he'd never considered this before? All the things he'd learned from Cornflower and Keller slipped into his mind again. They were a military family. He heard that all the time. People said it to him, and he shrugged it off, thinking, no, not really, my wife is just in the Guard, because he wasn't in the military. It hadn't felt real to him. And God knew he'd never liked her commitment or supported it. Still, they were a military family, and his wife was at war. And a 4-year-old had seen the truth of that before he had. He tousled Lulu's hair, watching her color a scene of a girl waving goodbye to a woman in uniform. We'll put one up, he said quietly. Betsy stomped back into the room, coming up behind him. I look sufficiently gross now. Can I go? He turned. Betsy was dressed in cutoffs that were too short, in his opinion, but not enough to fight about. A t-shirt that read, Oops, I did it again, and flip-flops. She'd taken off most of the makeup, but was still wearing blue mascara and blush. Did she think he couldn't see it? Well, she demanded, and at that her voice broke. He saw how much this meant to her, and he was lost. The games these preteen girls played with each other seemed ridiculous to him. Betsy could go from smiling to ballistic in a second, all based on some under-the-breath comment from a former friend. God forbid someone laughed at her hair. Come on, Dad, it's Sierra. I have waited so long for her to call. I need to go, please. Call him a coward, but he couldn't deny her. She looked so damn desperate and lonely, and he knew now how much this turnaround with Sierra meant to Betsy. You look fine, Betsy, and you can go to the mall. Just let me call Sierra's mom. I already called. It was so embarrassing to say that my dad wouldn't let me ride with Todd. Horrifying, he agreed. Anyway, Mrs. Phillips is picking us up in 10 minutes, so can I have money? How much do you want? $50? Okay, she sighed dramatically. 25. Michael dug into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. While he was counting his bills, Betsy shrieked. They're here! Give me the money, Dad! Now! Hurry, they might leave! I'm walking you out to the car. No! He smiled. She grimaced. Fine. He walked her out of the house and down the driveway where a blue minivan waited. Sure enough, a woman was driving. Here, Betsy, he said, handing her $30. She swiped it like a raptor taking prey and mumbled something that might have been goodbye. The driver rolled down her window. "Hi," she said to him. "I'm Stephanie. I understand Betsy thought Todd would be driving?" She smiled. "Hardly." Michael smiled back. "That's good to hear. I remember being 18. Focus behind the wheel was not my strength." "My husband says the same thing." Stephanie glanced in the back seat, then leaned closer. "It's good to see the girls together again. How's Jolene?" People asked him that all the time. He never really knew what to say. "Fine." "Tell her I said hi." "Will do." He backed away, watching the car back down the driveway and then drive away. He walked back up to his house. On the porch, he stopped, looked around. Sunlight spilled across the white slats, brightening the faded chair cushions. The grass out front was still a deep, rich green. Summer's heat hadn't found its way here yet. Down below, across the road, he could see a family gathering, building a fire and setting up chairs for a day at the beach. In a normal year, Jolene would be down there already, setting up coolers and chairs. He went back inside. "Hey, Lulu," he said, closing the door behind him. "Want to help me find our flag?" Chapter 12.
Dear Mom, I had the best weekend ever. You won't believe what happened. I'll start at the beginning. First, I got my phone, you remember that, and Sierra thought it was so cool, and we sat together. And then she talked to me in PE, and then she got in a fight with Zoe because Zoe, totally lied to her about what Jimmy said about her. So Sierra is my friend again. Last week, we went to the mall together and saw War of the Worlds, which was so cool. And guess what? Zoe was there, and we didn't even talk to her. Dad says Sierra and me can go to kayaking camp together in July. Cool, huh? Anyway, that's everything. Things are okay here. Lulu doesn't think she's invisible all the time anymore, so that's good. We made Daddy put up a flag. Well, I gotta go. Dad is ordering pizza for dinner again, and I want pineapple on it. Be careful, Mom. Love, B. P.S. Sierra wants to know if you shot anybody yet. Have you? Dear Betsy. Wow. That's a lot of news. I am so glad to hear about you and Sierra working on your friendship. You two have been friends for a long time, and those relationships are important. But I want you to be careful, too. I haven't forgotten about Sierra's thing with the cigarettes, and honestly, I think she can be kind of a mean girl sometimes. Be careful. Also, you should think about how it felt when Sierra and Zoe froze you out. Do you really want to be the kind of person who treats someone like that? Who hurts a girl's feelings for sport? Be nice to Zoe. Be the kind of girl I know you can be. Glad you're having a fun summer already, though. I wish I were there. I sure do miss you guys. And don't worry about me. I know you saw that report on CNN, but I'm fine. It's dangerous over here, that's true. But mostly Tammy and I are flying way away from the bad areas. We fly a bunch of VIPs around and supplies. You don't need to worry about me, honest. Love you to the moon and back, Mom. P.S. Tell your dad enough pizza. And no, I haven't shot anyone. Did Sierra really ask you that? July 2005. I once read a Stephen King book that used the term SSDD. Same shit, different day. That's pretty much what the last month in Iraq has been. Day after day of rising at dark 30, getting mission orders, checking my aircraft, and flying out. Today I flew for more than 14 hours altogether. Honestly, Tammy and I are so tired most of the time that we hardly talk before we fall asleep. The heat and dust are unbearable. It's over 125 degrees most days, and when you consider that I'm wearing a helmet, gloves, and Kevlar, well, the way I smell after a mission cannot be good.
We've been flying at night a lot, and that's better, at least with regard to the heat. Sometimes we're supporting the medevac guys, and I have to say, that's no easy job. I can't get the images out of my mind. Soldiers blown apart, bleeding, screaming for help. Only yesterday I ended up sitting with a kid outside one of the hospital tents. He was young, no more than 25, and I knew he wasn't going to make it. I'm no doctor, and even now I can't describe his wounds. They were too horrific. I knew, that's all. Anyway, I held his hand and listened to him talk, and mostly what he kept saying was, "Tell my wife I love her." I told him I would, and I'll write her a letter. What else can I do? But when I left him, when he died, and I was standing there listening to the war going on and the doctors yelling and a helicopter landing somewhere close by, I thought, what would I say at the end like that? Of course I'd be thinking about my children, whom I love more than the world, but what about Michael? I know he doesn't love me anymore. If words hadn't been enough to prove it, the lack of letters since I went away certainly make his position clear. But do I still love him? The truth is, at the end, I'd be reaching for him. I know I would. Reaching out for a man who no longer wants to be there. Just like my mother. By late July, Michael and the girls had settled into a manageable routine. This week, Betsy was away at a week-long summer camp on Orcas Island, where she was learning to kayak. Lulu was spending the weekend with her grandmother. Last he'd heard, they were making stuff out of dry macaroni. Without them, the house was quiet. Maybe too quiet. It was growing late. Night was beginning to fall. After a long day at the office, Michael had come home, eaten a bowl of raisin bran, and then gone back to work. He'd finally received a copy of Keith Keller's military records, and he had the documents laid out on his kitchen table, alongside interview transcripts. In the past week, he'd spoken with Ed and his wife, as well as Dr. Cornflower. There was also a list of prospective witnesses, military and civilian. By all accounts, Keith had been an ordinary small-town boy before he went off to war. He'd won local scholarships and hit home runs and graduated from high school. He'd fallen in love, almost literally, with the girl next door. They'd had a country club wedding, complete with DJ and no-host bar, and gone to Honolulu for their honeymoon. And then, September 11th. That day had changed the course of Keith's life. He'd had a friend on Flight 93, a classmate who had gone east to check out colleges. When Keith heard about the crash and the sudden unexpected danger of terrorism on American soil, he'd enlisted in the Marines. He was that kind of guy, Ed had said, shaking his head. Keith wanted to be part of the solution. So, off Keith went to boot camp and then to war. He'd done 2 tours in Iraq, and with each return, Ed said he saw less of the boy he'd raised. Michael flipped through the research his team had put together. Keith had been in the Sunni Triangle, one of the deadliest regions of the war. Roadside bombs hit my brigade at least twice a day, every day for a year, Keith had said. That's a lot of shit blowing up around you. A lot of your friends dying. When I got home, sounds were the worst. When someone slammed a door or a car backfired, I hit the ground. Sudden light could totally freak me out. Michael sat back. Why was it he hadn't known all this? About the deaths and the devastation, about the wounds our soldiers were suffering. This was 2005, for God's sake. The war had been going on for a while. The truth should have been more apparent. The nightly news should have been showing images of flag-draped coffins being carried onto cargo jets, of heroes coming home in boxes. He got up, walked away from the table. The Keller case was beginning to trouble him deeply, and not for the usual reasons. The more he read about his client, the more he worried about Jolene. He grabbed a Corona from the fridge, popped its cap, and went out to stand on the porch. There he touched the fraying white wicker back of the chair beside him. "Why get new furniture?" Jolene had said when they'd found this chair abandoned by the side of the road. Back then they'd had more love than money, and he'd been unable to deny her anything, even a crappy used chair. "I want a chair that tells a story." The night was quiet around him. Somewhere a coyote howled. It was a mournful, elegiac sound. On the road below, a bicycle turned onto the Flynn's driveway. Seth. Michael had a sudden memory of years ago when Betsy and Seth had ridden their bikes together constantly, and Jolene had worried so much. Michael waved at Seth. Seth saw him and pedaled from one driveway to the other. "Hey, Seth," Michael said as the kid rode onto the light thrown by the fixtures at the garage. As always, Seth looked thin and odd, with his flat cheeks and straight black hair. Tonight he was dressed all in black. Not a great idea when biking at night. He got off his bike, held it beside him. "Hey, Mr. Z." "Hey, Seth, how are you?" The kid shrugged. "Fine, I guess. My grandma's staying with me. She rented a movie for tonight. It's probably G-rated and stars a talking dog. Dad had to go to Ellensburg this week for some car part. Is Betsy still at kayak camp?" Michael nodded. "Till Sunday." "Oh." Michael frowned. "You want a Coke?" Seth grinned, showing off his braces. "Rad." Michael took that as a yes and went inside for a soda. When he returned to the porch, Seth was leaning back against the railing. His bike lay on its side in the gravel driveway. Michael sat down. He should have known this kid really well. He'd been around forever. Once he and Betsy had been inseparable. But honestly, Michael had barely shared 10 words with Seth in all the years he'd been coming around. It was like with Carl. Michael just didn't have much in common with them. Until now. "So, Seth, what's the deal with you and Betsy? One day you guys were thick as thieves, and the next thing I knew, you were gone." "She started hanging with some girls. I call them the bitch wolves, Sierra and Zoe. They think I'm a loser. I guess Betsy agrees now." Michael frowned. "I don't think she'd say that." "Think again," Seth mumbled. "I'm not the most popular kid in school." "Neither was I," Michael said. "And the quarterback, Jerry Lundberg, by the way, is doing time. High school was probably the highlight of his life." Seth took a drink of Coke. Then he said, "There was a bombing yesterday. I saw it on CNN. A helicopter went down. Did you know that when one of our soldiers is killed, they shut down communications on base until the relatives can be notified? I was, waiting for a call. They're fine, though." Michael had been in court all day. He hadn't watched the news when he got home. "I didn't know," he said, his voice tight. "Mom keeps sending me these pictures of her and Joe. They're like vacation photos. Girls just want to have fun. She thinks I'm stupid." "No," Michael said quietly. "That's not the reason." Seth looked at him. "My dad says we need to believe she'll be fine, and she will be." "Yeah," he said, glancing down at his half-empty beer. I'm afraid I'll forget her." Michael looked away. He understood how that could happen. How you could forget someone. Hadn't he done it himself? Hadn't he forgotten Jolene while she was standing right beside him? Michael didn't realize how long he'd been silent, but then Seth cleared his throat and said, "Thanks for the Coke, Mr. Z. I better get home. My grandma calls the National Guard when I'm late. In our family, that's no joke. She calls Ben Lomond, and he chews me out." Michael smiled. "Good to talk to you, Seth. Tell your dad I say hi." When the kid walked away, Michael added, "You should come around sometime. See Betsy." Seth turned to him. The sadness in his dark glance surprised Michael. "I wish." If Dante had lived in modern times, Michael had no doubt that going to the mall with your daughters would have qualified as one of the circles of hell, especially when you were there to find a birthday present for your 12-year-old daughter's on-again best friend. So far, they'd been here an hour and found nothing. He was so tired of looking at glittery headbands and ripped neckline T-shirts and posters of boy bands, he could scream. They were in Walmart now, drifting through the makeup aisle. Lulu was like a pit bull straining on a leash. She kept grabbing Michael's hand and surging forward, yanking him towards some cheap, sparkly thing. "There," Betsy said, pointing to a small neon pink case that held an array of makeup items. "She'd like that." "Is Sierra allowed to wear makeup?" Betsy gave him the look. "I'm the only one who can't." He looked at her, seeing the mascara smudges beneath her eyes and the blush that looked like war paint. "Right, and you don't." "Fine, get it, let's go." "It's expensive." "Get it." He would have paid anything, really, just to get out of there. Lulu said, "I want something, Daddy," and tugged at his hand. "I need wrapping paper and a card," Betsy said. Michael was pretty sure he groaned out loud. Still, he followed her out of the makeup and toward whatever came next, all the while listening to Lulu shout, "Stop, Dad! I want that, and that, and that!" In the gift wrap aisle, Betsy stopped so suddenly Michael ran into her. Lulu yelled, "Geez, Betsy!" "I have to go to the bathroom," Betsy said. "Come on, Betsy, can't you wait till..." She turned on him. "Now!" She said it so forcefully, he frowned. With another sigh, he followed her to the restrooms, although it set Betsy off, caused her to hiss at him to stop following her, but what could he do? Lately, he'd developed an irrational fear that he'd lose one of the kids. He had nightmares where he said to Joe, "I don't know, I just looked away for a second." He sat down in one of the uncomfortable chairs to wait.
"Daddy, play patty cake,"
Lulu said, raising her hands like a mime. "Huh?" Before Lulu could start whining, Betsy came out of the bathroom, looking pale and terrified. She moved awkwardly, as if her knees didn't bend right anymore. He rose instantly, worried. "Betsy?" She glanced around. When he said her name again, louder, she flinched. "Shh!" He moved closer. "Honey, what is it?" Betsy looked up at him. Her mouth was unsteady, her eyes huge. "I started my period." Michael's stomach literally dropped. "Oh."
"What's a period?"
Lulu said loudly, and Betsy clamped a hand over her sister's mouth. Lulu immediately shrieked. "Stop it, Lulu," Michael hissed. To Betsy, he said, "What do we do?" "I need something." Something, right. What she needed was a woman, but that wasn't going to happen. He took hold of her hand and led her back through the store. She walked woodenly, kept putting her hands behind her, hiding the back of her pants. Feminine products. There was no doubt about that. He stared at the rows of multicolored packaging, trying to figure out what she needed. Wings, adhesive strips, absorbent. Betsy looked like she was ready to vomit. "Hurry, Dad! Pick one!" "Come on, Michael. Step up to the plate. She needs you now." "Okay," he said firmly, moving closer to the products, reading the packages. "Dad," Betsy said under her breath, bouncing on the balls of her feet. "Come on!" He had no idea what made one product better than the other, so he chose the most expensive and handed it to her. Betsy gasped. "I can't buy it. What if someone I know is there? Oh, my God!" "Right," he nodded. "I'll meet you at the restrooms." Betsy flushed with gratitude and ran off. Michael hefted a wiggling, complaining Lulu into his arms. All the way to the checkout, she sang, "Period, period, period," at the top of her lungs. He smiled awkwardly at the lady who rang up the sale, and then hurried back to the bathrooms, carrying a small plastic bag. Betsy waited for him by the back wall, tapping her foot. "Do you, know how to use these?" he asked. "It's not rocket science, Dad." He could tell that she wanted to be sarcastic, but her voice wasn't sharp enough. She took the package and ran into the restroom. At least 15 minutes later, Betsy came out of the bathroom slowly, staring at Michael. She looked scared and young, ironic, since this was supposed to be the start of womanhood. Slowly, she turned around. "Can you see anything?" "No," Michael said softly. "Your pants are fine." "Whew," Betsy said. "Can we go now?" Lulu whined. Michael picked up his youngest, and off they went, headed once again for the gift wrap aisle. By the time they'd picked out the paper and the card and bought Scotch tape and ribbon, Lulu was out of control. But her wailing and pointing was easier to take than Betsy's silence. Michael's heart went out to her. He knew this was one of those moments that would be filed away and remembered as a day her mother had been disappointingly gone, and her father had let her down. He wanted to give her something that would take the sting out of this memory when she looked back on it. He was thinking that as they passed the jewelry counter. "Hey, Betsy," he said, "you want to get your ears pierced? They're having a special today." Betsy gasped and then grinned, showing off the red, white, and blue rubber bands on her braces. "Mom says I have to be 13. "You're close enough. And you're a woman now, I guess," he mumbled, uncomfortable saying it. "And we don't have to tell your mom." Betsy threw her arms around Michael and hugged him tightly. "Thanks, Dad." "What?" "Me too," Lulu said, her voice rising. Michael winced. Really, his youngest daughter had a screech worthy of some prehistoric bird caught in a trap. He looked around, sure people were staring. "Please, Daddy, please, please, please." "Dear Mom, Dad says I have to write you a letter, so I am. I started my period in Walmart with Dad. He bought me pads that were like twin mattresses. Sierra's mom says that's what happens when you send a man to do a woman's job. Ugh. Thanks for not being there when I needed you." August. Man, it's hot. I am getting so used to my own sweat and stink that I don't even smell it anymore. I'm starting to dream about ice. When I sleep, that is. The commander called a meeting last night. He told us what we already knew. The missions are getting more dangerous. We're getting shot at all the time, and we land under fire. We're going to be doing a lot more air assaults, apparently. Yay. And Betsy started her period without me. Honestly, I can't even write about that. It makes me feel so bad. I'm missing her life. Missing it. In the middle of August, Dr. Cornflower delivered his psychiatric evaluation on Keith. His diagnosis, extreme post-traumatic stress disorder. Further, the doctor gave the opinion that Keller was competent to stand trial, that he fully understood the nature of the proceedings. That meant the trial was a go. A court date had been set. Michael looked out at the collection of eager, ambitious young faces seated around him. They were at a conference table. Each of the 3 associates chosen for the defense team had graduated at the top of his or her class and worked at least 60 hours a week. To be a great criminal defense attorney, you had to be hungry, and they were. So, we have our start. PTSD, as you know, is a diminished capacity defense, which means we will use it to negate intent. We'll prove that Keith couldn't form the specific intention to kill his wife. Without intent, it's not murder 1. I don't have to tell you all that anything less would be a victory in this case. However, juries don't like diminished capacity much more than they like insanity, so we'll need experts, eyewitnesses, and statistics. He assigned tasks. Some would be researching sentencing, some jury instructions, some precedents in Washington state and elsewhere. Others would draft the crucial pretrial motions. I want to find any case, anywhere, where PTSD, especially with regard to Iraq, was successful, and any case in which it was argued. I will want a draft of our notice to raise the defense by Monday. Hillary, you get started on that. You have all the reports and expert information you need. Make sure you meet all the evidentiary rules. Are there any questions? Silence. Good. Michael stood and the team did the same. As they walked out of the conference room, he repacked his briefcase and headed back to his office. For the next few hours, he worked at his computer, pulling up every case with a PTSD defense that he could find. On the ferry ride home, he was still at it. He read Cornflower's report again, specifically focusing on Keith's telling of his own story. In Ramadi, we used to bet on whose tent would be hit by mortar next. I was walking back from taking a piss when a mortar landed in our howitzer. We couldn't do shit. They burned up alive in there, screaming. And there was bagging, picking up body parts, legs, arms. We put 'em in bags and carried 'em back. It's weird to grab your buddy's arm. Michael put down the report. What was happening to Jolene over there? What was she seeing? Once the question arose, he couldn't ignore it. He thought about his wife, and for the first time he imagined the worst. It was still light outside, lavender and beautiful, when he parked in front of the Green Thumb. His mother met him at the door, looking worried. "Sorry I'm late," he said. She brushed his apology aside with an impatient wave.
"Betsy is upset. That girlfriend of hers, Sierra, called her an hour ago and told her that a female helicopter pilot was shot down today. I tried to calm her, but—"
Michael glanced past his mother. He saw Lulu in the corner, seated at a garden display table, pretending to serve her doll tea in a paper cup. "Where is she?"
"Outside, by the big rock."
Michael nodded. "We're going to the Pot for dinner. You want to join us?"
I'd love to, but I can't. Helen and I are changing the window display tonight. Labor Day's coming up. The big sale starts."
He leaned down and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Thanks, Ma." With a sigh, he headed through the store, past the shelves full of knickknacks and planters and gardening tools. At the back door, he paused for just a moment, gathering his strength. And then he went out to the parking lot that ran between the Front Street stores and the marina. A huge gray boulder sat on a patch of grass overlooking the docks. For as long as he'd lived here, kids had scrambled up, down, and around the rock. Now he saw his daughter sitting on top of it, her blonde hair tousled by the warm summer breeze, her gaze turned out to sea. Hundreds of boats bobbed on the flat, calm waters below. He came up beside the rock. "Hey, you," he said, looking up. She looked down at him, her pale, pimply face ravaged by tears. There was an alarming flatness in her eyes. "Hi, Dad. You're late." "Sorry." As he stood there, trying to dredge up some words of wisdom, her watch alarm bleeped. Betsy yanked the watch off and threw it to the ground. He bent over and picked it up, heard the beep, beep, beep that his wife was listening to at this very moment, a world away. For a moment, he imagined it. Imagined her looking down at her watch, probably feeling so far from home. "Your mom's fine," he said at last. Honestly, all of this had been easier before the Keller case, when he could believe in Jolene's optimistic letters and assurances of safety. Now, he knew better. How was he supposed to comfort a child when her fears were reasonable, and he shared them? It wasn't her, Betsy. Betsy slid down from the rock. It could have been. But it wasn't, he said quietly. Her eyes watered at that, her mouth wavered. He could see her composure crumbling. This time, she said. This time. I'm forgetting her, Betsy said, reaching into her pocket for the latest picture Jolene had sent, lifting it. This isn't her. She isn't only a soldier. What could he say that wasn't a lie? Let's go to the crab pot and look at the picture of her. That will make you remember. She nodded. It wasn't enough. He reached for her hand. Sometimes holding on was all you could do. After dinner, Michael led the girls into the house and watched them run upstairs. He felt drained. He should have known how affecting dinner at the crab pot would be. Jolene's spirit had been so strong there. Lulu and Betsy had spent a good 10 minutes staring up at the Polaroid picture of their mom tacked to the wall. Lulu wouldn't even eat. She just held on to that little wings pin and cried. He poured himself a drink and stared out the window at the night just beginning to fall across the bay. He heard Lulu come up behind him. She climbed, monkey-like, up his body, attaching to his hip. Betsy is crying, Daddy, she said in that squeaky voice of hers. He kissed her forehead, sighing. It's about Mommy, she said, then burst into tears. She got lost it or heard it, right? He tightened his hold on Lulu. No, baby. Mommy's fine. I missed my Mommy. He rocked her back and forth, soothing her until her tears dried. When she was calm again, he put her down on the sofa and started the Little Mermaid DVD. That would keep Lulu busy for a while. She should be in bed, of course. It was late. But all he could think about was Joe and what could have happened. He didn't really make a decision. Rather, he found himself moving toward his office. He went inside and shut the door. His hands were shaking. Ice rattled in his glass. It could have been. He slumped onto the sofa and bowed his head. Betsy was worried that she was forgetting her mother, but Michael had forgotten Jolene long before, hadn't he? He'd lived with her, slept with her, and still, somehow, had forgotten the woman he'd married. He glanced to his left and saw a framed picture of him and Jolene. It had been taken years ago at the Arboretum in Seattle. They had been young then, and so in love. Look at that family of ducks, Michael. That will be us one day, waddling along with our babies in tow. In that one image, in Jolene's bright smile, he remembered her. He was a little unsteady as he got to his feet. At the bookcase, he withdrew a leather-bound photo album and an old VHS tape. Tucking them under his arm, he went into the family room, asked Lulu to follow him, and went upstairs. He knocked on Betsy's door. Can we come in? Sure. He picked up Lulu, carried her into the room, and sat down on the bed beside Betsy. Settling a girl on each side of him, he opened the album. Centered in the first page, covered by a shiny piece of see-through plastic, was one of the few pictures he'd ever seen of his wife as a young girl. She stood on a rocky outcropping, wearing faded jeans and a cheap V-neck sweater. She was turned slightly away from the camera, looking into some invisible distance, with messy strands of long blonde hair pulled across her face by the wind. Off to the left was a man walking away. All you could see was a ragged jeans hemline and a scuffed black boot. Jolene had often said she'd chosen this photo to begin her life's trail because it was so representative. Her mother was missing, and her dad was leaving. He'd seen this picture lots of times, but now he really looked at it, saw how sharp she looked, how thin. Her hair looked as if it hadn't seen a comb in weeks, and the loss in her eyes was wrenching. She was watching the man walk away. Why hadn't he noticed that before? She's about 15 here. Not much older than you, Bets. She looks sad, Betsy said.
That's 'cause we aren't born yet,
Lulu said, repeating what Jolene always said about this photograph. Michael turned the pages slowly, taking his girls on a journey down the road of Jolene's life. There were pictures of Jolene in her army uniform, seated in a chopper, out playing frisbee. In each successive photograph, she looked taller, stronger. But it wasn't until their wedding picture that he saw her, the woman with whom he'd fallen in love. She'd smiled and cried through the ceremony and told him it was the happiest day of her life. Our lives, he'd said, kissing her. We will always be in love like this, Joe. Of course we will, she'd said, laughing, and they'd believed it for years and years, until they hadn't. No, until he hadn't.
She looks pretty,
Lulu said. He knew all that Jolene had lost in her life, and the things she'd never had, and the things she'd overcome, and yet in all of these pictures she looked incredibly happy. He'd made her happy. That was something he'd always known. What he'd forgotten was how happy she'd made him.
When is she coming home? Lulu asked. Tomorrow?
November, Betsy said with a sigh. For just 2 weeks.
Oh.
Lulu made a small, squeaking sound.
Will I be 5 by then?
Yeah, Betsy said. But she won't be here for your birthday. Before Lulu could start crying, Michael got up and put a tape in the TV. Since Jolene's deployment, the girls had obsessively watched the goodbye reels, as he liked to call them, the tapes she'd made for each of the girls. But they hadn't seen this one in years. He hit play, and the movie started. The first scene was Jolene, bleary-eyed, holding a baby girl who was no bigger than a half-gallon of milk. Say hi to your fans, little Elizabeth, or will you be Betsy? Michael, does she look like a Betsy to you? Now Betsy was walking for the first time, wobbling forward, laughing as she plopped over. Jolene was clapping and crying, saying, "Look, Michael, don't miss this." 12 years of his life, passing in 42 minutes of tape. He hit stop. There she was, his Jo. Her beautiful face was distorted, pixelated by the stop motion, but even through the grainy, muted colors, he saw the power of her smile. He saw the whole of his life in her eyes, all his dreams and hopes and fears. I don't love you anymore. How could he have said that to her? How could he have been so cavalier with their life, with the commitment they'd made? He wanted to tell her he was sorry, but time and distance separated them now. Whatever he had to say, it would have to wait until November. Would she even want to listen? "Let's go shopping tomorrow and send her a care package," Betsy said.
Yay,
Lulu said, clapping her hands. Michael nodded, saying nothing, hoping they didn't see the tears in his eyes. Strapped in place, and weighed down by the 30 pounds of Kevlar plating in her vest, Jolene piloted the Black Hawk toward Baghdad. Sweat collected under her helmet, dampened her hair, ran down the back of her neck. Her skin was flushed. She had a little trouble breathing. Inside the gloves, her hands were slick and damp. Even with the helicopter doors open, it was a damn oven in here.
The water in her bottle was at least 122 degrees, hardly refreshing. Tammy was in the right seat. They flew a combat spread formation, 3 helicopters strong, hurtling through the darkening sky. Below, the confusing sprawl of Baghdad fanned out on all sides. Blue rain, came the other pilot's voice through the radio. It meant that the zone into which they were flying was hot, inhospitable. It could be anything: mortar fire, a missile, an RPG, rocket-propelled grenade, a gunfight of some kind. Jolene said on comm, "Raptor 8-9 veering east, ETA to green zone 4 minutes." She moved the cyclic. The helicopter responded instantly to her touch, dropping its nose, picking up speed, hurtling forward. Rat-a-tat-tat! Bullets hit the helicopter in a spray. The sound was so loud that even wearing a helmet and earbuds, Jolene flinched. "We're taking fire," Tammy said sharply. "Hang on," Jolene said, banking a hard left turn. She heard the tink-tink-tink of machine gun fire hitting her aircraft. One first, then a splatter of hits, close together, sounding like a hard rain on tin. Smoke filled the helicopter. "There," Tammy said. 3 o'clock. A group of insurgents was on a rooftop below, firing. A machine gun set on a tripod spit yellow fire. Jolene banked right again. As she made the turn, the helicopter next to her exploded. Bits of burning metal hit the side of Jolene's aircraft. Heat billowed inside, and the aftermath rocked them from side to side. "Knife 04, do you copy?" Tammy said into the radio. "This is Raptor 8-9. The helicopter next to them spiraled to the ground. On impact, a cloud of black smoke billowed up. For a split second, Jolene couldn't look away. Tammy radioed the crash coordinates into the base. "Knife 04, do you copy?" Jolene made a series of fast turns, evading, varying her airspeed, changing her altitude, up, down, side to side. When they were out of range, she turned to look in the back bay. "Is everyone okay?" she said to her crew, hearing back from all of them. Jolene followed the other Black Hawk into Washington Heliport, landing alongside it. She was shaking as she unhooked her MCU vest and seatbelt. She climbed out of the seat and stepped down onto the tarmac. The sky was gunmetal gray, but even in the gloom she could see the thick black smoke still rising up from the crash site. She closed her eyes and said a prayer for the fallen airmen, even though in her heart she knew that no one had survived that explosion. Seconds later, the roar of jet engines filled the night sky. Bombs exploded in bursts of red fire. As soon as possible, she knew that a medevac helicopter would go to the site and try to locate survivors and victims. She couldn't help thinking that if you were alive and hurt in enemy territory with your bird on fire, it would be the longest wait of your life. Could she have done something differently? Would a different choice on her part have changed the outcome? They flew in formation to protect one another, but Jolene hadn't protected her partner aircraft. Soon, somewhere across the world, a casualty assistance team would gather to give a family the worst possible news. Tammy and Jamie came up to stand beside her. They stood in front of their helicopter, which was scarred with bullet holes. No one spoke. Each of them knew that one bullet in the right place, one RPG hit, and they could have been the aircraft on fire in the desert. "Who's hungry?" Jamie said, taking off his helmet. "I'm always hungry," Smitty said, coming up beside them, coughing. He gave everyone his trademark grin, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tonight, for the first time, Smitty looked old. "I sure could use me a Mountain Dew." Jamie, as always, kept up a steady stream of conversation as they walked through the green zone. Everything he said was funny, and each of them wanted something to smile about. They ate made-to-order stir-fry and homemade milkshakes while the maintenance crew patched up their helicopter. All the while, they talked about anything except what was on their minds. By midnight, they were back in the air, flying over Baghdad again. Tammy was in the left seat this time. She flew the helicopter steady and true. They skirted the most dangerous parts of the city. Now and then, gunfire rang out, coming from opportunistic insurgents who could hear the helicopter and shot skyward, hoping to hit what they couldn't see. They landed back at Balad without incident. Tammy shut down the engine. The rotors slowed by degrees, the thwop, thwop, thwop more drawn out in every rotation. Jolene finally relaxed in her seat. Through her night vision goggles, the world looked distorted. Here on the black tarmac, she saw ghostly green images moving in front of her. Absurdly, she thought of souls walking away from their bodies. That reminded her of the crew they'd lost. "My son has the chicken pox," Jamie said from behind her. "Did I tell you that?" It was what she needed, a reminder of home. Kids get over that fast. He won't even remember it in a year. Betsy wanted strawberry popsicles for every meal. Will he remember that I wasn't there? Jolene had no easy answer for that. She unhooked the goggles from her helmet and unstrapped from the seat. When she stepped onto the hard, dark sand, a wave of exhaustion overtook her, and it was not an ordinary tiredness. This was bone-deep, a kind of standing death. She wanted to know she'd done everything possible tonight, that she was not in any way at fault. But there was no one to tell her that. No one she could believe, anyway. The thought isolated her, reminded her of how alone she was over here. She wished she could call Michael, tell him about her day, and let his voice soothe her ragged nerves. So many soldiers over here had that, a marital lifeline. Like Tammy and Carl. There was little privacy over here, and since Tammy and Jolene routinely stood in the phone lines together, they heard each other's conversations. She heard Tammy whispering, "I love you so much, baby. Just hearing your voice makes me strong again." She remembered when she and Michael had been like that, each a half of the whole. Tammy came up beside her, bumped her hip to hip. "You okay?" "No." "You?" "No. Let's call home. I need to hear my husband's voice," Tammy said. They walked across the base to the phones. Amazingly, the line was short. There were only 2 soldiers in front of them. Jolene let Tammy go first, heard her friend say, "Carl, baby, I miss you so much." Jolene tried not to listen. The truth was she needed Michael right now, needed him to say he loved her and that he was waiting for her, that she wasn't as alone over here as she felt, that she still had a life at home. When it was finally Jolene's turn, she dialed home, hoping someone was there. Back home it was 2:15 on a Saturday. "Hello?" "Hey, Michael." She closed her eyes, imagining his smile. She wanted to tell him more, share her feelings, but how could she? He would never understand. He wasn't like Carl. He wasn't proud of what she did over here. He didn't understand how deeply she cared about the other soldiers with whom she served. At that, she felt even more separate, more distant. A world away, she heard the creaking of his chair as he sat down, and that simple, ordinary sound reminded her acutely of the people she'd left behind and how they'd gone on with their lives, making memories that didn't include her. "How are you, Joe?" She felt her mouth tremble. His tone of voice was so tender. She had to remind herself that he didn't really want to know. When had he ever wanted to hear about her service? She couldn't tell him that her friends had been killed tonight, that maybe it was even her fault, a little. He'd just tell her it was a ridiculous war and the soldiers had died for nothing. She straightened, cleared her throat. "How are my girls? Is Lulu excited about her birthday?" "They miss you." Betsy heard about a helicopter pilot who'd been shot down. She was pretty upset. "Tell her I'm a long way from the front line." But are you? She thought about tonight and winced. Of course. I'm safe. That was what he wanted to hear. Can I talk to the girls? Mom took them to a movie. Oh. They'll be so disappointed. They miss you so much, Joe. Lulu keeps asking if you're going to be home for her party. They miss you. I better go. Don't. I want to say... It was always about what he wanted to say. The thought exhausted her. She'd been a fool to need him. I have to go, Michael. There's a line behind me. Take care of yourself, he said after a pause. I'm trying. Her voice cracked. She hung up the phone and turned back around. Tammy had heard every word. How about a hot shower, her friend said, putting an arm around her. Jolene nodded. They walked to their trailer, grabbed their dop kits, and headed for the showers. Jolene kept meaning to say something to Tammy, make some idle chit-chat to gloss over the emotions that lay beneath. But she couldn't. Even at this late hour, the base was a busy place. 30,000 men and women lived here. That didn't even include the contract people who came and went. Jolene wore her flip-flops into the shower and turned on the water. Cold. Trying not to think about the shower and the hot water she had at home, she washed quickly, scrubbing the sweat and sand from her skin. After she dried off, she redressed in her dusty, dirty ACUs. Cold wasn't exactly what I had in mind, Tammy said, smiling tiredly. Yeah. They walked out of the shower trailer and headed back to Depot. Jamie and Smitty were waiting for them, sitting on a pair of overturned crates outside the door of their trailer, which was across from Tammy and Jolene's. Beside Smitty was a small blue and white cooler full of pops. Want a drink? He said. Jolene could see how hard he was trying to smile. He might be a great gunner and a courageous soldier, but he was still just a 20-year-old kid, and tonight had shaken him. He probably wouldn't sleep well. None of them would. Tammy and Jolene sat down beside them, Tammy on the steps in front of the door, Jolene on the crate beside Smitty. Behind them, the metal still radiated some of the day's heat, even though it was cold out here now. On either side of the door, sandbags were piled high. Rows and rows of them provided some protection from the near-constant mortar fire. Across from her, not more than 8 feet away, was the door to their trailer. Bill Dealer was on knife 04, Tammy said solemnly. Jolene pictured Bill, a big, florid-faced, old-school guard pilot out of Fort Worth. Just last week, he'd shown her a picture of the daughter who was waiting for him to walk her down the aisle. She closed her eyes and immediately wished she hadn't. She saw the last few seconds again, the roof sniper, the shooting. She'd banked left, turned sharply away from knife 04. Wally Todden was the crew chief, Jamie said. His wife just found out she's pregnant. Yesterday he went to the Haji Mart and bought the kid a football. He hasn't even mailed it yet. Jolene didn't want to think about that. A child who would never know his father. They were heroes, Jamie said solemnly. Heroes, Jolene said, thinking about the word and all that it meant. They clanked their pop cans together in a silent tribute to their fallen friends. After that, they fell silent. Finally, Tammy stood up. I'm going to bed. 04:30 is going to come mighty fast. Joe? Jolene turned to Smitty and Jamie. You guys okay? Jamie grinned. Right as rain, Chief. I keep the kid out of trouble. Smitty grinned at that. He's too old for trouble anyway. Jolene and Tammy got up together, crossed the small walkway, and went into their dark, smelly trailer. Once there, Tammy flicked the light on and then looked at Jolene. You did everything you could have, you know. Nothing tonight was your fault. Jolene had never loved her friend more.
Afraid her voice would shake if she tried to speak, she nodded, said, "Thanks, Tam." "I'm worried about you," Tammy said, sitting down on her bed, looking up. "Hell, I'm worried about both of us. I want to make it home." Jolene sat down on her own bed. She saw the fear in Tammy's dark eyes, and it did something to her, uncoiled something that had been tied down. "Me too," she said quietly. "If we don't—" Until tonight, Jolene would have stopped Tammy right then, but now she remained silent, waiting. "If I don't make it," Tammy said softly, "I am counting on you with Seth. You make sure he knows who I was." On that, her voice cracked. Jolene nodded solemnly. "And my girls will need you." Tammy nodded. "But we'll make it back," Jolene said. "Of course we will." They smiled at each other. Jolene didn't know how she looked, but she saw the fear in Tammy's eyes. Neither one of them was as certain of that as they'd been before. August. How do I write about a colleague's death? How do I use words to expel the fear and confusion that's uncoiling slowly inside of me? I can't. I don't want to write about it. I don't want to remember the smell of smoke, or the terrible sound of ripping metal, or the rattle of gunfire. I don't want to think about Wally Todden and his young widow, or the baby who will never know his daddy's smile, or the bride who will walk down a church aisle without her father. R.I.P. Knife 04. That's what I can say. All I can say. You were heroes, and you will be missed. Chapter 13. After a long, excruciatingly hot day of flying, mostly moving people and Iraqi troops in and around Baghdad, Jolene was exhausted. While they'd been gone, Balad had been attacked again, and this time there had been some serious damage. It was amazing what shrapnel did to wood and metal. Humvees and buildings had been destroyed. She walked away from the helicopter, with Tammy on one side of her and Jamie on the other. No one said anything. "I need to go to the comm center," Tammy said. "See if they've gotten the internet connection back up yet. If I don't hear from my family, I'm going to lose it." The three turned slightly, walked down the dark, dusty way between trailers. It was past midnight, and even this late, the base was busy. At the communications trailer, Tammy said, "Wait here," and went inside. She was out a moment later, looking disgusted. "Internet is still down. Damn it." Jolene sighed. They headed across the base. Jamie peeled off from them and went to the DFAC, while Tammy and Jolene went into their trailer. Too tired for conversation, each flopped onto her bed and opened her laptop. They were going to write letters tonight, which, hopefully, they'd be able to send tomorrow. "My loves," Jolene typed. "Thank you for the care package. I can't tell you what it means to me to get mail. I can tell that Betsy picked out the shampoo. Love that strawberry scent. And Lulu chose the sparkly barrette. It looks so pretty in my hair. We've been flying a lot lately. Usually I leave my trailer at 04:30, then go in the morning, ride my bike to the DFAC, meal trailer, and get to the helicopter. We're lucky if we get back to base before 9. We're pooped by then. But I'm thinking of you all the time, especially when my watch alarm goes off, Betsy. I hope you're thinking of me then, too. Yesterday I tried to call home, but the phones weren't working, so I guess it's email to the rescue. I bought you presents at the Haji Mart. It's a kind of street fair set up outside the base. It's crazy, I can tell you. I bet you're not surprised that Tammy and I have found a little time to shop. Girls will be girls, I guess. Tomorrow we're having a party out by the burn barrel. I hear there's going to be hot dogs and baked beans, just like a beach party at home. I know I'm super far away, but I'll pretend that I'm with you for Lulu's birthday party. I hope the present gets there in time. Think of Mommy when you blow out your candles, baby girl. I love you. Well, I'm sort of starting to fall asleep on my feet, so I guess I better go to bed. 04:30 will come mighty early. Betsy, don't forget to remind Daddy about your orthodontist appointment. You need to go in next week. Lulu, can you send me a picture from your party? I have the last one up on my wall. Her fingers lifted from the computer keys. She wanted to say something to Michael, but what? He hadn't written her once while she'd been here. Reaching out to him made her feel like her mother, grasping to bring closer a man who didn't love her. I think of you every day, and I love you. To the moon and back. Remember, only 91 days till I get to see you again. Disneyland? XXXOOO. Mom. Jolene had never even imagined heat like summer in Iraq. Dust was everywhere, in her hair, her eyes, her nose. Her sweat was gritty, and as soon as she showered, she started to sweat again. From her first day in country, she'd known that every breath could be her last, and her nights were no better. She dreamed of fires and mortar and babies who forgot their mother's face. She'd made an uneasy peace with death. Injuries terrified her even more. The RPGs and IEDs ripped bodies apart, flung arms and legs into the sky and the dirt. Never was her fear closer than on a day like today. She was on a hero mission, which meant that she had flown across the desert to pick up the remains of soldiers who had died. She had been doing far too many of these lately. Each time she watched the ceremony, she imagined herself or her crew lying in one of these makeshift surgical hospitals, irreparably broken, waxy-faced, crying. Now she stood back from the hospital tent's opening, among the crews that had been sent on the mission. All of them stood tall and straight, even in the pounding, pulverizing heat. Jolene and Tammy, as pilots, could have stayed with their aircraft, but it never seemed right to them. So they were here, standing with their crew, to show respect. The outlying combat surgical hospital baked under the noonday heat. The hospital was a row of dirty white canvas tents, connected by a network of wooden sidewalks. Inside, the floors were cement, stained with dark smears of blood. Jolene didn't go inside. She was here to wait. The hero mission procedure was very precise. Besides, she knew what it looked like in there. Cot after cot filled with the damaged and the dying. Gruesome, devastating injuries were survivable in this modern age. The field docs were nothing short of miracle workers. It wasn't just soldiers, either. Inside lay rows of Iraqi civilians, children and women who'd been too close to an exploding IED or been hit by mortar fire. The smell was terrible, made worse by the unrelenting heat. A doctor ducked through the tent's canvas opening and held it open behind him. 6 soldiers followed him out, pushing 4 gurneys. On each lay the black-bagged remains of a soldier. Jolene and Tammy immediately stood at attention and saluted. The look that passed between them was as solemn as the mood. Each was thinking of how it would feel if the other were in that bag. Somewhere close by, a mortar round hit, exploded through concrete. No one even flinched. The doctor looked as weary as Jolene felt. He placed a hand on each one of the bagged bodies in turn and said simply, "Thank you." Jolene's throat tightened. She looked down at the gurneys, knowing that the lost soldiers deserved this last measure of respect from all of them. One of the bags was small, too small. A bad thing. It meant that pieces were missing. The result of an IED or RPG, probably.
Beside each body was a small, clear bag containing personal effects. Even though the bag was marked with bloody fingerprints, she could see the watch and dog tags and wedding ring inside. It made her think of Betsy, holding up Jolene's dog tags, asking if they would identify her. The silence stretched a second more, and then someone said, "Captain Craig," inside the tent, and the doctor went back inside. Led by the Gurneys and their silent watchman, the two Black Hawk crews walked across the base to the waiting helicopters. Here again, the exact manner of transport was prescribed. At Jolene and Tammy's helicopter, Jamie and Smitty saluted the bodies again. Then they loaded the fallen soldiers onto the helicopter, using exquisite care, placing them just so. As the loading went on, soldiers came from all over, some in uniform, some in civilian clothes, and formed two straight lines out from the helicopter's open side door, saluting their fallen friends one final time. She wondered who these fallen soldiers were. Husbands, fathers, mothers. Did their families know yet that their worlds had changed? Jolene and Tammy nodded to each other and climbed into the aircraft. Tammy was left seat today. She leaned forward, placed the white hero mission card in the windshield. Jolene strapped herself into the right seat and began the pre-flight checklist. The helicopter doors were closed. Within moments, they were taking off amid a swirl of beige sand. Below, the soldiers began to disperse. On the flight to the Baghdad airport, the crew was quiet, as they always were after hero missions. The deaths weighed heavily on their minds. The war had begun to heat up in the past few months. It had begun to be normal to be shot at, to be hit. Jolene heard the ping of machine gun fire hitting a helicopter in her sleep, and often woke up screaming. Last week, a bullet had gone through the window beside her head, shattering it, and bounced off her helmet. She'd felt the slightest thwack to her head and kept flying. Only later did she begin to have nightmares about it, to imagine her head exploding, her body coming back to her children in a black bag that was 12 inches too short. By the time they made it back to Balad, Jolene was beyond exhausted. She hadn't slept well in weeks, and it was beginning to take a toll on her. She couldn't remember the last time there hadn't been a middle-of-the-night mortar attack. She slept through the shelling, but woke to the sound of the blaring alarm. After the end of the mission, the maintenance crew swarmed to check out the helicopter. Jolene and her team walked away. On this dark night, there was no camaraderie, no "let's go to the DFAC for pie." Each of them, like Jolene, was thinking how thin a piece of luck separated them from the bodies they'd transported today. "You okay, Tammy?" Jolene said as they reached their trailer. Tammy stopped. "No, not really." They walked into the trailer. Tammy flipped a light switch. On came the fluorescent bulb on the ceiling. Instantly, the dark little space was illuminated. There were family photographs everywhere, and a movie poster of Johnny Depp from Pirates of the Caribbean on the wall. Tammy sat down on her bed. It sagged in the middle, dust puffed up from the army green bedding. The alarm sounded. Jolene heard footsteps running past her trailer. She sat down opposite Tammy. Somewhere, something exploded. The lights in the trailer flickered and remained on. When the alarm stopped and the world stilled, Tammy went on as if nothing had happened. "Carl says Seth is having a hard time. Kids are making fun of him because of us. Makes me want to kick some preteen ass. Michael just says the girls are fine." Tammy looked up. "It's not like you're telling him the truth either. We're hardly talking. He hasn't sent me a single email." Jolene bent over, began unlacing her boots. "You are getting a care package once a week. Who's buying all that stuff and mailing it?" "My guess, Mila and the girls."
Have you written him? Jolene sighed. You know I haven't. What would I say? Maybe he's thinking the same thing. I'm not the one who said I wanted a separation. Are you really going to play chicken with your marriage from here? I didn't start it. Who cares? Look at what we did today. She snapped her fingers. That's how fast it happens, Joe. Dead, alive, she snapped again. Dead. This is the time to say what needs to be said, not to play games. Your parents were losers who scarred you. I get it, I really do. But you have to find the cojones to talk to your husband or you guys are going to lose everything. It's easy for you to say, Tam. Your husband loves you. It's not easy, Jolene. None of this is easy. You know that. Michael loves you, Tammy said. I know it. No, I don't think he does. Do you love him? There it was, the question she'd spent weeks avoiding. Leave it to Tammy to throw it out like the first pitch in a baseball game. I don't know how to stop loving him, she answered quietly, surprising herself. It's in my blood, but what? Isn't that your answer? No, Jolene sighed. Really, she didn't want to think about this, or talk about it. Love is only part of it. Like forgiving is only part. Even if I could forgive him, how would I forget? He stopped loving me, Tam. It just stopped. He looked me in the eyes and said he didn't love me anymore. How can I trust him again? How can I believe in our marriage, in forever together, if our love has some expiration date? Just don't give up. That's all I'm saying. Write him a letter. Start. Jolene knew it was good advice. She believed in fighting for love. At least she once had. Lately, she had trouble remembering what she believed and who she used to be. I'm afraid, she said after a long silence. Tammy nodded. He broke your heart. Jolene looked at her friend, sitting across from her in their dingy, smelly trailer, and she thought how lucky they were to have each other over here. I'm glad you're here with me, Tam. I don't know what I'd do without you. Tammy smiled. I love you too, Joe. Chapter 14. We've got an emergency situation that's going bad fast, the captain said. We need to run search and rescue in a very tight spot. Reports give us a narrow weather window. We need to be in the air in 15 minutes or less. He turned to point at a map. Here. We got 2 Army Rangers trapped by enemy fire. We can be up in 10, Jolene assured him. She looked at Tammy, who nodded sharply and led the way to the tarmac. There was no conversation along the way. As they walked across the base, a sharp wind blew up dust that bit into skin and eyes. It raked the flag overhead, whipped it into a frenzy. After a quick check of her craft, Jolene climbed into the left side of the cockpit and took her seat. She was the first one inside, but within seconds the crew was all in place. Jolene ran the pre-flight check, cleared departure with the tower, and started the engine. The aircraft climbed slowly into the air as she worked the controls, her hands and feet in constant motion. With each mile flown, the dust storm intensified. Wind smacked their windshield. Deteriorating viz, Jolene said. She reached over, flipped a toggle switch, and glanced at her instrument readings. Wind gusted against them, pushed the Black Hawk sideways. A pothole of air sucked at the rotors. The helicopter dropped 200 feet in a plunging, heart-stopping second. Hold on, guys, Joe said into her mouthpiece. She clung to the bucking, jerking controls and steadied the Hawk. At the search vector, it took all of Jolene's upper body strength to descend evenly in the maelstrom. Below them, the land was craggy, broken. There's nowhere to land, Jamie called out. Roger that, Jolene said.
She worked the 2 foot pedals, finding the delicate balance between the tail and main rotors. "There!" Smitty said. "At 1 o'clock!" Jolene held the helicopter in a hover, but every second was a fight. Wind clawed at them, kept battering the aircraft. On the rugged desert floor below, she could just make out the 2 soldiers. They were obviously taking heavy fire. Bullets pinged off the aircraft. Jamie shoved the door open and laid down a heavy cover of fire. "All clear," he said after a few seconds. "Good to land." A blast of dust and wind gusted through, swinging the Hawk side to side as Smitty readied the hoist. "Low and slow," Jolene said into her mic. She lowered the aircraft slowly, but the high winds and uneven surface below forced her to hover at 50 feet. At the bottom of the hoist line was a jungle penetrator, a yellow metal device that looked like a heavy-duty lawn dart, the prongs open to form a makeshift seat. Jamie climbed onto the prongs and hung on while Smitty worked the hoist line, lowering Jamie into the storm. The gunner careened from side to side, hammered by the weather, dropping fast from every arc. Jolene held firm on the controls, maintaining the hover. On the desert, the penetrator hit the surface. Jamie stepped off and gave the crew a thumbs up to show that he was fine. Jolene watched her gauges and fought the storm for dominance, muscling the bird to hold its hover as they rescued the 2 Army Rangers. When the soldiers and gunners were all loaded in the back bay, Jolene finally breathed a little easier. Until they were back at the base and heard about another helicopter that had gone down near Baghdad, killing the whole crew. That night, she couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw helicopters hurtling to the ground, heard people screaming, or children dressed in black huddled around a flag-draped casket, a soldier in dress uniform walking to her front door. Finally, she gave up trying. Turning on her small light, she reached for her journal. August. I love flying. I've always loved it, and I'm proud to be here, doing my job, helping my country. But there's this fear in me lately, a terrible, frightening thing, like a bird flapping to get out of my chest. I have a bad feeling. The things I've seen stay with me. Even in sleep, I can't get rid of them. Arms and legs blown off, soldiers dying, pictures of children pinned to trailer walls curling in the heat. Every time I take off, I wonder, will this be it? I imagine my family getting the worst news. Tammy keeps telling me I need to reach out to Michael. She tells me how much Carl is helping her cope with what we're facing. She says I am being stubborn and playing chicken with my marriage. But how can I take her advice? How can I talk to Michael, whom I loved from the moment he first kissed me? Michael, who is my family. Or was, until he said he didn't love me anymore. I watched my mom do that, year after year, reach out for a man who'd stopped loving her. It ruined her. I never thought I'd be like her. Am I? Am I losing myself out here? Or just falling out of love with him? Or is this just a part of war? I know that no one at home can matter too much. My friends over here are the people who have my 6, the people who will save me and cover me. It's not enough sometimes, though. Sometimes I need Michael. I need him. But I don't want to. I don't trust him to be there for me. Not anymore. No wonder I feel so alone. And now my damn watch alarm is going off, reminding me. August passed in a blur of hot, lazy, blue-skied days. Betsy and Lulu were busy almost all the time, going to day camps and spending time at the Green Thumb with Mila. Lulu's 5th birthday party had gone off without a hitch, although it had been a quieter version of earlier parties. On this Thursday morning,
The sun rose hot and bright into a cloudless blue sky. It would be a glorious summer day. At 9:30, Michael pushed away from his home computer and went upstairs. He knocked on the girls' bedroom doors, saying, "Wake up, sleepyheads. Yaya will be here in a half an hour to pick you up." Then he went downstairs and put breakfast on the table. French toast with fresh blackberries. "Come on, girls," he yelled again. Sipping his coffee, he turned on the TV in the family room. In heavy fighting last night near Baghdad, the helicopter, a Black Hawk flown by female warrant officer Sandra Patterson of Oklahoma City, was hit by an RPG and crashed within seconds, killing everyone on board. Pictures of bright-eyed soldiers in uniform filled the screen, one after another. "I thought women weren't allowed in combat," Betsy said quietly behind him. Michael thought, God help me. It was bad enough that he'd just heard the report, and now he had to comfort his daughter. How could he reassure her when the truth was obvious to both of them? What would Jolene do? What would she want him to do? He turned slowly, saw the tears in Betsy's eyes. She looked as fragile and shaky as he felt right now. "She's lying to us," Betsy said. "All those letters and pictures, they're lies." He reached out for Betsy, took her hand and led her over to the sofa, where they sat down together. "She doesn't want us to worry." "Are you worried?" He looked at her, into her scared eyes, and knew that she would remember what he said next. Would he tell her a lie? He knew how to bend the truth, but for once he wanted more of himself. "I'm worried," he said at last, pulling her onto his lap. "Me too." Betsy coiled her arms around his neck as if she were a little girl again, buried her face in his neck. He felt her crying, the shuddering of her slim shoulders, the dampness on his skin, and he said nothing more. When she finally drew back, shaking, her pale face streaked with tears, he felt a surge of love as powerful as any he'd ever known. "I love you, Betsy, and we're all going to be okay. That's what we have to believe. She'll come home to us." Betsy nodded slowly, biting her lower lip. "Hey," Lulu said, coming into the room. "I want a hug." Michael opened his other arm, and Lulu scampered up beside her sister. "I think I should take my girls to the beach today," he said, after a moment. Lulu drew back, her eyes big. "You?" "But it's a work day," Betsy said. "I've worked enough," Michael said. The unfamiliar words loosened something in him, made him feel buoyant. He reached for the phone on the end table and called his mom. "Hey, Ma, I'm going to stay home with the girls today. We're going to hang out at the beach. You want to come?" His mother laughed. "I've got a bunch of stuff to do at the store. I'll meet you there." "Perfect," Michael said, hanging up. Then, to his stunned daughters, he said, "Why are you sitting there? I thought we were going to the beach." "Yay!" Lulu yelped, bouncing off his lap and running upstairs. In the garage, Michael found that Jolene had everything organized neatly: folding beach chairs, marshmallow roasting sticks, lighter fluid, coolers. He had an entire cooler packed by the time Betsy and Lulu came back downstairs, wearing their bathing suits and carrying beach towels. "I got Lulu ready," Betsy said proudly. After breakfast, Michael grabbed the cooler, directed the girls to get the buckets and shovels, and down they walked toward the beach. At the street, quiet this morning, they crossed holding hands and went to their small dock. They spent the whole day on the beach, making sandcastles, looking for shells, wading in the cold blue waves. Sometime around noon, he built a fire in the round metal portable pit on their small deck, and in no time at all they were roasting hot dogs over an open flame. At about 1 o'clock, his mom showed up and joined in the fun. For the first time in months, Betsy dropped her pre-teen attitude and became a kid again. And come evening, when the sky turned lavender and a ghostly moon came out to see who played on the beach below, they sat in chairs pulled close together, with blankets wrapped around them.
"Daddy,"
Lulu said, tucked in the lee of his arms,
"I'm scared about starting school. When is next week? Can Mommy come home?"
An emotion moved through him, tightened his chest. "I know your mommy would love to walk you into school, but she can't. I'll be there, though. Will that be good enough?"
"Will you hold my hand?"
"Of course."
"How come I have to go all day? Mommy said I would be done by lunchtime."
"It's different now, baby. You need to be in the all-day program."
"'Cause she's gone?"
Lulu asked sleepily, fingering the small metal wings pinned to her bathing suit. "Right."
"What if I get scared?"
"It's always scary on the first day," Betsy said quietly. "But everyone will like you, Lulu. And you have a great teacher, Miss MacDonald. I loved her."
"Oh,"
Lulu said, sounding unconvinced. Michael smiled. "Let me tell you what it's like." As he talked to his youngest daughter about kindergarten and teachers and cubbies and recess, it was as if he were another man from another life. For years, he'd strived to make a difference in the world, and he'd worked like a dog to make that happen, and yet here he was, a man sitting on a dock with his children, and never had he felt more certain that his words mattered. That was what Jolene had been trying to tell him every time he missed an event. "It matters," she'd said.
"Okay, Daddy,"
Lulu said at last.
"I guess I can do that, 'cause I'm a big girl now. If you hold my hand, and I'm taking my pink ribbon."
"Ah, Lulu," he said, "I wouldn't miss it for the world." Much later, when the girls had fallen asleep in their chairs, while the waves lapped along the pebbled shore and the stars shone down on them, his mother looked at him. "Jolene would be proud of you today," she said quietly. Michael looked at her over Lulu's dark head. "I let her down," he said. His mother nodded, smiling sadly, as if she'd known this all along. September was a bloody month in the war. It seemed that every day a helicopter came back to base, shot up. Hero missions and suicide bombers were commonplace now. Jolene had begun to avoid the Haji Mart altogether. She couldn't stand thinking that the cute boy across the street could have a bomb strapped to his chest. It had begun to rain in the past few days. The base had become a huge mud hole. The trailer's cement floor looked like dirt. There was no way to get the viscous red mud off your boots. Tonight, the sky was clear and black, spangled with stars. It occurred to her that only a few months ago a sky like this had made her think of her family at home, sleeping peacefully beneath the same stars. These days, she didn't dwell on what was happening at home. She was too busy and exhausted to think about that. She was in the air constantly now, flying units into location, transporting workers to job sites, and flying Iraqi troops and civilian and military VIPs. More and more often she flew air assault missions, carrying troops to their mission landing zones. She walked beside Tammy toward the trailer that housed the Charlie Company flight planning room. They didn't bother to talk. They were both too tired to make the effort. It was 10 p.m., and they'd already flown 2 missions today. Yesterday had been even busier. Jolene stepped up the muddy wooden steps and entered the trailer. The walls were covered with pieces of paper, schedules, reports, flyers, calendars. Every aircraft's route was tracked from here. Computer screens sat on every desk. Here was where they stored all their machine guns and ammo and flight gear. As she stepped into the trailer, the electricity snapped off, and everything went dark. She heard someone say, "Shit, again?" Jolene knew the generator would kick in soon, but she was supposed to be at the helicopter in 5 minutes. "Zarkades, sir," she said into the darkness. "You have a mission plan for Raptor 89? There was a rustle of paper, then the creaking of footsteps on the plywood floor. "Air assault, Chief. You and Raptor 42 are going to Al Anbar. We have a Marine unit trapped in a ditch. They're taking heavy fire." The generator started up. The lights came on. Captain Will Cowboy Rawson was standing in front of her, holding out her orders. "Yes, sir." The captain nodded. "Be safe." Jolene and Tammy went to the small room attached to the op center and retrieved their things. Jolene put on her heavy vest with the Kevlar plating and grabbed her flight bag. As they walked down the muddy streets, it started to rain. She looked up, saw a layer of pale gray clouds cover the stars. "Shit, Viz is deteriorating," Jolene said. They increased their pace, boots sloshing through the mud. Jolene felt Jamie come up beside her, but neither of them said anything as they headed to their aircraft. Then Smitty showed up, strapping his helmet on as he walked. "Your turn in the left seat," Tammy said when the bird was checked out and ready to go. Jolene nodded and climbed into the left seat and strapped herself in. She clicked the night vision goggles onto her helmet and pulled them into place. In less than 5 minutes they were taking off, rising to just below the cloud cover. It was a 2-helicopter mission. They flew together, always in contact, across the black expanse of desert, over Baghdad to Al Anbar province, just past Fallujah. As they came into Fallujah's airspace from the north, the first round of machine gun fire sounded. The tap-tap-tap on the fuselage was small arms fire. "Raptor 89 taking fire, 7 o'clock, 200 meters," Jolene said into the comm. The other helicopter responded instantly. "Raptor 42 taking fire, 9 o'clock, banking left." They flew over a small village. A machine gun was set up on a rooftop, shooting at them. Jolene scanned the area below. Her night vision goggles revealed dozens of greenish-white dots moving through the darkness. The soldiers trapped in the ditch, or insurgents looking for them. She reached forward to flip a toggle switch, and everything exploded. An RPG hit the fuselage so hard she was thrown sideways. Her right foot arced up and kicked the instrument panel. The cockpit filled with smoke. Flames filled the back of the aircraft. She could feel the heat. Jolene called out for her crew, got no response. She clutched the cyclic and tried to keep them in the air, but they were falling, plunging downward at 150 miles an hour. The power on engine number 2 went crazy. The instrument panel went dark. Nothing, not even engine temperature. She called out to her crew again, told them to brace for impact, and then she tried to mayday her position, but the smoke was so intense she couldn't breathe. All she got out was, "Mayday!" before they crashed. After a long day spent taking depositions of the police officers who interrogated Keith Keller, Michael came home, dead on his feet, and made dinner for his daughters, one of Jolene's chicken and rice recipes that he found in the overstuffed 3-ring binder. Later, when the girls were asleep, he walked out to the empty family room, standing there alone, noticing how quiet the house was. An unusual emotion rose up in him, so odd that it took him a moment to recognize it. Loneliness. For so long, he'd felt a kind of simmering anger at being Mr. Mom,
felt emasculated by being responsible for his children and the cooking and shopping. He'd blamed Jolene for leaving him adrift on a sea of responsibilities he didn't want and which he barely knew how to perform. But in the last few weeks, it had changed. He'd changed. He'd found a new side of himself. He loved reading to Lulu before bed, hearing her quirky questions about the stories, watching her small finger point at the pictures. He loved it when Betsy sat by him at night, watching TV and telling him stories from school. He loved how they'd become a team at the grocery store, working together, how a game of Candyland could make them all laugh. He missed Jolene. How was it he hadn't foreseen what his life would be like without her? She was so far away, and every day she was getting shot at, dodging IEDs, changing in ways he couldn't imagine. And what had he given her to take with her? "I don't love you anymore." He walked over to the TV, turned it on. Her latest tape was in the machine, as always. The girls watched it endlessly. He hit play. And there she was, Jolene in uniform, smiling at the camera, pointing out landmarks around Balad. "Here's the place where we get that good pie." His wife. The tape ended, and the last image of her froze on screen. She stood with Tammy, both in uniform, their arms slung around each other. Jolene was smiling brightly, but he saw the truth in her eyes. She was scared and lonely, too. He wanted to talk to her so much it was an ache in his chest. There was no way to call her, though. All he could do was write her a letter, the thing he'd never done. He'd started several in the past weeks, but he'd deleted them all before sending. He was so ashamed of how he'd acted before. How could he just drop her a letter now and pretend that everything was different? He walked through the family room and into his office, where he sat down at the computer and booted it up. "Jolene," he typed, then stopped, deleted that, and began again. "My Joe. Do you remember when I first called you that? We were at the Arboretum, in a rented rowboat, watching baby ducks float through the reeds. You said, 'I wonder how they find their mom.' And that made me understand how hurt you'd been by your childhood. It took you a long time to tell me what it had been like, and when you finally told me, that's when I knew you loved me. I used to look in your eyes and see my own dreams. When was the last time we really looked at each other? I wonder. Anyway, back to the ducks. I said, 'They just know. Like I know you're my Joe. I want to be yours,' you said. I loved you so much it hurt. I used to lie in bed and imagine losing you in terrible ways. Sick, huh? But I did it. I loved you so much. It was as if I had to think about losing you, or I would have lost myself instead. Did you love me like that? I think you did. So what happened? When did we stop being lovers and start being just the girl's parents, and then roommates? When did I start blaming you instead of myself? I think a lot of it started with my dad's death. I had never lost anyone before. I didn't know how it felt to be ripped apart like that. And I didn't handle it well. I think I blamed you for everything that was wrong in my life. Is it too late to go back? I hope not. I thought I had it figured out, that we had run our course, but I see how wrong I was and how I hurt you. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's what I know now, for so many things. I guess war doesn't only change the warriors. Those of us on the home front go through our own stuff. I miss you. He stared at the email. It was so short. What good was "I'm sorry" with what she was going through? Could she forgive him? There was only one way to know. He hit send. Jolene woke up, coughing, her eyes watering, the taste of blood in her mouth. She called out for her crew again, got no answer. Tammy was beside her, strapped in her seat, slumped forward, unconscious. Jolene tried to unhook herself from the seat. On the third attempt, she saw the problem. Her right forearm was a bloody mess. She could barely lift her hand, and her fingers didn't work right. Using her left hand, she leaned forward over the scorched and blindingly hot instrument panel to do an emergency shutdown. "Mayday," she said, finding it hard to talk, to concentrate. The radio wasn't working. She passed out again. When she awoke, she gave her coordinates over the radio, hoping it was working now. She needed the CSEL radio. Where was it? Think! "Tammy?" Jolene said, trying to reach out for her best friend, but she couldn't move. She tried to unhook herself, but she couldn't. Something was wrong with her. Her body wasn't responding. Tap, tap, tap. They were taking fire again. From a distance, she could hear the guttural sounds of men talking, their footsteps thundering forward. "I have to get out, establish a perimeter." Tap, tap, tap. We're still taking fire. She tried to unholster her weapon, but her right hand wouldn't work. Finally, she unhooked from her seat and crawled through the cockpit. She grabbed Tammy, unhooked her from the seat, and pulled hard. Tammy slid sideways, her eyes blank, her lips slack. Jolene fumbled with Tammy's helmet, got it off, and saw the huge wound in her head, the blood gushing out of it. "Stay with me, Tammy!" She looked back into the bay. The right side of the fuselage was gone. Bits of metal were melted and smoldering. The canvas straps and netting were on fire. Smitty, slumped sideways, had a black, gaping hole in his chest. It was bleeding and smoking. His eyes were flat, blank, dead. Jamie lay crumpled in the corner. "Jamie! Jamie!" She had to get them all out of the helicopter. When she moved, a wave of nausea rolled through her. Jolene threw up and tried again. She unholstered her weapon with her left hand and brought it up, shaking in her hand, and tried to see through the smoke. "Tammy, I'm going to get you out. Then we need to establish a perimeter. We need the radio. Jamie, wake up! Jamie, get Smitty out! Help me!" She lifted up on her good arm, tried to aim out the ruined fuselage. The tap-tap-tap grew louder, more insistent. She grabbed Tammy, hefted her limp body on her back, and crawled out of the cockpit, falling to the ground, hitting hard. "Chief!" It was Jamie, or had she imagined his voice? "Jamie!" she said, but her voice was barely a croak of sound. She lay there, breathing hard, Tammy's body a dead weight on top of her. "Come on, Tammy! Wake up! Please!" She heard the alarm on her wristwatch bleat its lonely sound, but it wasn't real. She knew it wasn't real. She couldn't have heard it above all this noise, the shooting, the screaming. "I'm sorry, Tam," she said, dragging her friend through the dirt. Her vision swam, blood pounded through her head. Behind her, the helicopter exploded. She threw herself on top of Tammy, covering her friend's body with her own. Something hit Jolene hard, knocked her sideways. She lay in the dirt, stunned, staring up at the night sky, seeing burning bits of metal falling like fireworks through the blackness, raining down on her. She heard the bleating of her watch alarm again. Or was it something else? A scream? A bomb whizzing past her? A shout? She thought, "Betsy, Lulu, Michael!" And then she was falling, fading, and there was nothing. Chapter 15. Michael stood at the kitchen window. staring at the coming night. It was mid-September, and cool, with a whispering breeze that made the skirts of the giant cedar trees dance along the edges of the tall grass. The days of beach walking were coming to a close. Autumn was drawing near, with its cold, frosty mornings and endless falling rain. He knew without looking that the plum trees had begun to lose their leaves. In the lavender light, he stared at the white fence line that delineated their land. "This is us," Jolene had said, as she helped him hammer the slats in place so long ago. "The Zarkades family. Everyone will see this fence and know we belong here." Down on the Bay Road, a car came around the bend, its headlights bright spots against the sunset. He watched the car approach. It was a boxy, official-looking vehicle. At the bend in the road, the car slowed. At his driveway, it slowed more and turned in, then parked. Michael's fingers curled around the smooth, cool, white tile counter. "Turn around. Drive away. You're in the wrong place." A soldier got out of the car, slammed the door shut, and turned to face the house. Oh, God. He closed his eyes, breathing so hard he felt lightheaded. The doorbell rang, sounding ugly and discordant. Michael walked woodenly to the door, opened it. "Is she dead?" "I'm Captain Lomond. Is Jolene dead?" "She's alive." Michael clutched the door frame, afraid for a moment that his knees were going to give out. "I'm sorry for coming like this. I knew how it would look, coming up the walk. But I didn't want you to get a phone call from a stranger for this. May I come in?" Michael nodded numbly and stepped aside, thinking, "But you are a stranger." The man walked into the house and went into the family room. He acted as if he'd been here before, which probably he had. But Michael had no idea who he was. The captain stopped by the sofa, remained standing, and removed his hat. When he looked at Michael, his eyes were compassionate. Jolene's Black Hawk was shot down several hours ago. Michael lowered himself slowly to the brick hearth. Behind him a fire blazed. It was too close and too hot, but he couldn't feel anything. "She's being transported to Landstuhl, Germany, right now. It's the biggest American military hospital in Europe. She's in good hands." "Good hands," Michael repeated, trying to will his mind to work. "But how is she?" "I don't have any details, sir," Lomond said. "Was Tammy in the helicopter with her?" "Yes," Captain Lomond said. "But I have no information about her condition at this time, except that she's alive." "What do I do? How do I help her?" "Pray, Michael. That's all we can do for her right now. As soon as we have information, a Red Cross worker will call you." Michael stared down at his hands, saw that they were shaking. Funny things came to him. Stupid things. He heard his own heartbeat, and the way breath escaped him, the sound of a beam settling somewhere in the house. "People will stop by later, to help," Lomond said. Michael had no idea how strangers could help, but he didn't care, so he said nothing. Words seemed dangerous suddenly. There was too much he didn't want to hear or think. He wanted this man gone. "I need to see her." That was all he knew for sure. "Of course. There's a military transport plane leaving tomorrow from Boeing Field, 2 p.m. Lomond stood there a moment longer, looking pained. "She's a fighter," he said quietly. "Yeah." Michael couldn't listen anymore. "Thank you." He meant to say the man's name, but he'd forgotten it. He got up and headed toward the door, opening it. He heard the captain behind him, heard his heavy footsteps on the wooden floor, but neither of them spoke. At the door, the captain said, "We're all praying for her." Michael nodded. He didn't have the strength to speak, not even to say thank you. He stood there in the doorway, watching the captain walk down the driveway, his back ramrod straight, his hat fixed firmly on his head, his arms at his sides. Time fell away from Michael. 1 minute he was standing there, watching a soldier walk to his car, and the next minute he was alone, standing in the cold of an open doorway, staring at a yard that was slowly growing dark. In his career, he'd heard dozens of victims and defendants say, "I don't remember what I did," and "I just snapped, my mind went blank." He knew now how that felt, how a mind could simply shut down, stop working. Slowly he closed the door and returned to the warmth of his kitchen. All he could hear was his own heartbeat, his own breathing, and those words over and over and over again. Shut down. She could be dying right now, all alone. He closed his eyes, imagining it for a moment, the loss of her, the funeral, the words, the feelings. As much as it pained him, he couldn't stop. He wanted this pain. He'd earned it, and how would he survive the worst if he wasn't ready? The problem was he didn't know the worst, couldn't identify it. There was telling the children, raising them without her, failing at it, stumbling. There was standing in front of their friends, a widower who had let his wife go to war on a tide of bad words, broken promises. There was coming home without her, and learning to sleep alone. Missing her. That would be the worst. How was it he hadn't thought of all of this when he'd so foolishly said, "I don't love you anymore"? Then he'd thought of the worst of who they'd become. She'd seemed to him to have grown so big and so small at the same time, the linchpin of his existence, in an irritating way. He'd resented her strength, her independence. He'd wanted to be needed by her, even though he knew he was unreliable. He'd blamed her for his unhappiness, when all along he had been the one to let go of what mattered. And now, maybe he would have to live without her. The idea was overwhelming. He could consider the symptoms, the talks, the responsibilities, the public moments. But the real truth of it, the imagining of a life going on with no heartbeat, was more than he could bear. He stumbled over to the kitchen counter and picked up the cordless phone. It took him 3 tries to dial his mother's number. His fingers were shaking so badly he kept hitting the wrong numbers. When his mother answered, sounding breathless and happy to hear from him, pain rushed in, tightened Michael's throat until he could hardly speak.
"Hey, Michael, it's good to hear from you. I'm just unpacking some boxes at the store. Are we still on for—"
"Jolene," he said, his eyes stinging.
"Michael?"
his mother said slowly.
"What is it?"
He leaned forward, rested his head on the kitchen wall. Papered in sunny yellow. Shouldn't a kitchen be sunny, Michael? It's the heart of a home. He couldn't see anything now.
Jo's been shot down. She's alive, on her way to a hospital in Germany.
He heard his mother's indrawn breath. "Oh, my God. How?"
"That's all I know, Mom."
"Oh, Cardiamu, I'm so sorry."
The endearment, spoken so softly, cracked his composure. He drew in a great, shuddering breath, and then he was crying as he'd never cried before, not even at his father's death. He thought of Jolene, smiling, laughing, sweeping their daughters into her strong arms, twirling them around and putting her arms around him, holding him close at night. He cried until he felt empty inside, hollow, and then, slowly, he straightened, wiped his eyes. His mother was still talking, saying something. Her voice droned on, but he couldn't listen.
There was nothing to comfort him now. "Give me a little time, Ma. A couple of hours to tell the girls," he said. She was still talking when he hung up. He leaned over the kitchen sink, thinking for a second that he might vomit. He'd done that before at Bad News, when they told him his father's cancer had metastasized. He swallowed thickly, trying to calm his heart rate by force of will. She could die. The silver drain blurred before his eyes, and fresh tears formed, burned, fell down his cheeks, splashing on the white porcelain. How long was he there, bent over, crying into the sink? When he could breathe again, he dried his face and forced his spine to straighten. Moving slowly, he went through the house, up the stairs. Every riser he took was a triumph, like bicycling up the Rockies. By the time he reached Betsy's door, he was breathing hard, sweating. He paused at the door, wishing more than anything that he didn't have to tell them this. Then he went inside, remembering a second too late that he was supposed to knock, that adolescent girls demanded privacy. They were on the bed together, watching the videotape of Jolene reading a bedtime story. Michael wanted to stop, right there, on the threshold to his daughter's room, and turn around. They wouldn't be the same after he gave them this news. They'd know, from now on, that bad things could happen, and they could happen fast, while you weren't even paying attention. Helicopters could be shot down. Mothers could be hurt, and worse. He actually stumbled.
"You want to watch Mommy read to me, Daddy?"
Lulu asked. Michael tried to move, but he just stood there, swaying slightly, holding the door frame for support. Then he lurched forward and snapped the TV off. Betsy frowned. "What's the matter?" In the silence that followed the question, Betsy's face drained of color. "Is it Mom?"
"Mommy's home?" Lulu said. "Yippee, where is she?"
Hope, Michael thought. He had to put his own fears aside and give them hope. But what if it turned out to be false hope? He had no idea how injured Jolene was, or even if she would survive. Shot down. He swallowed hard, wiped his eyes before tears formed. "Tell me," Betsy said grimly. It broke his heart to see how afraid she was, and how hard she was trying to be grown up. He picked his way past the clothes heaped on the floor and climbed up onto the bed. Lulu leapt onto his chest without warning.
"Where is she, Daddy?"
Lulu asked, bouncing. Michael sat up, stretched his legs out. "Come here, Betsy," he said quietly. She moved cautiously across the bed, eyeing him the whole time, her mouth trembling, although she was trying to stop it, he could see. "Mommy's been in an accident," he said, when he had both of his daughters in his arms. "She's on her way to a really good hospital right now, and she'll be fixed up." He couldn't say it, couldn't make himself say the words. Lulu pulled free, sat on his thighs, and looked at him. "Mommy got hurted?" "Is she going to be okay?" Betsy asked softly. Never in his life had Michael felt so painfully inadequate. "We have to believe she will. We have to pray for her." Betsy looked at him, her composure crumbling. The tears started falling, her whole body shook. Lulu burst into tears. Michael took them both in his arms, clinging to them, holding back his own tears. They cried for what felt like hours. Finally, Lulu pulled back. Her black curly hair was damp and stuck to her pink cheeks. "If Mommy's hurted, will they give her ice cream? Remember how Mommy gave me ice cream when I fell down the stairs, Betsy? Strawberry Betsy said, and Lulu nodded.
With sprinkles.
Betsy wiped her eyes, sniffed hard. Remember when she twisted her ankle at the beach last summer, Lulu? It got all swollen and purple and gross, and she said it didn't hurt at all. She only stopped running for like a day. And when that dog bited her at the grocery store, she was bleeding, but it hardly hurted, remember? 'Cause she's a soldier. That's what she said. She's army strong. Right, Daddy? Michael could only nod. To them, these stories were a comforting way to bring Jolene home, where she belonged, but all he could think about were helicopters hurtling to the desert floor, crashing, exploding, catastrophic injuries. He thought about the letters he hadn't sent to her during her deployment, and the things he hadn't said, and the things he had. I don't love you anymore. And he felt sick to his stomach. He was grateful as hell when his mother showed up 2 hours later. "Mommy's heard it, yeah," Lulu said, starting to cry again. His mother moved purposely forward. "Your mother is a warrior, Lucy Louida, and don't you forget it. She needs our happy thoughts right now. How about if you guys get into your pajamas and I read to you a story?" Michael extricated himself from his daughters and got up. He was shaky on his feet as he moved toward his mother. "Oh, Michael," she said softly as he approached, her voice wavering, her eyes filling with tears. "Don't," he said, sidestepping her outstretched hand. He couldn't be comforted right now, not in front of his children. At his mother's touch, he might just crumble. He moved past her and kept walking out into the hallway. He closed the door on them and went downstairs. For some time, he had no idea how long, he wandered around the house, just staring at things. The wedding picture in the bookcase, the end table they'd refinished together, the "You Are Special" plate that hung on the kitchen wall. The phone rang, and he lurched for it. "Michael Zarkades." "Hello, Mr. Zarkades. This is Maxine Saul from the Red Cross." He gripped the phone more tightly, thinking, please God, let her be okay. "How is my wife?" "Her helicopter was shot down in Al-Anbar province last night. Because of heavy fighting, rescue was difficult. I don't have much in the way of details, and I can't give you information on the rest of her crew, but I do know she's alive and stable. She's been treated at Balad and is now on her way to Landstuhl, Germany." Michael's relief was so great he actually sank to his knees on the kitchen floor. "Thank God," he murmured. He heard the Red Cross worker talking about military transport planes and flight times and boarding procedures, and he was barely listening. He hung up the phone and went outside, where a cold black night surrounded him. "Joe, you'll be coming home now. You'll be okay." He was so caught in his own thoughts that it took him a moment to see the man standing on the dock across the street. Although he couldn't really make out the figure, could just see a silhouette in the glow from a distant street lamp, he knew instinctively who it was. He closed the door behind him and walked down the gravel driveway, hearing his footsteps crunch on the small gray stones. The night smelled of low tide, vaguely sulfuric. "Carl," he said, drawing near. "Loman came to see you too?" Carl nodded. "I needed to get out of the house. Seth is... I don't know what the hell to say. Tammy's mom is with him now." "Yeah, my mom is with the girls, too. How is Tammy?" "Damn military and Red Cross haven't told me shit. She's alive, in critical condition, that's what I know. Joe?" "Alive and stable, that's all I know. Nothing about the rest of the crew. I found a letter from Tammy today. She'd emailed it before the flight, I guess. She sounded so Carl's tired voice trailed off for a moment. Then quietly he said, "Afterward, I read it again and thought, are these her last words?" Michael had no idea what to say to that, so he said nothing. But he couldn't stand the silence either. "You catching the military transport jet tomorrow?" he finally asked. "Yeah." "You?" "Yeah." Michael stared out at the black water, listening to it lap at the shore. The longer he stood there, the more ill at ease he felt. Finally, he and Carl had something in common, but it didn't exactly bring them together. "Well, I better get back to the girls. I'll see you tomorrow." "Right." Carl paused, turned. "Thanks for coming down here, Michael." Michael nodded and headed back up to the house. But once inside, he almost wished he'd stayed with Carl. Everywhere he looked, he saw Joe. "I found a letter." He went into his office and turned on the computer, then pulled up his email. And there it was in the inbox. Jolene's military email address in bold black type. When had she written it? Yesterday? Just before her flight? He clicked on it. "My loves, thanks so much for the care packages you sent this week. I was the queen of Depot, I can tell you. Everyone wanted some of my tasty treats, and the baklava was awesome. I took one bite and thought of all of you. Ask your Yaya to tell you the story of when she taught me to make it. I was not her best student, that's for sure. Not as good as Betsy. You know what else makes me think of home? The weather over here. It's September, and that means rain, even in the desert. The base is one big mud hole. You'd love it, Lulu. Splash, splash. Things are pretty much routine over here these days. I've been flying a lot. Recently, we flew to a place called the Green Zone and had made-to-order milkshakes. Yum. The Blackhawk is getting to be my home away from home. It has so much equipment, the whole world is at my fingertips. Whenever I look at the GPS, I think of you guys and home, and I count the days till I'm back. Until then, I know how much you both miss me, and I want you to know I miss you just as much. You are the first thing I think of every morning, and the last thing I think of at night. Lulu, I can't wait to hear every little thing about your first day of school. I know you still feel a little scared, but try to remember that everyone feels the same way. Have you made any new friends? How's your teacher? Tell me everything. Betsy, I know how lonely you sometimes feel these days. Middle school isn't easy for anyone, especially not for a girl who is worried about her mom and having troubles with her friends. Life is messy, especially now. It will help if you accept the mess and let it be. Don't be afraid to talk to Sierra about what scares you, or Seth, or your dad. You never know who will say just the thing you need to hear. And remember, a girlfriend can get you through the worst of times. I know, because Tammy is helping me every day over here. One thing I see from here, from a distance, is how lucky we all are to have each other. I love you both to the moon and back. Mom. He sat back. I love you. Both. He deserved that, of course, but still, it hurt. He'd thought his letter might have made a difference, but why would it? One letter, coming so late, could hardly undo the harm he'd done. "Michael?" his mother said behind him, coming into the office. Slowly he turned. His chair squeaked. "There's a letter from Joe. The girls will want to read it in the morning." "Come with me," Mom said. He followed her out of the office and into the family room, where she sat down in the overstuffed chair by the window. He sank onto the sofa's deep cushions. Between them was an antique coffee table, Jolene's first faux finishing project, pale blue and covered with the detritus of family life. A pencil, 2 photographs in drugstore frames, a poorly fired thumb pot from one of the girls, an unread magazine. If Jolene had been here, it would have been cleaner.
"You need to be strong for your girls," his mother said. "All of them."
Before she left, he said, knowing even as he formed the thought that he shouldn't speak it aloud. It would make her ashamed of him, but he couldn't help himself. "Before she left, I told her I didn't want to be married to her anymore." His mother's face seemed to fall at that.
"This is what she took away with her?"
"Yes." "Oh, Michael." She sighed heavily.
"I wondered. Her letters
are to the girls, yeah."
"Well," she said, "you are an idiot, of course. But we've all been idiots when it comes to love. It's not as if your father and I never had our problems. He once moved out for 6 months. You were young. I made excuses. I waited. It is a long story that doesn't matter anymore, except for this. He came back, and I took him in. We found a way to be happy again. So will you."
She got up from her place and stepped around the coffee table. Sitting down on the sofa, she put an arm around him and pulled him against her, soothing his tattered nerves in a way that only a mother could.
"I'll take care of the girls. You go to her, Michael."
They sat there a long time. When his mother finally fell asleep, Michael got up. He covered his mother's sleeping body with one of her own hand-knit blankets and wandered through the dark house. He checked on his daughters repeatedly, standing in the doorway and watching them sleep, hating the new life to which they would awaken. Unable to sleep, he started drinking coffee at 5 a.m., mostly because although he couldn't sleep, he was so tired, he kept stumbling, hitting things, knocking them over. Sometimes an image of Jolene, smiling, flashed through his mind, and it caused a kind of temporary blindness. That was when he'd stumble into a chair or knock over a family photo. He was awakened by the doorbell. At the sound, he jerked upright, realizing he'd fallen asleep in a wooden kitchen chair. He got unsteadily to his feet and went to the door, opening it. 3 men stood there. They introduced themselves as Jolene's fellow guardsmen and offered to do whatever they could to help out. Out on the road, he saw a car turn into Carl and Tammy's driveway. No doubt there were 3 more soldiers in that car, ready to render aid. Michael tried to get rid of them, couldn't, and ended up showing them to the family room, where they stood together along the wall. They said they were prepared to do anything, drive carpool, grocery shop, mow the lawn. "Mom," he said, bending down to waken her. "Huh?" Bleary-eyed, she sat up. "There are some of—" Before he could finish, the doorbell rang again. This time, it was 4 wives, standing on his porch, each holding a foil-covered casserole dish and a bag full of groceries. They gave him sad, knowing smiles and hugged him, all without tears, and then started organizing the food they'd brought. In no time, the house smelled like frying bacon. They were making breakfast for the girls. By 9 o'clock, the girls had walked into this quiet, crowded house of theirs. Lulu had taken one look at the commotion and crawled up into her grandmother's lap. Betsy had put in her iPod earbuds. She sat in the corner, listening to music and playing some electronic game. Michael was about to go say something to her when the doorbell rang again. Exhausted by the thought of more help, He went to the door and opened it. In his rumpled state, it took him a moment to process what he was seeing. A familiar-looking woman with a pert little haircut, wearing too much makeup, stood on his porch. She was holding a microphone. "I'm Diana Vigan from KOMO-TV. Are you Michael Zarkades?" He nodded dully, noticing that people had begun to place bouquets along the fence line. Someone had tied a yellow ribbon around the stanchion beneath their mailbox. "Your wife flew into battle with her best friend as her co-pilot, Warrant Officer Tamara Flynn. I understand they met in flight school when they were still teenagers. You must be so proud of your wife. No comment." He slammed the door and stepped back, so upset that it took him a minute to notice that the room had gone quiet. The guardsmen and the wives and his family were all staring at him. He had failed in some way, that was obvious. What was it they wanted him to say? That he was proud of her? Proud that she'd been shot down? How could they expect that of him? How could he even form the word now, when his world was falling apart?